Chapter 1, Becoming Brothers. No Nii-chan. Rodney U.S. Get your alarm clock out of my room, yelled a teenager as he held an alarm clock which had a picture of a girl with suspicious third stuff all over her body. Rodney. Sigh first he leaves the alarm clock in my room and he is now not waking up. Just keep it in your room to begin with, bastard. The boy then walked towards the room where the so-called Rodney was and then knocked on the door. Rodney, Rodney, wake up Rodney, I am entering, said the teenager as he entered the room. Just as he entered the room a strong scent entered his nose making him frown a bit and say, bitch, so you had sex yesterday, wait is that Lisa? The teenager suddenly yelled making the boy and the girl who were sleeping wake up from shock after hearing the yell. Rodney? What is the meaning of this? Asked the teenager with a shocked tone. Oh, brother, well if you have found out already then there is no use hiding it, me and your girlfriend, Lisa are having some intimate skinship for quite some time now, said Rodney with a malicious smirk on his face. Hearing that the teenager got even more shocked and had his mouth opened wide. His eyes started widening as well as he looked towards the blonde girl named Lisa who was covering her naked body with the sheets. Is that true, Lisa? Asked the teenager with a shaky voice. Hearing that the girl averted her eyes but soon blushed and moaned as Rodney who was beside her pinched her nipple. No need to his anything now Lisa, tell him how you moaned and shakes your ass while you begged me for my dick. Tell my oh so great brother about all that, said Rodney as he pinched her nipple even harder. The teenager gulped his saliva as he slowly walked towards his brother Rodney while looking down. What? You want to hit me for having sex with your girlfriend? Asked Rodney still smirking at his brother. The teenager didn't say anything and placed both of his hands on his brother's shoulders and said, Rodney, please remain calm. Please don't hit Rodney. I said, Lisa trying to protect Rodney. You remain silent bitch, suddenly yelled the teenager as he punched the woman with full force sending her crashing towards the nearby wall. Rodney who saw that was totally shocked by what his brother just did and how strong he was. He then gulped his saliva preparing himself for his own turn. As I was saying earlier. Rodney, please remain calm and always remember that I loved you a lot as my brother, said the teenager. He then took a deep breath and said, Lisa, has AIDS. And then looked down. Hey, said Rodney. You are joking right? Asked Rodney. Why do you think I never did anything sexual with her even though she is this sexy? Said the teenager and then showed a medical report on his phone. Rodney immediately snatched the phone from his hand and read the report. After reading that his whole body became motionless and the phone fell down from his hands. Ha 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 ha. You are just bluffing with me, right? You are just trying to look strong and seem like you have the upper hand, right? That's the thing you have been doing from the beginning anyways, yelled Rodney as he looked like he solved the biggest mystery ever. The teenager patted his shoulder and said, let's do the things that you wanna do in the remaining time that you have left. Stop bluffing already. There is no way that you will date a girl knowing that she has AIDS, yelled Rodney. That bitch made me accept her confession while shoving a gun in my mouth, yelled the teenager back at his brother. There is no way I would have been able to refuse her confession. It was just a coincidence that I was able to get a sample of her blood and check if she had any of those kind of diseases since I knew I was in hell anyways, said the teenager. Oh, so you didn't love me, huh? Suddenly both the brothers heard a voice and turned around to see Lisa whose blonde hair were slightly covered in blood. Fine then, there is no need to date you anymore. She then looked at Rodney and said, looks like my plan to make him jealous by using you failed. Well, from now on you are my boyfriend, points a gun at him, understood, with a smile on her face. You understood, said Rodney gulping his saliva seeing the gun aimed at him. Ah, you are so nice, now then goodbye, there is no use for you to stay here, said Lisa as she pointed the gun at the teenager and fired it towards his heart. Be brother, yelled Rodney making the teenager turn his head towards him and smile. He then raised both of his fingers and said, SS suffer in hell F for CC-ucking me, and then his hands fell down lifelessly telling to Rodney that his brother was finally dead. Currently in a completely white, no let's go with red, Yet, in a completely red room, the teenager who just got cooped by his brother and killed by his girlfriend was sitting in a cozy chair with a cup of tea and cookies in front of him. "And that's how I got her blood sample," said the teenager to the small boy sitting on the table and nibbling on some cookies. Seriously, the boy was so small that even the cookie looked bigger than him. "You really pulled a fast one on her," said the cookie-sized boy. The teenager took one cookie as well and then drank some tea. "It was a good thing that I thought about getting those tests done, though I am the one who died before either of them," said the teenager with a slightly sad tone. "Don't worry, I will let you have a second chance in life like I told you," said the small boy as he walked towards him and patted his finger trying to comfort the teenager. The teenager smiled and said, "Ah, so sweet of you, I wish I could have you as my brother instead of that piece of shit." "No, calling him shit would be an insult to shit itself." "Why, you really mean that?" "Me being your brother?" asked the small boy with glittering eyes. The teenager smiled and then placed him in his palm and brought him near his face. "Sure, the few hours that I spent with you here were better than the 3 years that I spent with my step-brother anyways. Then let's become brother. From now on call me Nii-chan," declared the small boy who was not even the size of the teenager's thumb with an excited tone. The teenager chuckled at the boy's antics and just decided to go along with him and nodded his head. "Ah, but before that let me give you a second chance at life. Usually I would just reincarnate you back in your world, but as I am a super cool and reliable older brother I will let you reincarnate in another world," exclaimed the boy. "Do you like that?" asked the boy with a hopeful look on his face. The teenager widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Another world as in those manga and anime type worlds?" "Yes," said the boy. "Can that be any world I like?" asked the teenager. The boy became sad after hearing that and said, "No, sorry. The options are limited. First is a zombie apocalypse world, second is a sci-fi space world, and your third option is any fiction material whatever you last consumed." Tears started to appear at the corner of the boy's eye, seeing which the teenager panicked and said, "Ah, don't cry, those options are more than better for me." "Sniff, does that mean I am reliable big brother?" asked the boy. "You are the best Nii-chan," said the teenager. He, thank you. So what do you want to choose? Can you at least check what was the last fiction material I consumed and tell me about it?" asked the teenager. "I can," said the boy, and he started touched the teenager's hand. Soon a glow appeared in the tiny boy's hands and after a while he said, "It is a world called Black Clover, you read its manga?" "Oh, then I choose this world. Do I get any cheats?" "Leave it to me, I am the best big brother there is. I will send you inside the body of the strongest person in that world and will send that person to a different world before he is born," said the tiny boy. "There will be some other gifts as well, but I don't know what it will be since it will depend on your luck." "I will send you now," said the tiny boy as he chanted something, and soon the teenager started dissipating from the red room. "Bye, younger brother, we will meet after you are done with living in that world. We will have lots of fun after that," said the tiny boy with a happy smile on his face. The teenie just nodded and shook his finger with the tiny boy's hand and said, "Thanks a lot Nii-chan," and then disappeared from the room. Black Clover World. Currently in one of the houses a baby who was just about to be born started shining, but soon that stopped. I am there yet. Push. Push. Keep pushing. The baby's head is almost out. Seems like it thought the teenager inside the baby's body. Damn, really reincarnation? It still feels like a dream, who knows, maybe it is. But whatever. Let's see, the new Nii-chan told me that I will be the strongest person in this world, but who is the strongest? The manga didn't end yet, so is it something he chose from the current story? Then who might I be? Asta? You know? Oh wait, I might even be Yummy, or a dark triad. While he was thinking, the baby was already out and was in the doctor's hands. Now it's time to spank that baby booty, thought the doctor as he spanked the child. Translation: What the fuck, asshole? How dare you spank me? I am the strongest character here, you know. Do you know who my Nii-chan is? Just you wait for me to get bigger. Shit is real serious when you are the strongest character, you know. Seems like your baby is healthy. Congratulations Mr. and Mrs. Bronzaza, you have a healthy baby boy. Baha ha ha ha, thanks you Elaine Baha, said the man with blonde hair as he looked at her wife while holding the baby in his hands, who was still crying, ranting. Show him to me as well honey, said the woman who was likely the boy's mother. Here, said the man as he placed the baby beside the woman who finally stopped crying, ranting. Oh, so you are my mom. Seeing that you have blonde hair, gasp, don't tell me that I am reincarnated as Julius. Hell yeah. This shit is real serious, thought the baby. Hehe, looks like you are happy, let's name you Sek Bronzaza. And it was at this moment the child stopped thinking as he became totally speechless hearing his new name. This shit really got serious. Thought the child. No. Sek Bronzaza. Meanwhile in the red room. Hehe, my new brother will be so happy. After all, I did my best and found about who the strongest person in that world was. Thank you Deadpool-san for helping me know what my brother would like. Haha, no problem kiddo, said a red suit wearing ninja as he looked towards you and whispered, I am really waiting for his brother's reaction. Meanwhile at the hospital where Sek was born. No. Chapter 2, The Talented Baby. After Sek was done crying his heart out, he lost consciousness and just fell asleep while with snot and tears on his face. He sure is a loud one Baha, said the Sek's father as he took a wet cloth to wipe the boy's face. Be careful Zook, don't wake him up, said Sek's mother as she slowly brought him towards his chest so as to feed him. Zook nodded his head and carefully wiped his face and said, all right Elaine, I will go and tell our parents that the delivery was successful. Rest here all right Baha, and gave her a kiss. Sure, and make sure that no one comes rushing in and wakes Sek up, said Elaine as she hugged Sek. Zook nodded and then left the room. A few days passed by since Sek's birth. He still was not able to cope up with the tragedy that happened with him, but after a while he decided that there was no use crying because no one could understand his curses and it made his throat hurt a bit. Ha, what is this? Why is this happening to me? He told me that I will be in the strongest person's body here. Does that mean Sek was actually the strongest? Even if that is the case, I still don't like this at all, thought Sek as he got angry and unconsciously pouted. Ah, Se-chan. You are so cute, said Elaine, who looked at her son with excitement and poked his cheeks. Stop that, it tickles. He giggled Elaine, seeing how Sek was reacting, and continued to play with him. Se-chan, do you love mama? Asked Elaine with a smile on her face. Oh. I do, said Sek and nodded his head. Haha, I love Se-chan too, said Elaine as she kissed Sek's forehead. Haha, it's fine in a way I guess, but I am still mad about being Sek, thought Sek. Suddenly the door burst open and Zook entered with a smile on his face. Elaine. Sek. I am back Baha, said Zook. Welcome back. Aao. Dear, Se-chan just told me that he loves me, said Elaine with an innocent smile on her face as she hugged Sek. Oh. That's good, said Zook as he approached Sek and came closer to his face. What about me, Sek? Do you like Papa? Oh, you, said Sek as he looked away from him, making the Zook shocked by the sudden act. Baha. Why? Your beard hurts me, thought Sek. Don't worry dear, it's just that he has not bonded with you yet. You were busy telling others about him after all, said Elaine and patted his back trying to comfort him. Yeah Baha. That must be it. Come here Sek, let Papa show you how much he like you Baha, said Zook as he held Sek in his hands and rubbed their cheeks together. Aha you, stop, don't do that, and tried to push his face away but was not able to. You forced me to do this, new father. Ultimate baby magic. Cry of the pitiful baby. Sek all of a sudden started crying at his max power, shocking the couple as Elaine immediately took him from Zook. Don't worry, Mama will protect you, little Sek. It's fine now, see that man is not here now, said Elaine as she gave light pats on Sek's back. Baha, I am sorry for scaring you, Sek. Baha, said Zook as he looked towards him with a pained expression on his face. Auaauao. It's fine, don't touch me with that beard once again. It's all right, dear, you just surprised Sek. Do not rush things with him like you usually do. Ahe will get used to your presence soon, said Elaine as she kissed Zook's cheek, trying to comfort him. After that the couple played with him for a bit longer before Elaine decided to feed him. Sek looked at the exposed chest of his new mother who was wanting to feed him and said, You, pathetic, but nonetheless still sucked on those almost flat breasts. Once he drank his fill he patted his mom's breasts and thought, I hope you get big, little ones, and then looked at his mom and patted her cheek and thought, don't worry, I still see you as a likable person. Phew, what is it, Se-chan? Already full? Asked Elaine with a smile. Sek just nodded his head and was now looking at her with glittering eyes. Now for the best part of the day, thought Sek as he looked at his mom with an expectant look. Phew, looks like someone is excited, said Elaine as a book started floating in the air with a blue aura surrounding it. Glitter magic, glitter birds, said Elaine as small blue-colored glowing birds surrounded them and started flying around the room. Sek looked at the birds with excitement and thought, it really amazes me that there is magic in this world. He then moved his hands up in the air trying to touch the birds, seeing which Elaine giggled and let the birds fly near him. After the birds got close, Sek tried to touch them once again and after struggling for a while was finally able to touch one of the birds and beamed with happiness. Seeing that, Elaine chuckled and wanted to tell him that it was her that made the bird use his hand, but just stayed silent and watched the boy. I want to house magic as well, if I am not mistaken, his magic was called bronze magic, right? Thought Sek as he raised his hand once again and tried to use his magic. Hehe, Se-chan, are you trying to make the birds from your hands as well? Said Elaine as she saw her some struggling to do something. But just as she said that, she noticed a small marble form in front of Sek's hand before it shattered into pieces. Both Sek and Elaine looked at each other with their mouth opened wide before Elaine got up from the bed with a huge smile on her face and said, Se-chan. You are able to use magic at this age? Oh. I can. Dear. Se-chan just used magic in front of me, said Elaine with an excited tone as she left the room to tell her husband about this happy news. Is Sek really the strongest character? Ha ha ha. All the people in the future be sure to respect and fear the Dark Lord Sek, thought Sek as he raised his hand once again to use his magic, and once again a marble formed in front of his hand and shattered into pieces. Ha, what can I say? I am just super talented, you know, thought Sek with a smirk on his face and tried to make a pose which only made him look cute in his baby body. And just like that, with a smirk and pose, who knows when the little baby who just used magic fell asleep because of magic depletion. Chapter 3, The Birthday Gift. 4 years passed by as Sek was born in this world, as his life passed without much troubles. As a kid, he didn't have much to do, so he had enough time to do whatever he wants and decided to use that to train his magic. After living in this world for 4 years, he learned something that was different about him. First, his magic power was more than twice when compared to the children of his age, much to his relief. Also, it was much easier for him to use his magic when compared to other children of his age, who most of them were still not able to do things that he could when he was just a year old. Granted that he was not a kid inside, but he just ignored that. There was no need for the future Dark Lord to think about those trivial things after all. Sek also made a huge discovery while he was playing around with his magic. Apparently he have 2 affinities instead of just 1, well, totally acceptable for the future Dark Lord. Anyways, leaving that aside, one of the affinities out of the 2 was, well, the bronze magic that he had in the original story, and as for the other, well, he was not sure. He had just used that magic a handful of times, as it doesn't work every time. Apparently it was electricity magic, as he was able to shock his father when he was being too touchy with his beard, and in the moment of crisis Sek pushed him with full force and shocked him, though it was nothing dangerous, as it only seemed that his father was not able to move freely for a while, which was enough for him to run away from him. He tried to practice this magic but was not able to see any effects of this magic, so he don't know how to use it, and thought that there must be some conditions to use that magic, and decided to find that about it later, as in his own words he said, well, nothing that big for the future Dark Lord to handle anyway. I have trust in my new brother, and I believe that he must have actually put me in the strongest body. Sigh, if only he knew. Keeping that aside, Sek was now able to use spells which could be said to make some effects in fight, like firing a tennis ball-sized bronze orb at his opponents, making bronze plates to use as shields and well, that's it. Anyway, he also learned how to use magic bullets. Well, it's a common skill anyways that even the children of his age were able to use easily, though the interesting part about this was the fact that the bullets he made were far stronger and faster than the ones that the other children were able to make, but still it was not that strong when compared to the ones children who were 3 to 4 years older than him were able to make. And that was how his 4 years of life passed on in this world, with him finally being able to accept the fact that he was now Sek, and that Sek was the strongest character after all and must really be the Dark Lord. Ha, jokes on you all. Those who made fun of Sek in my old world were the very words Sek used, totally believing in himself to become strong in future. Sigh, ignorance is such a bliss. Anyway, leaving our little reincarnatee's ignorance to the side, currently in the Bronzaza's house both Elaine and Zook were walking around the house with an excited smile on their faces. Suddenly the door of their house opened, and just as they saw a small blonde boy, their smiles widened and both of them yelled at the same time, Happy Bahar-day/birthday Seek/Se-chan. Sek, who just entered the house, widened his eyes in surprise, but soon a smile appeared on his face as he said, Thanks a lot Mom, Dad, walked towards them. Seeing him approach, Elaine hugged him tightly and kissed his cheek. Sek smiled at that, then felt a pat on his head and saw his father ruffling his hair. Baha, happy 4th birthday, said Zook, to which Sek nodded with a smile on his face. Se-chan, Mom made your favorite dishes today, so eat well. All right, and then pushed him towards the table. Mom, don't push, said Sek, but Elaine just giggled and pinched his cheeks. Sek sat on his chair and saw the food on the table, and indeed most of the things that were made were something that he liked. He smiled and was about to put some food on his plate, but all of a sudden Zook stopped him and said, Wait, before this let me give you your birthday gift, and then went inside his room and came back with a box. He then placed the box in front of him, seeing which Sek glanced at him, to which Zook nodded his head. Sek immediately opened the box and widened his eyes in surprise when he saw what was in there. A short sword for my brave kid, do you like it? I asked the local blacksmith to specially make one for you, said Zook with an expectant gaze. Sek took the short sword, which was still sheathed, and thought, this is awesome, and immediately unsheathed the sword with a huge smile on his face. Thanks Dad, I love it, said Sek as he got down from his chair and placed the sheath by his side to look like a knight, and the thought, which kid don't like a sword, not to mention it's a real one, and tried swinging it with an excited expression. Wavelength matches. Contract formation possible, do you accept to become Growth Sword's new host? All of a sudden Sek heard a voice in his head and stopped playing around. He looked at his sword and was about to say something, but before he was able to, his mom snapped him out of his thoughts and asked him to eat before the food gets cold. Once the celebration was over, Sek came back to his room and took the sword out of the sheath once again. Do you accept to become the Growth Sword's new host? Sek became silent and then thought, is this one of Nii-chan's doing? But no answer came. Do you accept to become the Growth Sword's new host? Only if it is not something dangerous. Thought Sek. Conditions approved. Nothing dangerous for the new host detected. Contract formed. New host, Sek Bronzaza. Hey, what the I didn't accepted it. Hello little brother, it's me, your Nii-chan. You finally accepted the contract. Hey, by the way, happy birthday, said a familiar voice inside his mind. Nii-chan. Is that you? Yes, it is me, the best big brother. I am watching over you from here and am happy to know that you are enjoying. By the way, do you remember about the other things that I said that you will gain depending on your luck? Asked the tiny boy. Yes, I do remember that, but I do know what all I got after coming to this world. Don't worry, you will know all that today, so let us both see what you get. I too am excited what my little brother will get after all. By the way, this sword is also a part of those gifts, that's why I am able to speak to you like this, said the boy with a happy tone. Sek just nodded his head, and all of a sudden words started appearing in the air around Sek. You got all of them now, congratulations. Just wait a minute and I will tell you what those are. Growth sword, a sword that grows stronger with the host and cannot be stolen or used against the host. Child loved by mana, a person who is favored by the mana of the world itself. This will strengthen your spells and increase your magic amount as you grow older. Vritra's sacred gears, 4 sacred gears of the prison dragon king Vritra. Absorption line, delete field, blaze black flare and shadow prison. It says train and develop them. Sek was left speechless after he heard what are the things that he got and just stood at his place without saying anything. Chapter 4, The Deal Between Father and Son. Sek, who just remained speechless for a while, seeing which the tiny boy got slightly worried and asked, are you fine? Were the abilities not to your liking? Hey, oh no, not at all, these abilities are great. In fact, I was just thinking how great they were. Hehe, I am glad that you liked them. Once again Sek, happy birthday. I don't have much time left, so let's talk again next year on your birthday. Take care and live happily. Bye. Bye Nii-chan, I hope that you remain happy, said Sek. The words that were in front of him glowed and then entered his body. Sek checked his body, and after finding that nothing was different with that, he stopped and thought, I am going to check this sword and my magic. He then went out of the room and was about to tell that to his parents, but stopping since he heard a series of and ba from their room. He just left a note on the table and then got out of the house. Running towards the place where children usually practice their magic, Sek ran through the streets of Khitan, a town in the common realm of the Clover Kingdom and one that borders the Diamond Kingdom. The town has abundant rich natural resources, making it to be developed by the kingdom, and had well-maintained roads and buildings. Though because of the natural resources, the town was also a target of the Diamond Kingdom and used to get infiltrated and attacked from time to time. But it was relatively safe since the town was important to the kingdom as well, and many magic knights guard and patrol around the town. This town also had its own specialized barrier that could be erected to further strengthen the defense. While running, Sek greeted a few of his acquaintances. He was pretty popular in the town as he was quite talented in magic and also helped his mother in shopping from a young age. Not to mention his father was quite unique and was also super popular in the town. He works at mine, as a supervisor, and though he didn't earn much, it was enough for him and his family to live happily with above average living conditions. Sek soon reached a clearing where children usually practiced their magic. He then went a bit farther and soon found a makeshift target that the children of the town used to practice their aim. Sek aimed his hand forward and then started making a bronze ball. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw that the speed at which the ball was taking shape increased slightly, and its size was bigger than what he usually could make with the amount of mana that he used. He then fired the ball and saw it hitting the target. Sek went towards the target to check the damage that the attack caused and was satisfied that it was greater than the previous ones. He then used his other spell that was to make a bronze disc that he used as shield, and was once again surprised that its size was now comparable to a normal shield and was slightly more durable. Satisfied with the results, he then took out his sword and was about to test it, but stopped himself and thought, let's first check what a normal sword can do first before testing this one. I need to ask Dad to introduce me to someone who knows how to wield a sword as well. He then took a deep breath and muttered, now time for the best thing that I got. He then looked around to check if someone was near him or not, and once he made sure that no one was there, he took a deep breath and said, I know that I can be a Chuyuni sometimes, but still, sacred gear. Sek yelled as he thrusted his arm forward with a grin on his face, but nothing happened. Hey? What the where is my sacred gear? Oh wait, don't tell me that it is still locked and cannot be manifested by me yet. If I remember correctly, Rias told Issei to imagine the strongest being shit or something, right? Thought Sek as he closed his eyes, deciding to try that. No need to think much, Saitama it is, thought Sek as he tried to remember Saitama's strongest moment. Serious series, serious punch, thought Sek, and punched forward with full force. Looks like that will take a bit longer to manifest. Well, I still have many things to deal with anyway, so let's focus on the abilities that I currently have access to, said Sek as started practicing his magic once again to see how much his mana amount has increased. Later that day Sek returned home feeling happy on seeing the improvements in his magic. He then looked towards his father and asked, "Hey Dad, can you teach me how to use a sword?" Sword? Oh, you want to use the sword I gave you? Baha, that makes me so happy. Come here Sek, said Zook as he pounced forward to hug his son. Bronze ball, said Sek as he fired the ball. Bronze magic, bronze wall, said Zook as his grimoire started floating beside him as a few pages flipped. Soon a wall of bronze magic came in front of Zook, blocking the ball fired by Sek, who was soon caught by Zook in his embrace. Stop! Stop crushing me, said Sek as he was held too tightly by Zook. Baha, don't be like that. It's father-son bonding, Baha, said Zook as he rubbed his beard against Sek, as he knew that this annoyed his kid a lot. Leave me. Fine. Have it your way then, said Sek as Zook showed no signs of breaking the hug. Mom. Dad once again went to peep at those blue rose magi, said Sek, but was soon stopped by Zook, who buried his son's face in his chest so as to make him stop. He soon put him down and said, I will ask around to help you learn how to use a sword. And I will keep this a secret from Mom, and no bear hugs from now on, said Sek with a smirk, as he knew that he had the upper hand now. The father-son duo nodded their heads and shook their hands, agreeing to the deal, and just moved on to their delay ways. Chapter 5, First Fight. A few days passed by since Sek's birthday and the day when he got most of his promised abilities. He continued to train the abilities which were available. This also included with him using the sword, as he borrowed a normal one from a blacksmith and then compared his sword with a regular one, and just like he expected, it was better than the normal one and was able to slash a thick piece of wood in one strike. And currently on his way to deliver the lunch to his father, Sek was walking through the streets of Khitan holding a box wrapped in a cloth. Soon he reached the mine where his father worked and was greeted by a lot of miners who were already familiar with him. Dad. Your lunch, said Sek as he called Zook to have his lunch, much to the relief of others who too would be able to take a break now. All right, much break. Don't get late for the second shift, said Zook as he walked towards Sek. He was about to take his lunch, but Sek smacked his hands, telling him to wash his hands. Once that was done, he nodded and then decided to leave. Ah, Sek. I asked amongst my friends about a swordsman, Baha. Check this address, some of them told me about him. He is hunter by profession and is proficient in sword, or so they say, said Zook as he gave a small piece of paper to him. Sek took the paper and read the address and nodded his head. Thanks Dad, said Sek with a smile on his face as he walked away, thinking not going to meet this hunter. Sek soon reached the address that was given to him by his father. He informed his mother at home that he will go and ask this hunter, and soon arrived at his place. He knocked on the door of the house and soon heard someone coming towards the door. Yes, asked a man with brown hair as he looked towards Sek. Are you the hunter by the name of Will? Yes, that would be me. My father gave me your address and told me that you were proficient in swordsmanship. I also wanted to learn how to use a sword. Will you teach me, if it is not a bother to you, that is? Come in first, said the man as he invited Sek inside. Can we talk here? Asked Sek, being slightly wary of the man in front of him, and thought, there is no way that I will enter someone's house whom I not even know. I don't even know what type of person you are. You were wary of me, okay, pass. Now try to lift this up, said the man with a nod as he handed a few small sacks to Sek. Before he could say anything, Sek was holding the sacks given to him by the man and was surprised by how much they weighed. You can carry it too. Okay, I don't mind giving you a few tips while I am hunting. In return you will carry the small things that I catch and will act as a carrier. Is that fine? Asked Will. Sek turned silent as he heard that. This man wants to make me work as a luggage carrier. Well, it's not like I have many options, let's try it. If he don't teach me anything for a week, I will stop going with him. Fine, but do teach me, said Sek. Okay, fine. I already talked about teaching you with your father, and since you agreed to it, let's get along from now on, said Will with a smile. Both of them shook each other's hands and agreed to their ends of the deal. A few months later, in a forest near Khitan. Sek, get me the big one, said Will. Aren't you getting too greedy lately? Asked Sek. And that guy will be very tough to fight against, you know, said Sek as he pointed towards a boar which was of the same size as him. It's fine, don't worry. I will be here to finish it if you were to get seriously injured. You need to gain experience, you know, said Will with a serious look on his face. You just want to eat that pork, said Sek with a deadpan look, as he knew what this man whom he has been practicing under wanted. A few months earlier, when Sek started learning under him, he was quite a bit skeptical of the way Will taught him. He, just as he told him, gave a few pointers from time to time, and showed some basic movements to him. After that he told him he just need to improve that in his battle instincts, and would usually toss him towards the prey he wanted to catch and let him fight for his life. Any way you look at it, this was not something Sek was going to go along with, but the fact that there were no other sword users in the town made him stop and follow this link man. Seriously, if you don't have a good magic affinity, can't you just learn how to use sword and teach me, thought Sek as he ranted at the people of the town. Sek slowly unsheathed his sword and careful came out of the bushes. He took his stance as he made a ball of bronze which was now slightly bigger than what he was able to make after getting the abilities on his birthday. He fired the ball towards the boar, who realized that someone was behind him a bit later but was too late to dodge the attack and was thrown slightly away because of the hit from the bronze ball. Sek rushed towards the boar, who was still stumbling a bit because of the hit from the ball. Sek soon appeared in front of the boar and slashed towards it. Seeing that the boar raised his head to let the sword hit its tusks, blocking the attack. Sek frowned as he heard the metallic clank. Bronze shield, said Sek as he made a proper shield instead of a disc in his other hand as he saw the boar trying to push him away. The boar struck the shield and pushed Sek away, flipped a few times to balance himself. He soon readies him and started running around, changing his direction at every instant, making the boar confused, making him unable to choose where to charge. Seemed smirked at that and fired another ball of bronze towards it, making the boar jump to the side to dodge it, but to his surprise there was another ball coming towards him from the other direction, taking it by surprise and hit its head. Sek, who saw that the boar made a loud noise because of the lane, didn't waste the chance and rushed towards him from behind and jumped on top of the boar before he pierced the boar's neck with full force. The boar started running around once it felt someone on top of it. Wah! Sek yelled once the boar started running at full speed while also trying to make him fall off his back, but Sek held onto his back, or more like to his sword, which was already pierced inside the boar. Bronze wall, said Sek, making a small wall in front of the boar, making it crash into it. Sek used the opportunity when the boar was stumbling and pierced the boar once again, but this time near its heart, and then jumped from top of it. Will, who was standing on the side, nodded his head as he felt that the fight was satisfactory, and then his grimoire started floating beside him. Earth magic, rising spike, and soon a spike pierced the already about to die boar and killed him. Sek, who saw that the boar was dead, looked towards his hands, which were numb because of the head-on confrontation with the boar, and sighed, well, it's not like it's easy to become the Dark Lord. He then sat down on the ground and waited for Will to collect the boar before they went out of the forest. Wait, wasn't that my first real fight? Thought Sek as he just realized that. I will celebrate later tonight. First fight and first kill at the same day. Now that's what you call improvement, and I didn't even feel that whole fuck. I am feeling nauseous and want to puke because I just kill someone thingy. Maybe I really am a Dark Lord, or it's just that I have seen Will do this thing in front of me a lot of times, thought Sek as he shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 6, Ecstasy. 5 years passed by since Sek started learning how to wield a sword under Will, and it's been quite harsh for him to deal with the hunter's way of doing things. He was constantly thrown in front of strong and dangerous beasts that the hunter wanted to hunt. He had to carry a large and heavy beasts, either of them killed. Act as a bait whenever he wanted to lure a strong monster. If we think about it, he was just taking advantage of Sek's innocence. But leaving that aside, Because of all this, not only Sek's swordsmanship and awareness improved, but his strength and speed increased exponentially as well. He wanted to learn Ki as well, but not knowing how to do so was the thing holding him back. His instinct with fighting the beasts of the forest alone had honed his instincts enough that the speed of the spells, if the people in the town that he knew, were not a problem for him and was not able to unlock Ki. His mana amount has increased a lot as well, comparable to that of a normal magic knight, and his arsenal of spells increased as well and now included swords that he could make out of his magic and fire it towards the opponents, a round shell around him to protect himself from all sides, his latest and favorite spell, a bike made of his bronze magic which looked fine and not ridiculous like the one in anime. He also learned how to fly on a broom, and it is only Sek who knew how many injuries he received by falling down from the broom. He hated the broom a lot, and by a lot he means a lot. His sword has improved along with him as well, just as it was told to him by his brother, but just for comparison, previously it was able to cut a thick block of wood in a slash, and now cutting through a whole tree whose wood is special for its durability and hardness was just a normal swing for his sword. The area where Sek didn't progress much was his other magic affinity, because the more he tried to use it, the more confused he got. At first he thought that it must be lightning magic, since some sparks used to come out of his opponents whenever he struck them with that spell, but later a black glow came out of his hand. He didn't even know what that spell even does. He just decided to leave that magic alone and wait for his grimoire to know what type of magic it is so he can progress in that. Now on to the most important part. The only power that Sek was unable to use seems to be manifesting soon. Sek for the past few days is having dreams about a black dragon, and without thinking much, he understood that his sacred gear was close to being manifested. He has been trying to do so for past few weeks, but all of his efforts were in vain. And just like that, currently Sek was standing in the magic training ground where he would usually practice, looking totally beaten up and covered with sweat. "Ha, let's call it for today," muttered Sek as he fired one last sword towards the target. He then bent down and started taking deep breaths. After a while he stood up, drank some water and then looked around. Once he made sure that no one was there, he stood straight and took a stance. "Let's do this." Immediately he turned serious and clenched his fist tightly and then closed his eyes. Serious punch though Sek as he punched forward with full force. And yet again nothing happened, making the blonde-haired boy sigh. "What am I doing wrong? Even that loser Issei could manifest his sacred gear, but why can't this Dark Lord do that? Are you saying that the Oppai dragon is better than the Dark Lord?" said Sek as he scratched his head in frustration. He sighed and sat down in the ground and then stared at his hand for a while and then thought, maybe if I think of something draconic then it might help. Issei 2 in the original used Dragon Ball Z ripoff help, right? Nah. Sek then took out his sword as he stared at it and said, "Whatever, who needs that shitty sacred gear that isn't even willing to manifest? I have my sword which is better than anything else. Now that I think about it, I haven't names you yet, right? What should I name you then? Excalibur, Ea, Lost Vein, Ascalon. Oh, I know, let's call you Extace, since you speciality is sharpness. The Cutter of Creation, Extace." Suddenly the sword glowed as he heard a sound in his head. Name acquired, the Cutter of Creation, Extace. New features unlocked. Shape and size alteration. Charge and fire. Unique skill. Magic sharpness. The more magic given, the sharper it gets. Hearing those words, Sek became silent, but soon his lips curved in a smile as he immediately stood up and said, "Change to Excalibur." The sword glowed and changed to long sword instead of a short one. Without wasting any time, Sek imagined how Saber used her Excalibur and raised his sword as well. He then started channeling the remaining mana in his body to the sword, which started emitting a glow. X. Sek gripped the sword tightly and took a step forward. Caliber. A white beam of light shot forward from the sword and pierced through a bunch of trees, making a hole in their trunks. Sek soon stopped giving his mana to the sword and inspected the holes and said, "Well, it's not comparable to the original, but you can say it's an X-rank replica which can work like the original as well," and nodded his head with satisfaction. Just then his hand started glowing, making Sek close his eyes, but soon he opened them and saw a black-colored gauntlet on his left arm. Seeing that, Sek became speechless and looked towards the sword and said, "You really are my best buddy. Looks like you strengthened my imagination even further and make me manifest my sacred gear. Now if only you were to turn to a beautiful girl just now, all my fantasies about swords would be fulfilled," said Sek as he stared at the sword. "Nothing, hey. Well, whatever, you are still the best," said Sek as he changed his sword back to its normal form and kissed its blade before he sheathed it. He then looked at his gauntlet and said, "Now you little troublemaker, we have lot of work to do," said Sek as thrusted his hand forward. "Se-chan, let's go home, it's already late." "I prepared your favorite steak tonight," said Elaine as she called her son. "Well, let's interact sometime later. Steak is more important than self-important sacred gear," said Sek as he turned around and ran towards Elaine. Chapter 7, Sacred Gear. The next day Sek told Will that he won't go with him for the hunt as he wanted to test his sacred gear. Will have him a glare and wanted to tell him to go, but he knew that the kid in front of him had surpassed him long ago and it would only tarnish his name if he lost against a kid, so he just let him go. Sek too now understood that there was no need to go with the hunter now since there was nothing else that the hunter could help him with. The areas where he is accustomed to hunt is no longer challenging for Sek, and with the new abilities of his sword, that was even more the case. He will ask if Will was interested in changing his hunting ground to a more dangerous and challenging area, but if he refuses, then it was time for him to part ways. Sek soon reached the training area and saw that some people were gathered in there, which made him curious since not many kids are present during this time of the day, since they are either playing around or helping their families. Sek walked in closer to know what happened but stopped once he heard about some holes in the trees. He just turned around without saying anything. "Bronze magic, bronze bike," said Sek as he made a bike and got away from the spot. "I will definitely be questioned if they know that it was I who did that, and I am not going to deal with that. The future Dark Lord will not show his abilities this soon," said Sek as he went to another spot where he trains. Soon he reached an abandoned mine which his father told him about once. And once he made sure that no one really comes here, he used this place for training on days when the regular training area is full. This place though might not be as convenient for aiming and control since there were no targets or magic firing range. This place was good to check the power of spells since the damage dealt here didn't matter much and there were a lot of ways to do physical training as well. Not to mention inside the mine were some mana beasts that started living there and made this mine abandoned. Sek checked if some mana beast was nearby or not and then said, "Absorption line." Light gathered around his hand and soon a black gauntlet appeared on his left hand. "So let's start testing you, and is this the only gear that is awakened right now or the other three are there as well?" asked Sek, but soon shrugged his shoulders and said, "Let's think about that later." After playing around with his sacred gear for a while, Sek understood a few things. Firstly, it was the only sacred gear that he has unlocked yet. Secondly, the line coming out of the gauntlet had a range of about 10 meters which might increase later, he needs to test that out. Thirdly, he can control the movement of the line though only slightly, he needs to train to make it work like a wobbly tentacle from *NT, and he promised himself that he will make it happen since he was the Dark Lord. He could also use it to carry things by wrapping it around the objects, but there was a limit. Sek nodded his head and thought, this is fine and all, but let's get on to absorbing the mana part. He then looked towards the mine and then decided to test it out on some mana beasts. He stood there at the entrance of the cave since he didn't have any light source to take it with. "Oh wait, I got this," said Sek as he unsheathed his sword and then passed mana through it, making it glow. "Now that's what you call a cool flashlight," said Sek as he uses his sword to be the light source. After waking inside for a while, he noticed a group of spider-like mana beasts traveling on the walls. Looking around, he found a weak-looking one, alone near the wall, and slowly let his absorption line get near the beast. "Yes, just like that, slowly, not slowly, now tie it around, perfecto," thought Sek as he wrapped the line around the slider's body very lightly so as to not make it uncomfortable and let it alert the others. He then tried to pull the mana out of its body and soon Sek started feeling some mana coming inside his body. He played around with that ability for a while to check what all it can do and how long it would take to absorb an efficiency of the sacred gear. Once that was done, he left an orb made of his bronze magic near the beast to let him eat it. He soon got out of mind and checked if some mana beast was following him or not. After that was done, he felt that it was about lunchtime and decided to return back. Once he reached home, he opened the door and was surprised to see that his father was there as well, which was quite unusual. "Oh, Se-chan, welcome back. I am home. What happened, Dad? You are home at this time?" "Well, I will be going out for a while because of some work, Baha. It seems like there are some issues with the ore distribution from our mine, so I need to check that," said Zook with an exhausted tone. "Where you will be going?" asked Sek as he washed his hands and sat on the table as well. "Forsaken Realm," said Zook with a dramatic dark tone. Sek stopped and then looked at his father with an excited look and asked, "Dad, can I go with you too? I haven't seen the Forsaken Realm yet. I wanna go." "Baha," said Zook as he was surprised seeing his son excited about going to the Forsaken Realm. He thought that he would be scared or would be not that interested in the Forsaken Realm, since the people from the Noble and Common Realm don't really like them. "Aren't you scared, Sek? Haven't you heard what type of people live there?" asked Zook. "Human type," said Sek, making Elaine chuckle and Zook look at him with a deadpan look on his face. "Isn't it fine? Why not take him with you if he wants to? I will also go and visit my parents in the meantime," said Elaine as she placed Sek's food in front of him and smiled at his son, who returned the smile back to her. "Promise me that you will follow what I say, Baha," said Zook. "I will try," said Sek, totally meaning that he won't. Now Se-chan, even if you are strong and brave, you still need to follow your father's orders there. Otherwise I won't allow that," said Elaine as she pinched Sek's cheeks. "Okay, I promise that I won't get in trouble," said Sek as he pulled his mother's hands away. Elaine smiled as she kissed Sek's cheek, failing to notice that he still didn't agree to follow his father's orders. Chapter 8, Journey to the Forsaken Realm. The next day, with their things packed, Sek and Zook were ready to go on their trip. "Alright Se-chan, take care of your father. And make sure to not get into some trouble, alright? Make sure your father don't play around, alright?" said Elaine as she bent down to match Sek's height. Don't worry, I will take care of Dad," said Sek, earning a chuckle from Elaine. "Alright Sek, let's go, Baha," said Zook as he checked his stuff once again. He wanted to take the magic broom, but it was not possible with him having luggage and Sek at the same time. He sighed and put the bag on his back. Sek nodded and then rushed inside and fetched a broom. "Let's go then," said Sek as he sat on the broom and gestured his father to come along. "Sek, we just have 2 brooms at home and your mom is taking one, Baha. And we cannot move on just one broom, you know," said Zook as he shook his head. Sek tilted his head in confusion and said, "We can't." Hearing that, Zook and Elaine nodded their heads. Sek felt confused because as he can remember he had carried something twice as big as his father on the broom without any difficulty. He took the broom, placed it below his father and then got on top of it as well and said, "Don't worry, I am the Dark Lord for nothing, you know," said Sek with grin, and soon started levitating up in the sky with his father behind him. Zook and Elaine were surprised seeing how easily Sek was able to lift all of that on the broom along with him and were speechless. "Okay Mom, bye. Say hi to Grandpa and Grandma," said Sek as he took off with his father. Zook, who snapped out of his trance and looked at his son in amazement. "Sek, are you fine? You are not forcing yourself, right?" asked Zook. No need to worry Dad, it's not that difficult. Just tell me the directions," said Sek as he just hummed a tune, not thinking much about it. Zook told him the direction and just stared at him for a while. He knew that his son was a bit unique because of his actions he showed from time to time, like calling himself Dark Lord or not using Baha while speaking. Not to mention his mana pool was quite large compared to even adults. If not for the fact that there was resemblance between him and his son, he would have thought that he was not even his son. Even their affinity were same, and he saw Elaine give birth to him. He sighed thinking that his son would become a great person in future and felt proud of him. "Sek, I am glad that you are my son, Baha," said Zook as he patted Sek's shoulder. "Now just start using Baha and I can say that there was nothing wrong in your upbringing, Baha," said Zook. No, said Sek and continued flying. After flying for a while, Sek looked around with slight excitement as it was the first time he was leaving the town. Sek, change directions from here. There will be some mana beasts residing in this region. Okay. Sek changed the directions and continued their journey, but soon both of them heard a screech. They turned around with a surprised look on their faces and saw a big bird following them. Is that the mana beast that you talked about, Dad? Yes, but why is it coming here? We didn't infiltrate their territory. It's searching for a food with large amount of mana. A.K.me, said Sek without any worry. Is that so? How do you know that? Well, I have faced off against these types of birds before. They always try to eat me up and are able to sense me. Let's deal with this soon, said Sek as he turned around and headed towards the bird. Dad, take control of the broom for a while, said Sek as he took out his sword. Bronze magic, swords strike, said Sek as multiple swords appeared around him and fired towards the beast. The beast who saw that tried to dodge, but two of them still struck the beast. Sek increased the speed of the broom and got directly above the bird and said, "Take care, Dad, I will meet you on the ground," and jumped off from the broom. Well then, Ecstase, it's your first prey after you got your name. Let's use your unique ability, said Sek as he channeled his mana to the sword, making it glow. Soon he landed on the bird's back and sliced its neck with his sword, which passed through its skin, muscles, band bones without much resistance, and chopped off its head cleanly. As soon as the bird lost its head, Sek started falling down along with the bird. Now this is troublesome, muttered Sek as he kept on falling towards the ground. I didn't think of a way to deal with after it is dead. Well, anyway, bronze magic, hamster ball. A round transparent shell appeared around Sek as he changed. He gripped his sword tightly. A blunt broadsword, said Sek as the sword changed to the desired form. He then pointed his sword towards the ground and said, "Extend," and the sword's blade started growing and rushed towards the ground. After falling for a while, Sek felt the sword hit the ground and his fall started slowing down, and after a while it totally stopped. Seeing that he was still quite up in the air, he slowly started pulling the blade back and started descending and soon reached the ground safely. Getting out of the shield, Sek looked around and soon found the body of the beast that he killed. "Sek!" yelled Zook as he rushed towards his son. "Oh hey Dad," said Sek as he waved his hand. "Don't hey Dad me, what the hell was that? Are you fine? See you injured somewhere?" asked Zook as he checked Sek's body. "Don't worry, these things are small fries for me, no need to care much about it," said Sek with a shrug, making Zook look at him with a deadpan expression on his face. "Sek, first of all, that beast you just killed is not a small fr. Second, how the hell did you all that?" asked Zook. Hearing that Sek told him about what he usually do with the hunter but still kept high other training a secret. After hearing that, Zook nodded his head and said, "All right. No need to bother with that hunter anymore. I was wondering why he was so willing to get you as his assistant and make you work as a hunter. He even offered us money so as to adopt you. I was wondering where he got that kind of money, but seeing how you can easily deal with this beast, which at least would fetch 10,000 yell, it's not surprising he got that much." "Wait a minute, you are telling me that this beast could be sold for about 10k, asked Sek, to which Zook nodded. Immediately Sek frowned and said, "That bloody bastard of a hunter, he told me that it only sold for about 2000 yell and only gave me about 500 yell for this. Forget it, he will feel the wrath of the Dark Lord once I go back," said Sek seriously as a malicious smirk appeared in his face. Chapter 9, Dark Lord's Good Deed. After defeating the Mana Beast, instead of continuing their journey, the father-son duo decided to deal with the Mana Beast first, since first, it will sell well. Second, if the corpse was left behind, various animals and other Mana Beasts will gather in the area and could be dangerous for other people. "Ready, Sek?" asked Zook as his grimoire started floating up. "Yes." Bronze creation magic, large carrier. A carrier big enough to hold the whole Mana Beast appeared. Sek and Zook then loaded the Mana Beast on top of it and then came in front. Bronze creation magic, Zook's shining star. Bronze magic, bronze bike. Both of them then connected their bikes to the carrier and then started pulling it along. Soon they reached a nearby village where the people were slightly wary of them since they made such an entrance. But still none of them stopped the two since they didn't want to bother the people who could defeat such a mana beast. Both of them stood in front of the place where they could sell the mana beast. Zook went inside to talk about it while Sek stood behind to keep an eye on their catch. A lot of people are gathering to look at the mana beast. Well, the Dark Lord himself defeated it, no wonder all of them are amazed by it, thought Sek as he puffed up his chest. Anyway, muttered Sek as he looked around the village and thought, this village is poor, I need to make sure that no one tries something funny with Dad, Mom told me to take care of him after all. Sek sttled there for a while and then noticed a few people coming closer to look at the beast. Sek just let them be, if they want to look at his achievement then they are more than welcome to do so. Ugh, umm. Sek heard some noise and turned his head to see a young kid wearing a robe to cover its face trying to look into the carrier. Though because of its height the kid was unable to look. Sighing, Sek used his magic and made a platform for the kid to stand up on. Wah helped the kid as the ground below its feet suddenly raised up. The kid looked at the platform and then at the carrier. Noticing that it was the same type of magic, the kid turned towards Sek and nodded its head. Sek, who saw the kid turn towards him, now recognized the kid as a girl, or a trap. Still Sek nodded his head in response and then waited for his dad. Sek, bring it to the back, said Zook as he called from inside the building. Sek nodded and then walked towards the back of the carrier. You should get away from it since I am going to move it now, said Sek to the girl who was looking at the beast. Ah, yes. Thank you for earlier, said the girl as she politely thanked him and got off the platform. Sek nodded and then connected his bike to the carrier once again and pulled it towards the back of the establishment. There the people from the establishment checked the beast and after making sure that everything was all right they went back to bring in the money. Meanwhile Sek secretly used his sacred gear to absorb the remaining mana of the beast to recharge his own mana and then asked the people in charge of butchering the beast to give them some of the meat from the beast as well. Isn't that meat too much, Baha? What are you even going to do with all that? Asked Zook as he saw a big parcel in Sek's hands. It seems like the people who bought the beast were too excited to get their hands on a mana beast after a long time and gave slightly larger portion to Sek when he asked them about it. Sek didn't refuse them as it was his profit anyway. Sek smiled and looked towards Zook and said, I will ask a stall that I saw on the way to prepare it for us to eat. Zook smirked at that as well. He knew that mana beasts whose meat is edible taste great. And knowing that his son was going to let someone prepare it for them made him slightly excited. Soon both of them came to the stall which Sek talked about and asked the owner about him preparing the meat. The owner agreed to that. Though he said that he wanted some of the meat for himself as well, to which both of them had no problems since it was way too much for them anyway and by this they didn't need to pay for the preparation. Baha, that was some good meal. Thanks to Sek I was able to eat something so great, said Zook as he ruffled Sek's hair. Sek just laughed as both him and his father had their bellies bulging out since they ate a lot. But still quite a bit was left behind and it would surely soil if not consumed soon. Well, don't worry much, Baha. We will finish it all by the evening even if we have to overeat again, said Zook as he patted his bulging belly. Sek just sighed at his father's antics and just walked silently. Wait here, Sek, I will go and ask for the directions to reach an inn, said Zook, to which Sek nodded. Once Zook was gone, Sek turned his head to the side and saw a kid peeking towards him and said, You can come out. I know that you are there. The kid panicked and wanted to run away but stopped himself as he knew that it wouldn't change anything. He walked out of the corner and showed himself to Sek. You have been following us for a while. Unfortunately for you I have quite some experience being looked and followed like a prey and you were not that good at hiding, said Sek, making the boy slightly embarrassed. So what do you want? Asked Sek. Can I have some of that food? Asked the boy. Sek, who heard that question, glanced at the boy and then towards an alley further away from them and saw a group of children younger than the boy in front of him looking towards the boy. Sek then glanced back at the boy and asked, I don't mind, but what can you give me in return for this? Asked Sek. Hearing that the boy fell into dilemma, he started thinking about what to do before he started searching through his pockets and then took out everything he had and showed it to Sek and said, "This is all I have, you can take whatever you want." Sek looked at the boy's palm which had a lot of things inside, seeing which the boy got disappointed thinking that Cells was not interested. But suddenly he felt someone touching his arm and saw Sek taking something from him and said, "Here, take this, it should be enough to let you and the other kids that are waiting for you, be full for today. Also a word of advice from me, start practicing magic so that when you receive your grimoire you could at least earn enough to fill your stomach through your hard work. It's not necessary for you to get a good affinity, but hey, there is always work for every affinity. Heck, I know someone who will become great without even having magic." Sek then gave him the quarter of what he had left and let the boy go. The boy though teared up and thanked Sek for help while also promising him that he will do as he said. Sek smiled as he saw the boy and the other kids jump in joy and thought, well, even the great Dark Lord has a heart, it feels good doing good things for others. Now then, on to the main topic. Sek took a deep breath and took out something from his pocket and thought, why the hell does that kid have a Fu * King magic stone? Yelling mentally, Sek looked at the golden decagon stone in his hand with a 4-sided star made on top of it. Chapter 10, Going to the Inn. This magic stone, though it's great to have one, it's dangerous as well. As soon as Patoli gets the wind that I have a magic stone, he will come after me, though on the other hand he must still be busy with gathering his other elves since that salamander contractor must still be in Diamond Kingdom and it's not like he will surely know that I have a magic stone. Also it is unlikely of him to attack the town in which I live in since there are a lot of magic knights, yet since he still needs to recruit his army, should I keep this or not? Sek started thinking about what to do with the stone. Surely there was danger with him keeping the stone, but he also knew that it was advantageous for him to keep it, since he had a theory that sacred gears could absorb things if their wielders wills it, like how Issei absorbed Ascalon. He just need to wait for all his sacred gears to manifest and have Vritra gain consciousness and then he would be able to do it. Theoretically that is. Let's just keep it for now, it's not like no, let's not raise any flags, said Sek as he controlled his mouth. He took out his sword and changed its shape so as to make a space in the hill to keep the stone hidden and put it inside that. Seriously, you keep helping me with everything, are you sure that you are not my waifu? Ecstase-chan, said Sek as he kissed the sword's hilt and then sheathed it once again. Soon Zook returned back and told him that he found a fine inn and both of them went there to check if it was fine. On the way Zook asked what happened to the food as he could clearly notice that some of it was missing. Knowing that his father didn't have a liking towards peasants and poor, he told him that he sold some of it to someone who asked him and showed him some of the money that he brought with him from his home. Well, technically it was his earnings from the what he hunted with Will. Zook nodded his head and praised Sek for finding a way for them to not waste the meat. Soon they reached the inn, which looked slightly better compared to the normal buildings of the village, and entered inside, ringing a bell which was connected to the door. Sek looked around and saw a woman standing at the reception, and seeing her ass and assets he could tell why she was there. Knowing that his father would get swayed by her as he could already see him drool a bit, he stepped forward to deal with it. "Welcome to our inn, how can I help you?" asked the lady, looking towards Sek with a smile. Sek looked at her and thought, I can guess how much load is on her shoulders. Forget anime, those were in the realm of H*Ntai, as he looked at the button which was suffering to hold the clothes together. Sek took a deep breath and asked with a smile on his face, "Big sister, can me and my father get a room here for tonight?" "Yeah, older sister, do I really look that young?" asked the lady, holding her cheeks which were blushing. Sek didn't reply to, he just looked at the pitiful button and thought, I pity you, but please break in front of me. I promise that I will catch you. Ah, you wanted to book a room, right? Let me see, yeah, there are rooms available. Would you like to stay for tonight? Asked the lady. We would love to, Baha, said Zook as he appeared out of nowhere and leaned against the counter. The lady, who saw the man who came with the boy who was talking to her earlier, smiled as she immediately went to her business mode. Oh my, a handsome man like you would be staying at our lodging, looks like we are very fortunate, said the lady with a sultry tone. Zook and all the other males who were nearby shivered a bit as they heard the sexy and alluring voice. Even Sek lost his cool for a bit but soon recovered as he thought, "Calm down Sek, you need to make sure Dad don't mess up. Mom entrusted you with that." He then used his other magic which he tested once and touched Zook, whose body immediately stopped moving, but still he glanced at Sek knowing that it was his doing. "Big sister, how much is the cost for spending one night here? We would like to have a double room," asked Sek, totally ignoring his dad. "Oh, a double room, sure, 500 yells for the stay, although if you add 200 more we will add tomorrow's breakfast in it too," said the woman with a normal smile towards Sek. She felt that it was better to talk normally with a kid like Sek who spoke well with her than to engage with men who were attracted to her sex appeal. "Really, thanks big sister. We will like to book a room here for the night," said Sek as he took out 1000 yell from his father's purse and gave 750 yells to the lady, 50 yell extra because he still pitied the unfortunate button. "It's all right little guy, just rest for a while. No one will be angry at you, well except for the lady, but all of us including me will praise you," thought Sek as he kept the remaining 250 yell in his pocket as a fee for keeping his father in line. The lady then wrote Zook's name in her register and gave a key to Sek while also giving him a wink for the extra tip. "She will make sure to add a bit more in the boys' portion in tomorrow's breakfast." Sek smiled as he took the key from her and pushed his father towards the room that the lady told him about. Chapter 11, A Walk Around the Village. Sek entered the room along with Zook, who snapped out of the spell's effect some time ago. Once they got in the room, Sek stared at his father and said, "If you don't want me to tell Mom about how you act." 1000 yells, said Zook as he took out the money. 2000, or this will reach Mom's ears, said Sek as he moved his hands forward. Zook immediately took out the money and gave it to Sek and said, "Keep what you saw up to yourself, Baha." Sek nodded and said, "All right, but no flirting during the trip. Mom told me to take care of you." "It was the other way around, Baha," said Zook, but he knew that it was Sek, who had more power right now. Sek narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you really think that you can keep the Dark Lord under your control? If I told Elaine about what this Dark Lord has been doing in the forest, Baha, your freely going out would be banned," said Zook. Both father and son stared intensely at each other and Sek said, "Let's pretend this conversation never happened," said Sek as he walked towards the door. "Where are you going, Baha?" asked Zook. "Well, it's my first time out of the town, so I want to look around. I will come back before it turns dark," said Sek. "Wait, then I will go with you too, Baha," said Zook as he kept the luggage in the room and then went out with Sek and said, "It's our first father-son trip, so let's enjoy it together, Baha," and smiled at Sek. Sek smiled back at him and nodded his head, no matter what type of person he was or how much he tried to make him learn the Baha. Sek liked this man as his father since he really reached out to and helped him. Both of them walked around the village getting attention from the others since many people knew them as the ones who brought the mana beast, though most of them thought Zook as the stronger one since, well, the Dark Lord was too good at deception. Sek also took care of the remaining meat by selling it to the inn lady, who was excited to get some mana beast meat, and by that Sek earned the money for their dinner. "So is there anything that you want, Sek Baha? We have quite a bit of money to spare, so think if you need something." Let's see if I can get a new sheath for X days, this old one is quite worn out after all," said Sek as he showed the beaten up sheath to Zook. "You gave a name to that sword which I gave you such a long time ago, Baha. Hey, why not buy you a any?" "Stop right there, X-Dace-chan is my soul mate and I am not parting with her," said Sek as he tightly hugged his sword and glared at Zook. Zook was surprised by the sudden outburst from Sek and became speechless and thought, "Did he love my birthday gift that much? But that was just some last-minute thing that I got since I forgot that it was his birthday." He then became slightly guilty about that but felt happy that his son liked the gift that much. "All right then, Baha. Let's look for a new sheath for your sword," said Zook as he laughed out loud. Sek stared at his father for a while before he put his sword back on his waist and started following him. After looking around for a while, Sek found a new sheath for his sword, a dark leather and metal sheath, and though it didn't have any design, Sek thought of making one later. No way something that belonged to the Dark Lord would not have his mark were the thoughts that Sek had. Happy with the purchase, Sek admired the sheath for a while, seeing which Zook felt happy as well. He just stared at his son and felt happy that he came together with him on the trip. On the way, Zook's eyes fell on a liquor store and stopped for a while before he glanced towards Sek. Sek, who understood what his father's dilemma was, said, "It's fine if you want to go, but don't spend too much on alcohol. We already have quite a bit of luggage with us, so adding more would be troublesome. Go, I will wait here." Zook smirked as he gave his son a thumbs up and said, "Here I come, Baha," and rushed towards the store. "Now then, let's deal with the main task for which I wanted to go out," thought Sek as he looked around with a normal expression on his face. Doing that, he noticed at least 2 people keeping an eye on him. It really was a bad idea to sell something like the mana beast in a village like this. Should have taken the longer route to go to the bigger town though, Sek, as he could guess what these people wanted with him and his father. But he just let them be as long as they don't mess directly with him or his father. He didn't want to get his father falling into trouble because he needlessly stepped forward. He just stared directly at the 2 men and released his magic power, clearly indicating that he knows where they were and that his magic power was not something appropriate for his age. Shit, if he has that much of mana, how much would his father have? It's not safe to deal with them, thought one of the men who were looking towards Shun. He tapped his partner's shoulder and told him to leave them be. The partner didn't want to, but knowing that it will be dangerous since that man was strong and his son seemed competent enough as well. So their plan of taking his a hostage would not go well. Reluctantly walking away, the 2 people sighed, seeing which Sek sighed as well, knowing that the situation would not let's stop there, no need for flags. Waiting around for a while, Sek soon noticed a familiar looking cloaked kid he met in the morning coming towards him. Mister, can you please tell me if there is an inn nearby? Me and my brother are looking for one, asked the kid. I am new here too, so sorry I cannot help much, although I can tell you about the inn me and my father at staying at, said Sek. Hearing that, the girl thought about it for a while and said, "Let me tell about this to my brother," said the girl as she ran away. Soon she returned back with another cloaked figure, clearly a boy older than her. Sek also noticed a few people following the 2 of them in shadows and thought, these guys are not simple, either some big shots, or someone trying to lower our guard to rob us. Sama, this is the person I told you about, basis the girl. Ah, what have my beautiful eyes laid their sight upon, though you are not that ugly compared to the others, said the boy in a dramatic tone. Sek, who heard that, thought, forget that they are just a pain in the ass. Chapter 12, First Meeting with the Royalty. Sek, who heard that, could guess who might this person be and said, "So is that your brother? What do you want to do then?" He then looked towards the girl since he thought it would be troublesome to talk to the boy. "Humph, I cannot let the not so beautiful you taint my sister," said the boy as he came forward and stood in front of the girl. Sek didn't say anything and asked, "So mister, do you want to know or what cause I would be on my way once my father comes back?" The boy wanted to say something, but the girl came forward and said, "Sama. Humph, I will let you tell what we want to know in your not so beautiful voice," said the boy. Sek ignored him and looked towards the girl and asked, "Is he always like that? Anyway, let's leave it, I don't wanna know. The inn, you see, go straight from here and once you encounter a barber shop, go left and after that take the first right, keep going straight and you will reach the inn called Sleep With Me. You will recognize it from the outside since its construction is slightly better compared to the normal in this village," said Sek as he told the directions to the little girl. "Barber shop, left, right, sleep with me, okay," said the girl as she called out the key points. Her brother though looked at her with concern and asked, "Mimosa, can you remember that?" Hearing her name out of the boy's mouth, Sek confirmed their identities. Mimosa Vermilion and her brother whateveris Namuas Vermilion were the ones standing in front of him. He glanced at both of them and saw them bickering with each other, though it was just the brother making sure that his sister won't get lost by remembering the wrong directions. "If you are so much worried about that, I will tell you the directions and you can correct your sister if she is on the wrong path," said Sek as he knew that the narcissist in front of him didn't hear the directions. The boy widened his eyes in surprise and looked towards Sek and said, You are very smart. Well, common sense is not so common after all, thought Sek as he just shrugged his shoulders and told the directions once again to the brother. Phew, even though I am superior to you, I will at least thank you for telling us the way. Let's go, Mimosa, said the boy. No prob, weirdo, said Sek as he was thinking when the hell would his father come back. Wah! Do you even know whom you are referring to like that? Just so you know, I am a Roy, said the boy, but before he was able to finish, Sek covered his mouth with his hand and gestured him to keep quiet. Listen here, don't tell out that you are a royal. In a place like this, you will just look like big bags of money to the kidnappers in this village, said Sek. Both the sibling got tensed as Sek said that, but the brother soon snapped about and removed Sek's hand from his mouth and told him, How dare you taint my beautiful face, and how do you know that we are royalty, even before I mentioned that? The boy then moved Mimosa behind her to protect her, seeing that Sek pointed at both of them and said, Even though you are wearing cloaks, your jewelry is still visible when you are this close, not to mention the girl is wearing vermilion crest accessory. Both the sibling immediately looked towards Mimosa and saw what Sek told them about. I am sorry, Ani-sama, said Mimosa as she lowered her head. It's fine, Mimosa, just keep that in mind from the next time, said the boy as he patted his sister's head and then looked towards Sek. Sek looked back at him without baby change in his expression, but soon turned around and said, You sure took your sweet time, Dad, and it seems like you went a bit overboard in there. Sek sighed, seeing that his father had both his hands full with booze, which was clearly too much for him to finish today. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later, basis Sek as he started at Zook for a while before he turned around and said, Well then, we will be going now, let's talk if you guys come to the same inn. Sek then walked away with Zook, who was having become problems handling all the bottles, but Sek didn't help him. It was his own fault and will have to deal with it on his own. Once they reached the inn, Zook's legs moved towards the receptionist, but Sek moved him towards the room and greeted the lady, who greeted him back. Once they were in the room, Zook went to his job of arranging his luggage to make space for the bottles, while Sek just jumped on the bed to relax. In the evening, while having dinner in the cafeteria, Sek noticed the royal siblings at the reception, who seemed to be looking at him as well. Sek waved his hand towards them and saw Mimosa returning the wave, whereas her brother just looked away. Sek didn't mind though, as he focused on his food, and once he was done he went back to his room to rest. Some time later, his father was lying wasted on his bed when Sek suddenly heard a knock on his door. Opening the door, he saw the two royal he met in the morning and said, Good evening. Good evening, said Mimosa with a smile on her face. Humph, even though you are not as beautiful as me, helping me in the morning will make you even more beautiful, so be grateful. Anyway, there's one thing that I want to ask. What is your name? Asked the boy. It's common etiquette even amongst us to introduce ourselves before asking for introduction, basis Sek as he closed the door of the room and came out. Ah, sorry, I forgot. I am Mimosa, said the girl. Be amazed by hearing my beautiful name. My name is Kirschworm, said the boy in a dramatic pose, but was once again stopped by Sek from telling his family name. At least learn from you mistakes. My name is Sek and I don't have a good first impression from you, said Sek as he stared at Kirsch. Kirsch glared at him and removed his hand from his mouth and started telling Sek that he should know what are the consequences of acting like that towards a royal and how generous he was in not reporting about it. Sek just turned his brain off as he heard the narcissist royal, while Mimosa just facepalmed, feeling embarrassed about how her brother was acting. You have it really tough, dealing with him on a daily basis, said Sek as he patted Mimosa's shoulder, who looked at him with a grateful look. Sek then asked why they were in front of his room, to which Mimosa told him that they came to thank him, and Mimosa wanted to talk as well since she was bored. Well, it was mostly because she was tired of her brother's monologuing and wanted to not think about that for a while. Sek just looked at her pity and then glanced back in his room, seeing that his father was still asleep and would not wake up for a while, and agreed to the girl's proposal since he too didn't have anything to do. Chapter 13, Chat with the Royals. So what are you planning? Asked Sek as he looked towards Mimosa with a curious look on his face. Let's go to our room, we can talk there, said Mimosa. Absolutely not, I cannot let someone like him taint my beautiful room where the beautiful me will have a beautiful sleep, said Krish. But neither of the two listened to him as Mimosa led Sek to their room while she asked him some questiones. That commoner already tainted my sister in such a small time, commoners really are scary beings, said Kirsch. I need to purify my sister, wait for the beautiful me you two, said Kirsch as he followed the other two. Once they got inside the room, Sek looked around and said, they really prepared a better room for the nobles. Of course, they know how to treat the people above them, said Kirsch. Sek didn't say anything in return and just found a wooden chair to sit upon. He was not willing to hear the endless rambling from the narcissist royal for sitting on his bed. And by seeing how the royal gave him the stink eye when he sat on the chair, his doubt was confirmed. So Sek-san, what type of magic do you use? Well, I used bronze magic. What about you, Mimosa-san? Me, I use plant magic. Phew, my magic is just as beautiful as me, said Kirsch as he stood in a dramatic pose and sprouted cherry blossoms around him. Oh, cherry blossoms really are beautiful, I agree with you on that, said Sek, but in his mind there was only one thing that was going on. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Sek closed his eyes as he thought, damn, that would be hella cool if I could use that. But sadly not even X-Dace-chan can help me with that. At least you know how beautiful my magic is, even though you are a commoner, said Kirsch. Hearing that, Sek snapped out of his thoughts of him using the Bankai while standing with a cool and composed expression on his face. Sek just nodded his head and all three of them continued their talk. And today my dad told me the actual value of that mana beast and I came to know how much that will person took advantage of me, said Sek as he told them about his experiences. Even though all people cannot be as beautiful as me, hearing all that I can tell that man is even below and uglier than trash, said Kirsch with a slight frown on his face. It's really horrible of him to use a child as a bait and then taking advantage of them even further. And to do that with Sek-san, who is so kind, said Mimosa. Hearing that, both the boys looked at her curiously and thought, how did she got that impression from me/him? Both the boys then glanced at each other and gestured, asking if the other knew what is she talking about. Noticing that the room got awkwardly silent, Mimosa looked towards the two boys and said, I saw Sek-san helping a poor kid and his friends during the day, he really is kind. Hearing that, Sek widened his eyes as he didn't expect someone to see at that time. Well, thank you, I guess, though I am not kind. It just happens to be that we had excess of the mana beast meat left with us, and it would have gone bad if not consumed, so I gave it to the boy and his friends, said Sek. You are poisoning them, you know, said Kirsch. Well, you can say that, but it's fine. I felt good by doing that and they too felt happy when I gave them the food which will allow them to live longer. I also advised the boy what he should do to get a better life, so now it's up to him. I cannot help him every time, said Sek. Humph, whatever. I cannot change your mentality if you have already edged it that strong, said Kirsch. So where are you two heading? It must be rare for royals like you to go to the Forsaken Realm, asked Sek. As if the beautiful Miwal father had some work in one of the villages, so we too tagged along with him as well. He need to make some round around the kingdom from time to time anyway. What about you, Sek-san? Asked Mimosa with a smile, making her brother stare at her. My father too had some work in a village where the ores from the mine he supervises are sent. Apparently there are some issues regarding the distribution there. So I tagged along with him since I was curious about the Forsaken Realm as well, said Sek. Where are you headed to? Asked Kirsch. Sek thought about what his father told him and then replied to Kirsch. Kirsch and Mimosa on the other hand widened their eyes in surprise as Mimosa immediately stood up from her spot and held Sek's hand. Sek-san, we are heading there as well, why don't you tag along with us too? Asked Mimosa. Hey, that cannot be all. Kirsch tried to say something but Sek interrupted him and said, sorry, but we cannot. Dad will need to deal with this soon, so he will be required BTO arrive there soon as well. And with your schedule of making a round around the kingdom it will take a lot of time. Sek said that with an apologetic expression on his face which made Mimosa sad, seeing which both the boys felt that they did something wrong. How about this, Mimosa-san? If I am still around by the time you arrive in that village, we will meet again, said Sek. Hearing that, Mimosa's eyes shined as she nodded her head and said, all right, I will make sure to reach there in the time you are still there. Humph, looks like there is a chance that the beautiful me have to bear with a commoner like you once again, said Kirsch as he crossed his arms and snorted. Sek just sighed as he was already familiar with the narcissistic way of talking and just nodded his head. After that the royals told him about the noble realm and continued their talk for a while before Mimosa yawned, informing that she was sleepy, seeing which Sek told them that he was sleepy and went back to his room. Chapter 14, Visiting the Demon Skull. The next morning Sek and his father woke up quite late. Since Sek slept quite late after talking with the royals while Zook was simply too drunk. Once they woke up, Zook groaned because of his hangover while Sek got refreshed and then went down to get something to cure his father's hangover. On his way he met Mimosa and Kirsch, who were standing along with a man with gaudy clothes whom he assumed to be their father. Not knowing how their father was, Sek decided to ignore the two of them to avoid any useless troubles and got a hangover medicine from the receptionist lady who was torturing the pitiful button. Getting back to his room, he gave the medicine to his father and started packing up their stuff while his father recovered. Once that was over, Sek pushed his father towards the cafeteria and made him take a seat so that they can have their breakfast and leave. And just like the lady promised to herself, she did gave Sek a larger share and a sweet as an extra service. Once the breakfast was over, Sek and his slightly recovered father decided to continue their journey. Sek though just said a goodbye to Kirsch and Mimosa as he was going out and went away along with his father on the broom, making Mimosa yell at him for not saying his goodbyes properly. Kirsch just stated how ugly his farewell was and told Mimosa not to think much as they may meet him at the village they promised to meet. On his way towards the village, Sek was getting a little too annoyed while maintaining the broom's height. Hey dad, get a hold of yourself or I will drop you here, said Sek for the nth time, though his dad was not able to maintain his balance and continued to wobble. Seeing that there was no other way, he headed towards the ground and forcefully made him vomit. Once he was calmed down enough, he looked at Sek with a confident look on his face and said, Baha, I am in my top form, Baha. Sek just stared intently at him, making the man flinch at his son's gaze. Sek then once again continued their journey and soon they reached the place where his dad had to work, and Sek was excited about this place, not because he wanted to look around the village or that it was very beautiful. But the fact that he could see the giant head from the air at quite a distance from that place made him excited. What was the name of that place? Something like Mage or Rage. Well, whatever, let's go and visit the protagonist's village, or more likely the giant head. I wanna see it up close, thought Sek as he landed on the ground. After finding the place where Zook needed to work, both of them found a lodging at the same place, and Zook said, Listen Sek, I will be busy from now on so I can't accompany you. Promise me that you would be a good boy, Baha. The Dark Lord is always at his best, said Sek. And what do you mean by good, Baha? Asked Zook. I will go around on my own without disturbing my hard-working father and making troubles for him, said Sek with an innocent look on his face, and thought, I will deal with those troubles on my own anyway. Zook sighed and patted Sek's head and said, Just be safe. I care a lot for you, Baha. Sek smiled at him and said, I care a lot about you too, Dad. I will be fine, so don't worry. If you care about me, then start saying Baha already. I won't tarnish my title of the Dark Lord, said Sek with a serious look on his face. Zook just sighed seeing his son's reluctance and went to do his job, leaving Sek alone. Sek, who was now alone, took the broom with him and got up in the air and headed towards the giant skeletal head. Overlooking the village, Sek noticed that it was by far the most underdeveloped place he had seen, though he haven't seen much of the kingdom. This place just has wide grasslands with a few houses scattered around and a lot of cultivation fields. The only big buildings that this place had was a church and the Grimoire Tower, and that was all there was. Sister Lily, please marry me. Hearing that yell out of nowhere, Sek got startled and almost fell down from him broom. What the foo *k? How did I hear that yell all the way up here? No, forget that. How loud must that person have yelled to even make me, who was so up here, startled by his yell? Is this what you call the power of the protagonist? Muttered Sek as he looked towards the church from above and saw a boy lying down on the ground totally wet with some water around him. Yeah, let's not meet them for now, said Sek as he turned his broom towards the giant demon skull. This really looks cool, and spooky, but more of cool, said Sek as he stared at the giant skull. He then lowered his broom as he spotted the statue of the first Wizard King, or the petrified Wizard King, and landed beside him. He stared intently at the statue for a while as he checked him out from top to bottom. He then moved his hand towards the statue's little brother and slapped him there. So he really is just a statue right now. Pity to you, dude. Your sword is not stuck in stone and is rock hard at that, said Sek. He must have died as a virgin too, and that too after having such an handsome face and money, thought Sek as he shed a tear for the sealed Wizard King. Now then, let's see which one of your holes belong to mine, said Sek as he moved his hands towards his pants, and unsheathed his sword, Ecstase. He then held the sword which had the magic stone embedded in it and took it out of the hilt before matched it with the hole it goes into. So directly above the crotch. Hey, well, I will lend it to you when you need it, but I will keep it for the time being, said Sek as he placed the stone back in his sword's hilt and sheathed it. He then sat down beside the statue and said, Man, I am really tired, I really want to rest up and live a lively and comfortable life. He then laid back on the skeleton head and thought, but knowing what all is going to happen in the future and the fact that I may not be able to survive like the real Sek in those kind of events, makes me quite restless that I cannot help but push myself all the way I can, in some sort of way, knowing future is bad for the person. He then looked towards the statue beside him and said, You were at the top at your time, right, and made yourself such a figure that people started giving the title you had as an award to the current top dogs of this kingdom. So be proud of yourself. He then smirked and said, and know about this as well, that I will become the new #1 and will make sure that the title, Dark Lord, gets to be as important and influential as the title of Wizard King and is passed down too. I feel stupid talking to a statue, but I know that he is still alive, thought Sek as he sighed. He then looked up at the sky and said, Wizard King, how in the world did he possess that kind of mana when all the other humans at that time feared the elves because of their high mana capacity, and most of those who have high mana in these times are the reincarnations of elves. Though royalty have their own high mana capacity, it is still incomparable to that of elves. Was he just like me, someone loved by mana, or just a protagonist of his time? Too many questions. I really wanna know if there was a way to gain that much mana without the help of my blessing. He then glanced towards the statue and said, Give me some kind of answer, my fellow brother who died being a virgin. Suddenly out of nowhere he felt something rushing towards him and immediately bolted up to attack. Sek then turned around and saw a bird with a flower in its mouth coming towards him. Is that Nero? Thought Sek as he dodged the incoming bird. The bird, who was suddenly dodged by Sek, was surprised by that and went past him, but Sek caught its neck with relative ease and said, Whoa there, you surprised me for a while. Now that I look carefully at you, your eyes look fierce and you are too fluffy as well. Wonder how will you taste? Sek then licked his lips, making the bird flinch and struggle to get out of Sek's grasp. Sek chuckled, seeing the woman-turned bird frightened and struggle in his hands, said, What should I do with you, little birdie, roast you or fry? What do you think will make you taste more delicious? Hearing that, the bird paled. In all her life she not have once been caught like that, and to hear that someone would want to make her their lunch was something she had not ever imagined in her life. The bird gulped her saliva and stared intently at Sek without any change in her expression, though Sek could feel that the bird was trembling. Sek sighed and said, Relax, I am not going to eat you, all right, and then thought, even though you are a bird now, you are still a human, and the thought of eating a human is not something that I will have when my life is not an overly extreme foo *ked up shit. He then loosened his grasp around the bird's neck, making it breathe a sigh of relief, and said, Go. The bird looked towards Sek for a while before it turned around and placed the flower that she had in her mouth in front of the statue. Paying respect to the Wizard King, aren't you quite a loyal citizen of Clover Kingdom, little birdie, said Sek as he patted the bird's head. The bird didn't say anything but pecked Sek's finger, who immediately moved it away. He then stood up with a smile, seeing that the bird was not able to hit him, and asked, "Do you even know who he is?" Hearing which the bird nodded its head and then flew up to sit on the statue's shoulder. "Don't poop on him, okay? This guy is a historical character in this kingdom," said Sek, making the bird angry as she flew and got above Sek's head and started pecking it. "Ouch," said Sek as he pushed the bird away, making the bird go and sit back on the statue's shoulder. Chapter 15, Familiar. Sek, who visited the village where the protagonist of this world was living, was currently sitting on top of the huge demon skeleton beside the first wizard king's statue. "Here, try this," said Sek as he placed a cloth on the ground, and on top of it were 3 different type of cookies. Out of these 3 there is one which is awfully bitter cause they were burnt. "Let's see if you are lucky or not. Oh, just so you know, the other 2 are absolutely delish," said Sek as he looked at the bird in front of him. The bird, whose face was totally expressionless, tilted her head in confusion, not knowing what the boy in front of him wanted to do, but thinking that the food in front of her might actually be good, she decided to give it a try. If it was a prank to begin with, she would peck the boy's head so hard that it would make a hole in its head. The bird looked at the 3 cookies with an intense glare, and after a while chose a cookie and stood in front of it and raised her wings, telling the boy that she chooses this one. Sek nodded and then broke it into bite size for the bird and gave it to her. The bird moved forward and looked back at Sek once again, wanting to know if this was a trap or not. Feeling nothing dangerous from the cookie, like poison or something else, the bird pecked Sek's hand and ate the small part given to her by Sek. Sek looked at the bird, and even though her expression didn't change, he could tell that it tasted good, since the bird didn't peck the hell out of him and even relaxed a bit. "Humph, Mom's cookies always are the best, as long as she don't burn them," thought Sek as he picked up one of the remaining biscuit in the cloth and put it in his mouth. "Cough cough asterisk shit, that was the bitter one," said Sek as he coughed and took out a container from his bag which had some water in it. After removing the bitter taste from his mouth, Sek offered some water to the bird, who drank without any hesitation. "As I said earlier, you are quite smart for a bird. You are still near me even after I tried to catch you once, means that you realized that I am not dangerous and got attracted by my irresistible charm, right?" said Sek with a smirk on his face, and then said, "Well, can't help it, I am so dreamy after all." The bird looked at the boy in front of him, flew above its head and smacked it with its wing before she started pecking it. "Hey! Ouch ouch! Stop," said Sek as he caught the bird once again and brought it in front of his face and said, "You really are quite a haughty one, like real girls. Say, do you want to become my familiar?" Sek asked, making the bird widen its eyes in surprise. Sek smirked and said, "There are a lot of things that you can gain with this, 3 meals a day that would be good in both taste and for your body, a warm place to sleep, and being the honor of being my first follower." The bird looked at him with a deadpan expression and wanted to peck him once again, but was not able to since she was caught, but still she thought that it was quite peculiar of someone asking her to be a familiar. She had never experienced something like that in her life before. Sek caressed her feather, making the bird feel slightly ticklish and tremble a bit. He chuckled and then said, "Ah, right, since you are going to be my familiar, I cannot keep calling you bird or something like that, right?" Sek started thinking while the bird just stared at him, thinking that the boy already thought that she would become his familiar. "My name is Sek, and since you are a bird, let's call you Secret. See, we now have rhyming names. I noticed that for the first time too," said Sek, though the last part was said in a way that only he could understand that. The bird on the other hand widened her eyes in shock before it turned back to normal as she started remembering her old days. "Secret, hey!" thought the bird as she turned her head to look towards the statue as she stared at it for a while. "Maybe it will be fine though," the bird as she pecked Sek's hand, who was distracted, making it move his hands away in surprise. "Ow, stop doing that already," said Sek as he stared at the bird, who flew up and then sat on top of its head, but didn't find it quite comfortable. "Oh, so you accepted my proposal? Phew, you won't regret it," Secret said Sek as he thought, "Wow, I really just joked about her being my familiar. Well, anyway, Secret is cute and it's not like it would be a burden to take care of her." "Come here," said Sek as he moved his hand in front of Secret, making it jump on it. Get in here and check whether it's fine, said Sek as he revealed the pocket on his t-shirt which was big enough for Secret to sit in. The bird got inside the pocket and just nodded its head. Sek nodded as well as he patted the bird's head and said, "Let's get along from now on, Secret," but didn't receive a reply. "Well, I spent quite a while here, I need to go back before the sun sets," thought Sek. He then turned towards the statue once again and said, "Say goodbye to the Wizard King, Secret, we need to go or my dad will be worried." The bird stared intently at statue for a while before she bowed her head, seeing which Sek nodded his head and said, "Thanks a lot for what you did 5 centuries ago." He then turned around and asked Secret, "Are you ready, Secret? We will be going now," but just received a yell of a cock in response. Sek took his stuff and jumped on the wooden broom and then took off towards the village his father was in along with a new companion. "Secret, let's be good friends to each other and show the world how great and strong the Dark Lord is," to which once again Secret didn't respond and just let it be. Though there was no change in her expression, she still felt quite happy that someone asked him to be his friend and just nodded its head. Sek grinned as he made his way to the other village. With Secret in tow. Chapter 16, A Day with My Familiar. A few days passed by since Sek got Secret as his familiar, though Zook still doesn't know about it and thinks that Sek was just playing around with the bird. Currently they were still in the village. Zook came to work and not having much to do anyway, Sek decided to use the terrain around the village to go on an adventure and train. Being untouched by humans, the forests were very good place for Sek to play around, as both the nature and the mana in the area was good, so using magic in the area will be slightly tougher than usual, making it a good training spots. Though he heard from the villagers that it was only a bit difficult and nowhere near close compared to the strong magic regions, it was still better than nothing. "Secret, ready for today's run in the forest?" asked Sek as he looked at the bird in his pocket. Secret came out of his pocket and started flying beside Sek. She has been living along with him for quite a few days and she has to say it was better than living in the open, comfortable cushion to sleep on, 3 meals a day. Though they were just shares from Sek's meal, it was still good since the boy shared it along with her and eat together with her, which was also a new feeling for her as she usually is all alone, and here was Sek who, being alone and his father being busy with work, was left with Secret alone and did all sorts of things to her. No, we are not talking about those kind of things. Though with all good came bad as well, since Sek tried to make her learn some tricks, like catching the breadcrumbs that he would throw in different directions, mocking her wear cool clothes of her size, which she of course didn't do at all, making Sek sad, though he just decided to continue persuading her. But the worst of all was the time when Sek would take her out of the room so as she could defecate. For that Sek always received a thorough beaking on his head before the bird would fly somewhere away from him and would come back after doing the deeds. But still overall her life was good and she really appreciates what all Sek do for her. But the fact that made her interested in Secret the most was Destined changed to Excalibur, said Sek as the short sword changed its shape and became a beautiful long sword which soon started glowing. Feeling the amount of mana that the sword and Sek were radiating made Secret look at him intently, as she couldn't help but stare at that massive and beautiful mana. This was what was making her interested in him, as she could not tell why he possessed that kind of mana. She has already met his father and knew that his mana was nowhere near as strong or huge like his son's. "Excalibur!" yelled Sek as he fired a beam from his bastardist Excalibur. And even though the power behind the attack was nowhere near comparable to the real one, Sek was really happy whenever he uses that attack. "How was it, Secret?" "It was awesome like always, right?" asked Sek, looking towards the bird who was quite a bit away from him and was watching him train. Secret flew down towards Sek and sat in his shoulder and nodded her head. Sek puffed his chest in pride and said, "Well, I am awesome, no doubt about it, but it's all thanks to X-Dace-chan." He then turned his sword back to its normal form and kissed its blade. Secret just stared at him and thought, "I don't know why he do that, but that sword is really something else, I wonder how he got it." Sek then stared at X-Dace for a while and then said, "Secret, can you take some distance, I want to try something." Secret just flew up and sat on top of a nearby tree. Bronze creation magic, countless swords. Just as the name of the spell signifies, around 10 swords, made up of his magic appeared around him and floated in the air. He then summoned one of the swords near him and held it in his hand and took ecstasy in his other. "Now let's just make sure it doesn't break," said Sek as he stared at the bronze magic sword. Soon the sword split in half from the middle, making two symmetric swords. Sek then changed ecstasy's shape similar to that of the bronze sword and then placed it in between the sword halves and sandwiched it in between them. "Now ecstasy-chan, just don't cut th," said Sek as he let the bronze sword-covered ecstasy float in the air, but just as it got a meter away the bronze shell around it broke and ecstasy fell on the ground. "The bronze coating, looks like I need to work on my spell's toughness rather than speed and power." Sek then took ecstasy and sheathed it before he held two of the bronze swords and let the other float behind him and said, "Let's go Kirito for a while," said Sek as he made the other sword move away from him and then pointed all of them towards himself. "Inhale Kirito mode on," said Sek as all the swords aimed at him shot forward at a great speed, but to Sek, who had experienced quite a bit while fighting in the forests along with Will, was accustomed to such speed and his senses were great as well. Sek then started dodging and slashing at the swords coming towards him, trying to practice dual wielding since, well, why not? After making himself forced to not use his dominating hand to block the incoming swords and instead use a combination of both the hands, Sek practiced like that for a few minutes. After doing that for a while, Sek fell down on the floor covered with sweat and taking deep breaths. Secret, who saw that, thought, "Well, I did agree to become his familiar and he fulfills the conditions too," and then flew up and dived into a bag that Sek brought. She then pulled a towel out of the bag and flew towards Sek before dropping it on top of his face. "Thanks Secret," said Sek with his face covered with towel. Secret didn't reply and just landed beside Sek and stared at him. He still have that much mana left even though he used that many spells, thought Secret as she looked at him. "Secret, I know that I am handsome, but if you stare at me so much I will blue ouch." Secret pecked his forehead as he said something stupid and then looked away. "Ah, you pecked me so hard that blood came out," said Sek as he wiped the blood of his forehead without much thought since it was just a small wound that would hardly cause him any pain. Secret on the other hand looked towards Sek with her expressionless eyes slightly widened but met Sek's back. She hopped towards the side where Sek was looking and saw him wiping the blood. What happened Secret?" asked Sek holding the cloth against his forehead. Secret just stared at his forehead covered by the cloth and thought, "Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that hard. Let me see it." Sek noticed her looking intently at him and thought, "Is she really captivated by my face? But I just joked about it," thought Sek, but then he noticed the bird flying towards him and landing on his shoulder before she pulled the cloth. "Oh, my wound! Don't worry Secret, you are not strong enough to hurt me, it's just a bit of blood," said Sek as he removed the cloth and showed the small scratch on his forehead, seeing which Secret mentally sighed and felt slightly embarrassed for jumping into conclusions, but none of that was expressed on her face. Sek caressed her head with his finger and said, "Anyway, thank you for worrying about me, and learn from this and don't attack me without thinking, all right?" Secret stared at him and thought, "Don't say stupid things if you don't want to get hit," but still nodded her head. Sek smiled and then stood up from the ground and said, "Now let's continue for a bit more and then let's have lunch. Secret, help me find where that big rock is which we used yesterday." Secret flew up in the air and started looking around the area from the sky to look for the spot where the huge rock was. Sek on the other hand just applied some ointment that he always carried with him on the scratch and then followed Secret, who soon came back to inform him. Chapter 17, Getting the Grimoire. It's been quite a while since Sek made Secret his familiar. He met the royals once again back at the village they were staying at but returned back home soon, since his father had done his job. And though Mimosa was slightly upset at that, she still said goodbye to him with a smile, promising to meet again. Though 6 years have passed since that day and no such meeting occurred. Anyways, Sek, who was easily able to convince his mother to let Secret live with them even though Zook said that the bird looked weird earning quite a bit of pecks on his head, had major developments in his magic. Firstly, his mana amount grew by leaps and bounds, shocking even Secret, who could feel that his mana was almost as large as the first Wizard King, even though he was still growing. The bronze spells got stronger and tougher as well, making him easily manipulate ecstasy enclosed in a bronze coating. He even started using the bronze-covered ecstasy as a hoverboard, something which he was very proud about. I mean, who doesn't love hoverboards? He also unlocked the 2 more of his sacred gears, and now only the delete field was left to be unlocked, and let the dragon residing inside him gain consciousness. The 2 new sacred gears, namely, Blaze Black Flare and Shadow Prison, became a great deal in his arsenal. He now just trapped the mana beasts in his Shadow Prison, which is like an aura that comes out of his body and restrains the other, while using a combination of Absorption Line and Blaze Black Flare to scorch their enemies from kill them easily using a flaming whip. He also compared his sacred gear restraints with the restraining magic from other magic knights and knew for a fact that it was very superior to theirs. Heck, the Blaze Black Flare could even burn the other flames from different magicians. I have Fu * King Amaterasu, were the words that Sek used the moment he discovered this, making Secret look at his screw-loose partner with a deadpan look on her mental face. She just remained expressionless on the outside. Now going to his bronze magic, Sek didn't try making new spells as he was busy with improving the durability of his bronze while increasing the speed at which he could cast spells as well. But he still had a few new spells in his arsenal, like coating his limbs with bronze to increase attack and defense, which was already pretty high because of his regular hunting sessions. He also made a spell to fire bullets made of bronze instead of pure mana, man pie them more durable and penetrable, depending on their shape. Though despite all this improvements, he once again failed to improve his second magic affinity, which for Fu *K's sake was getting more complex the more he tried. But all that ends today, because currently on his bride bike, Sek, with Secret sitting on in his pocket, were going to a nearby town to get his grimoire. Yes, Sek turned 15 years old quite recently and was now eligible to get his grimoire, though not having a grimoire tower in his town, he need to go to a nearby town which had one. So after making some preparations and getting a good look from his parents, where his father was crying so much that even the neighbors got disgusted looking at his tear and snot-covered face. Anyway, leaving all that, let's get back to Sek. Hey Secret, those shades are fine, right? Asked Sek. Secret, who had a small pair of shades covering her eyes which were matching the ones that Cells was wearing, raised her wing and made a thumbs up, feather up. Whatever, you understood it right? Sek smirked, seeing the response. He had a hard time training the bird certain tricks and making her look cool, but finally he was able to make her accustomed to wearing those shades. His life with Secret's arrival got a bit more easy. She works like an alarm clock, informs if there was some dangers, scouts the forest from up above, making his hunt easy, covering him with a sheet whenever he would pass out working on some magic. In short, she was very reliable and caring partner, though he still need to lock her out of the room whenever he needs to relieve something, but that was just for the greater good. The scene when he found the bird looking at him doing the deed from the window so intently with those piercing and emotionless eyes still sends a shiver down his spine. He learned front that and now makes sure that every window and door is closed before he gets into business. Secret, I am looking good, right? Don't want to mess up on the day I receive my grimoire. Secret looked at Sek, whose face now looked quite good, and nodded her head, though it was not better than the prince she served before, it was still good in her opinion. Sek smiled at that and caressed the bird with his finger and said, "Alright then, let's increase our speed," said Sek as he started going even faster on his bike, making Secret get a bit deeper in his pocket. After a while, Sek soon reached the grimoire tower and saw a huge crowd of children all around him. Damn, there are so many of them. How the Fu *K does this tower have any grimoires left after dealing with this many people every year? He then glanced towards Secret and asked, "Anyone dangerous you suspect, or someone with high amount of mana?" Secret, who was sitting on his shoulder, took flight to observe the area from above and soon came down and pointed out the people she felt high amounts of mana from. Sek, who now knew whom to check out in this whole crowd, compared his mana to theirs and was happy knowing that his mana was way above there, and puffed his chest in pride. Knowing what the boy was thinking, Secret shook her head and thought, "You still compare that vast amount of mana to others, at this point you just want to boast about yourself, you know," and pecked his head once. "Ow, don't do that, Secret. Oh, looks like they are starting this, wish me luck, Secret." Secret patted his head with her wing and then flew away, since only those who were about to get their grimoires were allowed to enter the tower. Seek soon entered the tower and saw an old man sitting on a carpet floating in the air with a very long beard. That's so cliché, I mean, what does he want to do with his beard? Clean the floor with his mop-like beard? He might even have ticks and lice in there for all we know. I will make sure to keep my distance from him. Hello everyone, I am called Fantina, the witch of this grimoire tower. She is Fu * King reverse trap. With a beard, yelled Sek in his mind and stopped listening to whatever she was saying and now decided to not even get close to that man, woman even by accident. Xdace-chan, my eyes saw something horrible, I want to unsee it, thought Sek as he held the hilt of his sword that was resting on his waist. Now, raise your hands and let the grimoires choose you, said the bearded witch. Nii-chan, give me luck, thought Sek as he raised his hands as well. Soon the books present in the tower started shining and started flying towards various people. Ah, mine's so small. Hehe, mine is big. Shut up, loser, look, mine is bigger and thicker than yours. But aren't you a girl? Hasawa, die you pervert. Sek started laughing listening to the nearby people who got their grimoire and then looked forward to see what his grimoire gonna be. Soon his grimoire came in front of him as well, making him surprised as he thought, why the hell are there two grimoires floating in front of me? All the people who were near Sek had the same thought as they saw the two glowing books in front of him, one with light blue cover emitting a similar colored aura and the other a red cover with a similar red aura around it. Soon the people started making noises about this and soon the area around him cleared up, making Sek that center of attention. Okay, this is awkward, and fitting for the Dark Lord, thought Sek with a smirk as he took the two grimoires in front of him and said, two grimoires and both of them being 3 clovers at that, I hope that you don't mind me taking them. Sek made eye contact with the bearded woman who was looking at him in amusement and said, those grimoires chose you, there is no way I can interfere in that, right? Alright then, you two will be the Dark Lord's possessions from now on, said Sek as he looked at the woman once again and nodded his head and turned around to get out. But before he exited he stopped and turned around. By the way, not being rude, but what is your magic affinity? Asked Sek looking towards the old man, woman. Hair magic, why? Are you jealous of my glossy hair? Said the old woman stroking her beard. Yeah, nope, said Sek as he got out of the tower, deciding to get away from there as soon as possible. Chapter 19, The Second Magic's Reveal. Sek rushed away from the tower at full speed, followed by Secret, who came and sat on his shoulder and saw two grimoires in his hands. Did he steal someone's grimoire? He is running as away from the tower as well, thought Secret. Oh hey Secret, you won't believe it, I got 2 grimoires in there, you know, 2 grimoires, it's a huge deal, right? Well, considering me, it could be said, as expected, said Sek with bit of pride in his tone, making Secret surprised as well since she have never seen someone getting 2 grimoires. Anyway, let's go and get a grimoire holster first. We will need one big enough to carry both of them. Xdace-chan will be on one side of my waist, so we can't have both of them on different sides. Secret got inside his pocket and Sek made a bronze bike and got on top of it to go to the marketplace. After buying a holster big enough for both his grimoires, Sek decided to go to the open field to check out grimoires. After letting Secret search for a good spot to try out his abilities, Sek soon arrived there and found himself close to a lake. Once he made sure that no one was nearby, he willed his bronze magic grimoire to come out. The blue grimoire started glowing and came out. It started floating in front of Sek and the pages started flipping and finally stopped at a page which had something written in it. Let's first check how many spells are in there. Bronze transformation magic, Midas touch. Bronze magic, bronze body. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. Bronze creation magic, weapon make. Bronze creation magic, magnum cannonball. Bronze creation magic, golem. Okay, am I overpowered? Wait a minute, I am overpowered, said Sek, making Secret surprised by his sudden yell. He soon looked back at his grimoire and said, okay, bronze rider must be evolved form of my bike, weapon make should be for my swords and bullets, bronze body for my armor type, I guess, rest of them are new spells, and by name I can guess Midas Touch would be awesome. Not sure about the golem though, well I am strong and that's what the fact is, let's test them out. After I check my second grimoire, I have waited for 15 *king years to know what the hell is that magic. Sek kept back his bronze grimoire and then willed for the red one to come out. The grimoire started floating and came in front of Sek and started flipping its pages. Too many pages are blank, well can't help it, I didn't train this magic after all. So what type of magic it is? Lightning debuff magic, paralysis touch. Dark debuff magic, dark touch. Poison debuff magic, poison touch. Not what I was expecting, but it should be fine I guess. I mean I will have a full series of different debuff spells, but it would be difficult to practice these spells since it will not show any effect without having a target, said Sek, and then took a glance towards Secret. Secret immediately reacted and jumped back, seeing which Sek's lips twitched, and B said, I am not going to try them on you, I want you to scout some mana beasts to check these spells on. Secret sighed at that and then took flight and started looking around for mana beasts. After a while she came back and landed on Sek's shoulder. You found some? Secret nodded her head in response. Great, point where an average one would be. Decree nodded her head and then pointed her wing towards the direction. Sek nodded and was about to make his bronze bike but stopped himself and thought, let's use the grimoire. His bronze magic grimoire started flipping pages and soon stopped. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. As Sek called out the spell's name, his bronze magic started taking shape of a bike vastly different from the one he used to make with his magic. Once the bike appeared, Sek was left speechless with his eyes widened a bit. Secret, I just fell in love, said Sek as he looked at the bike in front of him. He touched the bike carefully as if it was a baby, feeling its entire body up, and took a deep breath. He then smirked and said, a ride fitting for the Dark Lord. He then took his seat on the bike and noticed that it was similar to the bikes in his own world. He supplied mana to the bike and was shocked once it noticed the output it gave from the amount of mana he inserted. He rotated the accelerator and immediately the bike moved forward at a fast speed, which made Sek tone down the mana he was supplying. Secret, wanna join me? It's fun, yelled Sek as he called for Secret, who was up above in the sky. It looks dangerous, thought Secret, who saw what the new bike that Sek made could do, but soon she started descending towards Sek and thought, but it sure looks thrilling and fun. Yet, she got a bit corrupted living with Sek for all this time. Secret took her usual spot, inside Sek's pocket, and looked up at him. Oh, right here, said Sek as he took out a pair of shades and put them on while also placing the small shades on Secret, who looked in front. Re-a-a-a-a-di-I, go, said Sek as he passed the mana through the bike, which launched forward at high speed. Ha 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 ha. This is Fu *King Griaad, yelled Sek as his bike rushed through the road, making the scenery appear like a blur to both him and Secret. After driving for about 10 minutes, Sek realized something and slowly stopped his bike in the middle of the road, making Secret confused. Secret, where were the mana beasts again? Asked Sek, making Secret widen her eyes in surprise as both of them stare at each other for a while. But after some time both of them shook their shoulders and Sek said, whatever, we will see what my magic can do sometime later. Now back to biking, yeah, said Sek as he passed mana through his bike once again and rushed towards Kaidan. Chapter 20, Secret's Inner Demon. A few months passed by since Sek went to the grimoire acceptance ceremony and got his new grimoires. At first everyone was shocked at the reveal of him having 2 grimoires, some even suspected him to have stolen one from someone else. But seeing him able to use both of them, the people started to believe him and even called him unique talent, which was well received by Sek. He trained the spells that he got from the grimoire and even unlocked some more spells, and was happy to see that his spells were very powerful. The training also helped him notice something that made him even more confident. Unlike other people who have just one grimoire, he can fire 2 spells simultaneously by using both of his grimoires at the same time, and although it took a lot of concentration to fire 2 spells of totally different attributes simultaneously, nothing was impossible for the Dark Lord and his hard work. And now currently in front of his house, Sek, who had his stuff all packed up, looked towards his parents, who were looking at him with a confident look in their eyes. "You didn't forget anything behind, right?" asked Elaine, asking the same question for the nth time. "Yup, no need to worry, Mom. I have everything, and if there was something that I want I will just buy it there," said Sek. "Look here, young man, it's not nice to waste money, Baha, you know," said Zook. "Really, Mom, make sure to not let him buy alcohol from now on, it's not like he will die because of that," said Sek. "Okay, as Se-chan said, no alcohol from now on, dear," said Elaine with a smile as well. "Baha. Hey, that's unfair," said Zook. "Nope, it's not unfair. We are just making sure to not waste money," said Sek with a smile on his face. Sek chuckled seeing his father panic, and then looked at his mother and said, "I will send back some money from time to time, Mom, so please use it." Elaine smiled hearing that and said, "I will wait for your letter." "Baha, you are saying that before the exam has even started? Pass the exam first and then talk, it's not easy, you know. Even the great me was not able to pass the exam, Baha," said Zook. Sek smiled and asked, "Do you think that there is a way that I would not be selected?" Hearing his question, both Zook and Elaine widened his eyes in surprise, but soon their eyes softened and they smiled at him. Elaine came forward to hug him and said, "Best of luck, Se-chan. I will miss you. Do come home from time to time, or whenever you are in some trouble. And if someone tries to bully you, just tell them how mighty and strong your father is," said Zook. Sek ignored Zook and hugged Elaine back and nodded his head. Elaine soon broke the hug and looked at Secret, who was sitting on top of Sek's head. "Take care of him, Secret, Se-chan will most likely get in some kind of trouble," said Elaine. Secret nodded her head and then got inside Sek's pocket. "All right then, I will be going now, take care you too. And tell me if there is any trouble, I will rush back here and deal with it," said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. Sek's bike appeared in front of him and he got on top of it. "Bye Mom, bye Dad," said Sek as he started his bike and got on the road to attend the Magic Night entrance exams. "Secret, there is something important that I want to ask," said Sek while he was still riding. Secret looked up at his partner and knew that it wasn't one of his trivial talks since he was serious. "Will you follow someone else if you found someone interesting there at the exams? Like there will be the captains of different squads who would be way powerful and stronger than the current me, or there might be some people who might interest you more than me, so would you like go separate ways if that were to happen?" asked Sek. Secret tilted her head in confusion, not knowing what Sek wanted to ask, but without giving it much thought she shook her head and leaned it against Sek's chest. Sek smiled at that and said, "I am really happy that you became my familiar, you know? If you were a human girl I would have kissed you right at this moment." Secret became motionless after hearing that before she jumped out of his pocket and started pecking his head. "Ow ow ow, stop that Secret, I am riding right now," said Sek as he tried to dodge the bird. Secret soon got back into his pocket and didn't listen to whatever he said. Seeing that Secret was not responding, Sek sighed and thought, "I shouldn't have made a joke like that. Well, I will buy something for her at Kika to make her happy." A/N, Kika is the town in the common realm of the Clover Kingdom where the Magic Knights Ent race exam takes place. Soon he saw a large amount of people heading towards the same direction as him and knew that they were either peddlers or examinees. After covering most of the distance, Sek stopped his bike and thought, "Let's just save my mana just in case I need it," and deactivated his spell. He then stretched his body and looked at Secret and asked, "If you want to stretch your limbs then you should do it." Secret simply got out of his pocket and flew above him, seeing which Sek started moving towards Kika once again. After an hour or so, Sek saw the town of Kika from afar and could tell that it was heavily crowded. Sek raised his hand and gave a whistle, hearing which Secret came and sat on his hand. "Keep an eye from above if someone tries to do something suspicious," said Sek. Secret nodded and got back up in the air and kept an eye on the people near Sek. Reaching the town of Kika, Sek was amazed seeing how great the town was built compared to the other towns he has visited. Even Khitan, his hometown which is famous for its resources, is not this developed. Well, the noble realm is just around the corner, can't help it, anyway let's get something to eat for myself and Secret, thought Sek as he called Secure back and started looking around the stalls. Once Secret was able to decide what she wanted to eat, Sek went and bought it for both of them and found a place to sit and enjoy his snack. Once he was done eating and was finished with making up with Secret, both of them headed towards the Magic Knights Colosseum. On his way towards the Colosseum, Sek noticed Secret fidgeting a bit and said, "Alright, your inner demons must be taking over you now since there are a lot of people gathered here. Go Secret and let your demon out, go and do whatever the shit an anti-bird does." Secret looked at Sek for a while before she jumped out of his pocket and smacked his head with her wing before she flew towards the Colosseum. This body is really troublesome, always fidgeting to mess with people with low mana, but what is this feeling? It's like there is someone there who had severely low levels of mana, thought Secret. Sek saw his bird flying away and thought, I hope you don't change your mind, Secret, and walked towards the Colosseum as well. Chapter 21, Magic Knight and Race Exam. Sek soon reached the Colosseum and passed through the gates. He then stood in line to get himself registered for the test, but just as he stood in the line he felt a magic power comparable to his. He looked forward with his eyes narrowed and soon found a black-haired boy with a handsome face looking back at him with his eyes slightly narrowed as well. No doubt about it, that guy is Yuno, and that twerp must be Asta. Both of them stared at each other for a while before Yuno turned away and Sek smirked, getting a bit excited. After waiting for a bit his turn came and he went to the counter. The people around him were already going for clover grimoire guy and all. What's so great about a 4-leaf clover? I have 2 grimoires, you know, foo asterisk k that rhymes. I am Sek Bronzaza from Khitan, said Sek to the person behind the counter and showed both of his grimoires to the man. The man's eyes widened and said, You were the rumored 2 grimoire guy, and looked up at Sek's face with astonishment. Don't know about the rumors, but yet, I do own 2 grimoires, so will you register me? Ah, yes, you are entry number 169, said the man as registered Sek's grimoire. Oh, my lucky number is at the end, said Sek with a smile as he entered the Colosseum. Just as he entered he noticed people looking towards Asta, who was swarmed by anti-birds. Secret is there too, thought Sek as he saw Secret sitting on top of the grey-haired boy. Secret noticed him, seeing which Sek smiled and gave her a thumbs up and then walked around the Colosseum to check it out. Soon both him and Yuno got the center of attention. Neither of them had any anti-birds around them and their looks were quite good as well. Sek walked towards Yuno, who noticed him and looked at him. You are the one who have the 4-leaf clover grimoire, right? Asked Sek. Yes, so what? Asked Yuno. Can I see it? Asked Sek with slight curiosity as he really wanted to see the 4-leaf grimoire up close. Yuno was slightly surprised by his request as he was sure that there would be quite a lot of people who will come up to him to pick a fight because of his grimoire. Sure, said Yuno as he took out his grimoire and showed it to Sek. Sek looked intently at the grimoire and thought that it looked beautiful. But for the Dark Lord, rather than beauty, it is coolness that matters. And my grimoire looks cooler than his, thought Sek as he returned the grimoire back to Yuno and thanked him. I am Sek Bronzaza, thank you for showing it to me, said Sek as he moved his hand forward. Yuno, and it's fine, said Yuno as he shook Sek's hand. Sek nodded but soon heard some commotion coming from behind and turned around. There he saw a muscled-up man with black hair crushing the head of Asta. You know him? Asked Sek. Nope, never saw him in my life, said Yuno, not wanting other to know that he was close to the idiot who was iron-clawed by a squad captain. Oi! Yuno, yelled Asta and came towards the two of them once he got freed. Sek looked towards Yuno, who just stared at Asta without any change in his expression and refused to look towards him. Sek shrugged his shoulders and thought, well, the birds have flown away anyway, let's go and meet Secret. He then looked at Yuno and said, best of luck to you, and then walked away. Was all that Yuno said before he focused on the captains who started coming in. Sek looked at the captains for a while before he looked around searching for Secret, who soon came back and sat on his shoulders. You had your fun bullying the people with low mana, asked Sek, hearing which secret just stared directly at him. Sek sighed and asked, anyway, which captain have the most amount of mana, William Van Jans and then Fuego Leon Vermilion, well as expected of nobles. The masked captain have his speech and then said, let's start the exam, and used a spell. A huge tree descended from the sky whose branches started extending forward and turned into broomsticks. Sek took the broom that was in front of him and checked the broom's efficiency by sending his mana through it. I am so going Harry Potter right in this exam, thought Sek as he grinned. He is so going to go overboard in this exam, thought Secret as she looked at his grin and flew away from him. Alright all of you, we would like to see how you all are at flying using brooms, which is a magic knight's most common mode of transportation, said William as a member of Golden Dawn demonstrated how to fly on the broom. Best of luck to you all, you may start now, said William. Sek immediately mounted onto his broom and was about to fly but stopped and thought. Let's do it the Dark Lord style, and stepped on top of the broom. Whoosh! With a swift gust of wind, Sek got up in the air on top of his broom, shocking not only the other examinees but the squad captains as well. What the? Who the hell was that? The four-leaf guy? No, he is still there. Then who? Sek, who made a round around the whole Colosseum at a fast speed, slowed down a bit to show his face to the demanding audience. It's the dual grimoire guy, said William as he noticed the two grimoires on Sek's holster. Two grimoires? Talk about creepy, said Yami as he looked slightly disgusted, but soon he stopped and looked at Sek intently. Sek went closer to Yuno and asked, how was it? Your control is good, said Yuno as he continued flying. Sek nodded and said, I know, and then continued flying slowly as he sat down on the broom so as to not use much mana while waiting for the other S to finish up. He looked down towards Asta, who had veins popping out all around his body, and thought, don't know about him, but blood will fly out of his body if he don't stop soon. After that some other tests occurred like magic firing, moving target practice and all, with Sek and Yuno competing for the top in all the exams. That guy is good, but I don't know if this is because he is a protagonist or because he trained, thought Sek as he glanced towards Yuno. All of you did great in this exam, and I really appreciate that you all showed us how capable you all are. I hope you show all that spirit for one final time today in our next and last exam, a battle so pair up, said William. Hearing that, the examinees got startled, not as they started murmuring about how it will be if they lost to their opponent. Sek, who heard that, just stood at his spot and waited for someone to ask him for the match, but first he had a job to do. He looked around and soon found a muscle-head type of man and went past him. Man, it seems like the best opponent to have right now is someone who will lose miserably against me. There was a boy who can't do good in any exam, right? Let's search for him, said Sek as he went past the muscle-head type of man. The muscle-head smirked hearing Sek's idea and then started looking for Asta and soon went towards him. And that's my good deed for today, really I am so kind, thought Sek as he saw the guy asking Asta for the duel. That boy is going to end his entire career, muttered Sek. Soon enough Asta beat the living daylights out of the guy, making all the spectators shocked by his performance. Sek looked at the huge anti-magic sword in Asta's hand and started to get a bit tempted by it. Stop yourself, Sek. You already have your X-Dace-chan, no need for any other sword, thought Sek as he caressed his sword. After that a few matches took place, including Yuno's, where he did a one-sided slaughter to the noble. Sek smirked seeing his magic's power as he thought that his spells were more powerful than the one Yuno used. Hey you, two grimoire creep. Sek turned his head as he saw a tan-skinned boy coming towards him. What? Wanna duel me and know your own place by the hands of the great stain, said the boy. Are you strong? Asked Sek. What do you mean by that? I am a noble, of course I would be leagues above you, said the boy. Oh, so you are rich. I am so glad, said Sek. Sure, let's do it, said Sek. What does it have to do it with my wealth? Are you asking me to bribe you to let me win easily against you? Sek got in the middle of the Colosseum and said, no, it's just that, I won't have to worry about your treatment fees after younger you ass handed by me. The boy came in the middle of the Colosseum as well and got infuriated at what Sek said. you will pay for your arrogance. His grimoire started flipping and soon the boy yelled. Wood magic, forest emergence. And soon a large amount of roots appeared in front of the boy and shot towards Sek. Sek widened his eyes in surprise and said, wait a minute, you are a Hashirama ripoff. All right, now this will be fun, you don't get to beat Hashirama every day, Yukamo said Sek as he just walked away from the trajectory of the incoming roots. Now let me show you how powerful the Dark Lord is. Wood magic, strangling forest. The boy used another spell as the roots shot towards Sek once again, but this time instead of a cluster they spread apart a bit to increase the area. It's a beautiful day outside, oh well, sun's about to set anyway, said Sek as he looked at the sky while his grimoire started flipping pages. Bronze creation magic, weapon make. A large amount of mana started gathering in front of Sek as a huge animal skull-like structure appeared in front of him. Gaster Blaster. Just as he said that, a large amount of mana gathered inside the skull's mouth, which opened up a few seconds later and fired strong beam towards the roots, disintegrating them to nothingness in an instant. Fu *ku Hashirama, mentally yelled Sek as the beam engulfed the Hashirama ripoff, who could just widen his eyes in shock as the beam got in front of him. Maybe it was too much to use Gaster on a ripoff, anyways, that was awesome, thought Sek with a grin as he deactivated his spell and looked towards the referee. Yeah, referee nodded and said, the winner is Sek Bronzaza. Sek nodded and then walked back, leaving the authorities to deal with the ripoff. Chapter 22, Squad Selection. Once the matches were over, William Van Jans stood up from his seat and came forward. Thank you all for participating in this year's Magic Knights selection exam. I am really glad to know that there are so many people out there who want to protect our kingdom, said the captain of Golden Dawn with a small smile on his face. But all of a sudden his time changed and he said, but this is where the things get serious, you all will now know whether you will be selected to join a Magic Knight squad or not. We will call you all according to the numbers that have been given to you, and if a captain wants you in his squad, then the said captain will raise their hand. In case there is a participant whom multiple captains wants to recruit, the participant will have the right to choose whichever squad he would like to join amongst the ones willing to recruit him/her. So now will participant number 1 step forward. Participant No 164. Hearing the number stepped forward and not even thinking twice about it, all the captains raised their hands, making the other participants gasp at the sight. In the end, just like the cannon, he chose to join Golden Dawn, making other participants envious of him. Participant No 165. Asta stepped forward with a nervous look on his face. Soon he looked up and was shocked seeing that no one had raised their hands for him, making the other participants whisper and laugh at him. Yami then explained him why he wasn't selected despite being strong and all, and showed his display of power, making even Sek take a step back from him. Shit, this is hella amazing, and dangerous, that amount of pressure that he is generating from releasing his mana is absurd and totally badass, thought Sek as he looked at the man terrorizing Asta. Asta being the shounen protagonist, he is used talk no ju, no talking magic, believe is myself, making Yami give out a hearty laugh and making him accept the magic less muscle twerp. A few rejections later, Sek looked at the participant with number 168 getting rejected and thought, better luck next time, dude. Now it's time for this Dark Lord to bask in the light of glory. Participant No 169. Sek walked forward looking straight and then stood in front of the captains. I can already hear the gasps from the people behind me, it must be an all-captain hand raise, thought Sek, and looked only to become motionless the moment his gaze fell on the captains. Why the hell only 2 hands are raised? You captains assholes! You are embarrassing the Dark Lord, mentally yelled Sek as he looked at the captains with a surprised look on his face. The captains, who noticed his gaze, closed their eyes, and Fuego Leon stood up and said, I will have to say, that not only you have huge amount of mana for your age and that your magic is strong as well, we cannot help but be suspicious of you having an ability or a magic to be able to steal someone else's grimoire, and that is something I would not like to have in a member of my squad. Hearing that, Sek became shocked while the other captains who didn't raise their hands nodded their heads. What, oi idiot, I am the future Dark Lord, there is no way I need to steal something from people lower than me, and what is this suspicious business? You just saw a man accepting a kid with no magic at all. Show some your guts, idiots, thought Sek, but kept his face from changing expressions. But still it seems like two of us have faith in you and are willing to accept you in their squads. So whom do you choose, Golden Dawn or the Black Bulls, said Fuegoleon. Of course he will choose the Golden Dawn. Damn, even if he got just 2 offers he received one from Golden Dawn. What the hell is happening today, said a person from behind, making other participants put their opinions as well. Sek sighed, knowing that the other captains would not be raising their hands anymore, and said, I would like to join the Black Bulls. Okay, looks like that, Moss. Wait, what did you just said Yami as he looked at Sek as if he had a donkey's head. I want to join your squad. You raised your hand, right? Said Sek as he looked at Yami. Ha ha ha, in your face, William. No, in your mask, William, said Yami as he looked at the masked captain, who was slightly surprised as well. Yami then looked at Sek with a smirk and said, but seriously, why do you want to join my squad? You should have heard our glorious tales, right? Well, only you and the captain of Golden Dawn raised their hands, and I have some personal problems with that squad, so, said Sek. First time I heard about someone having an issue with that squad? Okay, dumbass, tell me about it, said Yami. Like I said, it's personal, said Sek, not really willing to say that. A few veins popped on Yami's forehead, but seeing the genuine unwillingness on Sek's face, Yami took a smoke from his cigarette and said, well, not that I care much about it anyway. Shoo shoo, now go away, and gestured Sek to go away. Sek sighed and then turned back and saw how the other participants were looking at him with shocked expression on their faces. Sek didn't say anything and started moving away. Please wait. But all of a sudden Sek heard a voice making all the people in the Colosseum look at the person who called him. Oi oi, William, don't try to tempt my new member, said Yami as he looked at the Golden Dawn captain who called Sek. Trust me, Yami, I have no such intentions. I just want to know what is it that my squad has done to cause some problems for him so that I can look into it, said William. Yami sighed and said, hey you, do you want to answer his question? Sek sighed and turned around, I don't really want to. There you have it, said Yami as he looked at William. William looked at Yami before he turned his gaze towards Sek and said, I don't know what problem do you have with my squad, but still I apologize to you if my squad have caused you any inconvenience. I know that you don't want to bring that subject up, but if you tell us what was the problem, then I can look into it and prevent it from happening in the future. Sek stared at the captain and thought, well, there are 2 reasons why I don't want to join Golden Dawn. One being Patoli knowing about the magic stone and coming after him, and the second. Sek sighed and said, very well. Oi, how come you agreed to him and refused me, said Yami without much care. He was more interested in the story after all. Sek glanced at Yami and seeing his expression turned towards William and said, a few months ago a drunk member of your squad tried to sexually harass my mother. Hearing that, all the captains widened their eyes in shock, and so did the participants as they looked at Sek, but soon turned their gaze towards the captain of Golden Dawn. Do you know that name of that magic knight? Asked William with a slightly angry tone. Sek shook his head and said, he was too drunk to answer anything. All I know that he is a noble with light blue hair, slightly chubby body, and have a green-colored grimoire. I did take care of him though, so I apologize for beating the hell out of your squad member. William leaned back on his seat and told the Golden Dawn member that came with him something. No need to apologize, that is a totally justifiable action, and I sincerely apologize once again for that kind of behavior from my squad member, said William as he lowered his head, making the participants shocked seeing the almighty captain of Golden Dawn bowing in front of a kid. You need to train your boys a bit better, William. This is not the kind of behavior that we expect from a magic knight, said the captain of Blue Rose as she sighed, glanced at the Golden Dawn captain. I am really disappointed with that kind of behavior from a magic knight, much less a noble, said Fuegoleon as some flames came out of him. Absolutely disgusting, said the captain of Silver Eagles. By the how much did you beat him? Asked Yami. Enough to make his eggs scrambled, said Sek. Ooh, must be very painful, for that noble. I really want to see how his face would look when he asks for the doctor to treat. Hi ha 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 ha, laughed Yami. Sek sighed and soon walked back to stand amongst the crowd as Sikre landed on his shoulder. Chapter 23, The Black Bulls. After the selection ceremony was over, Sek went towards Yami, who was along with his 2 squad members. Oh, the dual grimoire brat, said Yami. Sek. Sek Bronzaza, said Sek. Dual grimoire brat, said Yami without any change in his expression. Sek stared at his captain for a while before he looked at the guy beside him and asked, where is the other one? Taking a dump, said Yami as he blew some smoke. Anyway, I am Finral Rulacase and the guy with the cap is Gordon Agrippa. Hello, let's be friends from now on, said Gordon with an extremely low volume. Sek didn't hear what the guy said but just nodded his head. Where the hell is the other brat? Said Yami. I am here, said Almig ** Asta as he came running towards the group. What took you so long, twerp? The thing took too long to come out, you should have seen its size, it was this by. Who asked you to explain about your stuff, said Yami as he clutched Asta's head. Let's get back to the base then, said Yami as he glanced towards Finral. Finral opened his grimoire and then used his magic. Spatial magic, Fallen Angel Gate. A portal soon appeared in front of them and Yami threw Asta into the portal. There he goes, said Yami and then glanced at Sek. I am good, said Sek as he was about to walk through the portal but stopped as said, Sikre. Hearing him suddenly yell like that, the black bulls were confused, but soon they saw a bird coming towards them and landing onto Sek's shoulder. Sek then walked through the portal and said, the selection went totally out of my expectations, and I was bragging to my dad. Sikre, who was sitting on his shoulder, parted his head with her wing trying to comfort her partner. What is that? Asked Yami as he came out of the portal. She my familiar, Sikre. Sikre looked at Yami, who was looking back at her. Alright, then let's introduce you two to the squad, said Yami as he looked at Asta, who was on the ground. Asta immediately stood up as Yami said that and said, let's go, and then moved towards the totally unusual building. So how do you like our base? Asked Yami. Who the hell designed this thing? Said Sek. Hey? What was that? Said Yami as he glared at Sek. It's unique, said Sek. Yami nodded and then motioned Sek to move forward. So this is where my journey starts, said Asta as he opened the door. But as soon as he touched the door, it exploded into flames. Sek widened his eyes in surprise and turned towards the others. Yami was smoking without any worry, Finral was face-palming and Gordon was muttering something as he looked towards Asta. Welcome to the worst magic squad, said Yami with a smirk as he patted Sek's back. All of them went towards Asta, who was rolling around to put out the flames. Shouldn't we put off that fire? Asked Sek. He will break his limits and put it off on his own, said Yami without much care as he looked at the other members of the squad. Hot 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 hot, said Asta as he flailed. Yep, that's hot, said Sek as he looked at the pink-haired woman only wearing her bra and panties. Sikre, who noticed that, pecked his head, making him yelp in pain. After the chaos that was happening inside the base was stopped by Yami and made every one of them sit in front of him like obedient pets, he looked at the newcomers and said, introduce yourself. I am Asta from Hage. And I want to become the Wizard King in future, said Asta in his usual loud tone. Wow, he came from Hage, that's way too deep in the Bunas, commented one of the members. I am Sek Bronzaza, and I am from Khitan. Let's get along. Alright then, introduce yourselves to the newcomers and work them up, but make sure to not kill them. I am going to take a dump, said Yami and then walked away. Is he always like this? Asked Sek to Finral, who seemed to be the only normal person here. Most of the time, but you will get used to it. Anyways, let me introduce the other squad members, said Finral and started introducing the others. Once the introduction was done, Magnus stood up and said, well, you heard that. 2 weak-looking people wants to join our squad, I barely sense any mana from you two. Hearing that, Asta got nervous, but Sek just smiled, pissing Magna even more. He brought his face closer to Sek's and asked, what the hell is so funny? Ah, it's been a while since someone called me weak, so I was just amused a bit, said Sek as he released his mana, making all the people in the building widen their eyes from shock, except for Asta, who was looking cluelessly at the others. So Mr. Delinquent with Shades, do you sense any mana now? Said Sek as he took a step closer towards Magna, making him move back a bit. He suddenly Luck started to giggle as his eyes turned dangerous while looking towards Sek. So what if you have mana? You still look weak to me, and there is no way Magna Swing, will accept you two that easily in the squad. Sek stopped releasing his mana and said, but Yumi-san accepted the two of us, so are you questioning the decision of your captain? Magna's eyes widened from surprise as he heard Sek's question. There is no way I will question Yumi-san's decision, said Magna with his fists clenched. Alright then, give me my robe, said Sek with a smile on his face, making Magna face scrunched up. He was really not liking this. If you want to wear these robes, then you need to earn them by proving yourself, said Magna. Soon he smirked and said, and that calls for your initiations. I want it as well, said Asta, raising his hand, making the others look at him. Magna was about to say something, but out of nowhere Luck came in front of him and said, I will take his initiation, and looked at Sek with a smile. Oi Luck! Don't interrupt me, yelled Magna. But Luck totally ignored him and said, let's fight, all right. Is that necessary? Asked Sek. Of course, it is your initiation ceremony, bastard, said Magna. All right then, said Sek, making Luck excited. Chapter 24, Initiation Ceremony. All the Black Bulls got outside their base to look at the initiation ceremony. Firstly, it was Asta's turn, since he wanted to get his robe as soon as possible and asked Sek to let him go first. Sek, being the generous Dark Lord he was, let him go first as his own were. The final boss shows up at the end. Asta and Magna played fire baseball and Asta got his robe, well, rather easily. After the others were done congratulating him, it was Sek's turn, who along with the overly excited Luck stood forward. Oi, you all take some more distance from the two of them, said Yami, who came out of his base smoking this cigarette. All of them were surprised seeing Yami come out, but nonetheless were happy about it and followed his order. Hey, let's begin already, said Luck as he was literally jumping from excitement. Alright then, you want to start? Asked Sek. Since Magna didn't let his opponent start, I will let you make the first move, said Luck. Sek took a deep breath and turned serious and said, don't make excuses after losing to the Dark Lord, okay? Bronze creation magic, weapon make. Ha, he was just all talk, where the hell is your spell, laughed Magna out loud. But Sek just smirked at that, making Yami narrow his eyes. Up, thought Yami as he glanced towards the sky. Gaster Blaster. A large amount of mana which was gathered inside the mouth of the animal head shot forward towards the ground, producing a bright light. Luck looked up with a smile as he saw the beam coming towards him. Ha, amazing, said Luck as the beam hit the ground. Sek smiled seeing the attack hit its target, but all of a sudden he heard a crackling noise and turned around. You really are powerful. It will be fun, said Luck, who was standing in front of his eyes. Lighting magic, lightning god boots, said Luck as he rushed towards Sek. Bronze creation magic, magnum cannonball. A spiky shell appeared around Sek, protecting him from all sides. Too slow, said Luck, who was standing behind him inside the shell. Nope, you were just too fast to notice, said Sek as his hand suddenly changed into a club. Bronze magic, bronze body and weapon make. Sek then smashed his club with full force towards Luck, sending him flying out of the shell, which opened for Luck to be sent flying before it closed. All out firing, said Sek as bullets made out of pure mana started firing towards Luck out of the spikes. I felt that one, said Luck as his grimoire started flipping pages. Lighting magic, lightning god gloves. A pair of gloves made out of lighting appeared on Luck's hands as he started dodging and slicing through the bullets. Damn, he have got a foo * King Chidori for a hand, thought Sek as his hand, which was covered in a bronze coating, started changing. Bronze magic, weapon make, minigun. Luck, who was now close to the sphere, suddenly saw Sek's hand come out of the shell and change into something he haven't seen before. The gun started rotating and projectiles started coming out of it at a great speed. Fast, thought Luck as he immediately jumped back and started running around. But because of the Magnum Cannonball, which was an omnidirectional defense and attack spell, Luck was not able to outright attack him, giving Sek enough time to rotate the shell. "You are getting better and better, ha ha ha," said Luck while laughing as he jumped far away from Sek. Sek, though, didn't stop firing and said, "What happened, giving up already?" "Ha ha, don't worry," said Luck as his face turned threatening, though he still had a smile on his face. "I am just getting started," said Luck as he vanished from his spot, making Sek's eyes widen from surprise. "Shit, I can see his with Magnum Fireball active. It is not easy to follow his movements." Bronze Creation Magic, Golem Assist. A huge arm made of bronze magic appeared out of nowhere and threw the ball up in the air, much to everyone's surprise. Hey, now who is running away?" said Luck as he looked up at the ball. "No one," suddenly said Sek, who appeared in front of Luck with X-Dace in his hand. "Ha," said Luck as he looked at the sword coming towards him. In the next instant he took a great distance away from him. What was that dreadful feeling just now, thought Luck as every hair on his body stood up when he looked at the blade coming towards him. "I have caught you now," said Sek. "Hey," said Luck as he looked at his hand, which had a glowing rope-like thing wound around it. Sek smirked as he threw Luck up in the air with the absorption line. Bronze Creation Magic, Giant's High Five. Two huge hands sprouted from the ground and then started moving towards Luck with great speed and clapped Luck in between them. Sek smiled. From this spell he has squashed an army of elephant-sized mosquito mana beasts, and smashed boulders without any difficulty, and was quite confident in the spell's power. But suddenly electric speaks started coming out of the huge bronze hands, and in the next instant they explode, making Sek frown in anger. Lighting Magic, Thunderclap Crumbling Orb. Luck bolted out of smoke caused by the explosion covered with blood and started firing orbs made of pure electricity towards Sek, who started dodging the attacks. He immediately retracted the absorption line and used its long whip to smack the orbs away. But contrary to his thoughts, the orbs started exploding out of nowhere. "He is blinding my vision, never though a battle maniac to use that," thought Sek. "Don't get distracted or I will kill you." Luck suddenly appeared to Sek's left with a wide grin on his face and his lightning glove heading towards Sek's head. "Right back at ya," said Sek with a grin. His left hand started glowing all of a sudden, and a long and solid pillar came out of his hand and smashed into Luck's gut, making him spill some saliva. Bronze Magic, Bronze Club. "Haha, don't think that the Dark Lord will give you op a wah. Luck, who was smashed by the bronze club, tried to move away and touched the bronze club, and it was at this moment Sek got foo *ked up. Since Sek didn't have the power of plot, electricity passed through the bronze club and electrocuted Sek. Luck got on top of the bronze pillar and saw Sek getting electrocuted. And soon a malicious smirk appeared on his face as his grimoire started flipping pages. Lighting Magic, Thunderclap Crumbling Orb. "I thought the newcomer was very strong, didn't know that he had such a weakness," said Vanessa. "It's a tribute disadvantage for the brat," said Yami as he looked at the fight. "Beat the crap out of him, Luck. Show him his place," yelled Magna. "Ah! Marie!" Sek's magic got cancelled as he lost concentration due to getting electrocuted and fell on his knees. "Hee, it was fun. But it looks like you lost," said Luck as he walked towards the fallen Sek. "Hat, you must be kidding me. That wasn't even my 2%, you know," said Sek with a pained smile in his face. "Really? Doesn't look like it, but show me what you can do. It's exciting after all," said Luck as his gloves started crackling up with electricity. Sek sighed and said, "Looks like I need to show you what a Dark Lord's 2% is," said Sek as his other grimoire came out of the holster and started flipping pages. What is this?" said Luck as he all of a sudden fell down on the ground and coughed out some blood. "What the hell is this pain?" thought Luck as he looked forward to see Sek standing once again totally fine. Body Debuff Magic, Damage Transfer. Sek stretched his hands and said, "You wanted to see more, right? Let me show you one of the most dangerous moves which haven't killed anyone. Sek then rushed towards the fallen Luck, who being in an adrenaline rush stood up almost instantly ready to intercept the attached head-on. Mana bullet, raise Nan, yelled Sek as he went past Luck and slammed the spiraling orb of mana on his back. Shit, thought Luck as his face met the ground once again, only this time he went deeper into the ground and got engulfed in an explosion. By this time Sek had already taken his distance from him and looked at his opponent getting engulfed in the explosion. I need to find a bed and sleep before the recoil hits me, but first let's make sure that he is stopped for good. He then went towards the crater where Luck was lying covered in blood, still able to move, and was trying to get up. No, you don't. I need to sleep. Bronze transformation magic, Midas touch. Sek touched Luck's body and his body started turning into bronze. Wah! Just sleep already, I will fight you someday again, said Sek, making Luck stop, and a few seconds later an identical status of Luck made out of bronze was in front of Sek. Chapter 25, Dangerous Spell. Sek walked back to the rest of the Black Bulls and looked at Magna and moved his hand forward, robe. Seeing that, Magna smirked and said, here you go, that was some amazing fight there, and threw a Black Bull robe towards him. Sek smiled and said, that was nothing, and then wore the robe and said, well, looks like I formally joined the squad now. Let's get along. The others just smirked as Asta said, whoa, you are buffed up too, said Asta as he saw Sek's muscles through his slightly burnt clothes. Humph, of course I will be, I am the Dark Lord after all, said Sek as he flexed his muscles, making Asta even more excited and flex his muscles as well. Anyway, where's Luck? Asked Magna. Oh, he is there in the crater, though he is currently a bronze statue right now, he will be back to normal soon, so don't worry, said Sek as he pointed to the statue. Suddenly Sikre landed on his shoulders and pecked his head, once gaining his attention. Sek looked at her and saw her trying to tell him something. Suddenly Sek's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the other Black Bulls, who were curious about why he was so shocked. It's bad, hurry up and tell me where my room is, said Sek. What hap? Ask the questions later, I am in a great need to find a place to sleep, said Sek as if the world was about to end. Yami picked him up and threw him inside the base, sending him crashing on the sofa. Shut the hell up already. And that SWO, said Yami as he took a smoke and was about to continue. Oh, thank you Captain Yami, I will sleep here then, said Sek as he laid down on the sofa and pointed his finger at himself like a gun and used his magic. Debuff magic, sleep. Sek's eyes started turning heavy, and not even a minute later he fell asleep, shocking the other members of the Black Bulls. Magna, seeing that he was being disrespectful to Yami, decided to wake him up and yell at him, but just as he was about to touch him, Sikre appeared and pecked the hell out of him and stood on the sofa to guard Sek from anyone trying to wake him up. You damn bird, I will roast the hell out of you, said Magna as he gathered fire in his hands. Stop it, I am already tired, I will deal with the brat in the morning, said Yami as he yawned and went to his room. He gave Sek one last glance before going back to his room, something which was ignored by everyone in the room. Magna wanted to wake him up, but Vanessa stopped him and told him to lead Asta to his room, much to Magna's disappointment. The next morning Sek, who was left alone in the hall to sleep, woke up quite early and looked around, thinking about the unfamiliar surrounding. Oh, I joined Black Bulls yesterday, thought Sek as he sat up on the sofa and then looked at his side and smiled, seeing Sikre sleeping peacefully. He stood up and stretched his body and said, well then let's get to work, and took his sword with him. Sikre woke up hearing his voice and flew towards him before she got inside his pocket and fell asleep once again. Was there any problems after I passed out yesterday? Sikre just shook her head with her eyes closed, seeing which Sek nodded and thought, I just hope I am not asked around that much, and went out of the base to check the terrain. La, eat this, you must be tired from your fight, said the short girl as she shoved a plate full of food in front of Sek. I will take you up on that, thank you, said Sek as he ate something from the whole pile in front of him. It's delicious, said Sek with his mouth full of food, making Charmy happy. I know, La, eat more, don't be shy, said Charmy as her sheeps made more food. Who the hell is making ruckus so early in the morning, said Yami, who came into the hall while scratching his stomach. Good morning, Captain/Yami-san, greeted Charmy and Sek, the only ones present in the hall. Hey, you woke up, hey, good. Now go and clean the mess you made out there, said Yami as he took a seat and picked something up from Sek's plate. You do know that Luck was the one who caused most of the damage, right? Asked Sek. So, asked Yami back. Shouldn't it be Magna who should clean this all up? How the hell did Magna came into all this? He was the one who said to do the newcomer initiation, said Sek. Good morning, Yami-san, said Magna, who came down as well. Oi Magna! Go and clean the mess you made, said Yami as he pointed his thumb towards the damaged front yard. Hey? Why? Wasn't it caused by Luck? Asked Magna. And? Asked Yami back as he chewed his food. It will be done, Yami-san, saluted Magna as he rushed outside. Sek smirked seeing Magna rushing outside and then focused back on his food. By the way, kid, what the hell was that sword and that whip thingy yesterday? Asked Yami as he looked at Sek. Sword was a gift from my father and that whip was from my other magic, said Sek without explaining the details about either of the two. Yami stared at Sek for a while before he closed them and asked. And how the hell did you dare to sleep last night when I was asking you something? Hey? Asked Yami as he gripped Sek's head. Ow ow ow! Release me, Yami-san! You are hurting me! Answer me, you dumbass, said Yami. It hurts, said Sek. 5, 4, 3, said Yami. What the hell are you counting down? Your time left in this world, said Yami casually. Sek immediately held Yami's hand and used his magic. Bronze magic, bronze body. Sek, using that spell along with his already strong body, was able to push Yami's hand a bit away from his head, making the black-haired man widen his eyes from surprise. It was to not experience the recoil from my magic, said Sek. Hey, said Yami as he pulled his hand back. Sek sighed in relief when he saw Yami pull his hand back and said, You remember the magic that I used to make Luck fall yesterday after I got electrocuted yesterday? That spell allows me to transfer the damage that I have taken to any other nearby living object, as well as I have the mana to transfer it away. A pretty useful spell you got there, said Vanessa, who appeared a few seconds ago and sat beside him. Yeah, it is, but there is a price to pay, after the spell is used. The moment that I stop using this spell, I have 15 minutes of bliss. Once those 15 minutes of pain, I will be subjected to 10 times the pain I transferred for 10 minutes straight, said Sek. Actually, I have a total of 1 hour, but let's not tell that to others, thought Sek. After all, a Dark Lord will never show his weakness. That's it, said Yami with a snort. Sek looked back at Yami and stared at him as well, and then said, I will use that spell on you. It can even transfer your urge to poop to someone else and will have you experience 10 times the pressure later. Yami's eyes widened from shock as he said, I take that back, this spell is hella dangerous. But if that is the case, it is pretty complex spell to be used in a fight, said Vanessa as she thought about it. Well, not that much, I will just have to keep the spell active to not trigger the countdown, thought Sek. It is, but I am awesome, you know. So it's not that much of a problem to me, said Sek as he pointed at himself, making Vanessa laugh while Yami was still thinking about how dangerous that spell is. I will ask the brat to use that spell's poops feature in that braided guy from Silver Eel, Owl. Well, whatever, it will be funny to watch, thought Yami as he started laughing out loud, thinking how a certain silver-haired magic knight captain will look with 10 times the pressure. Chapter 26, First Day at the Black Bulls. Sek, who done with the breakfast and answering Yami's questions, asked Luck, who was now back to normal, to show him around the base. Hey, let's fight, said Luck. In the evening, all right? I need to look around the base first and write a letter to inform my parents, said Sek. All right, I won't lose today, said Luck. We will see, said Sek as he continued looking around. After looking around for a while, Sek went to find Yami and asked, Yami-san, can I have the empty on the second floor? Hey? Sure, Knock yourself out, said Yami without caring much. Sek nodded and then went back, skipping happily. On his way he found Asta being led around by Magna. Oi, Sek, you won't believe this. Magna-senpai gave me the honorable task of feeding Captain Yami's pet beasts, said Asta with an excited tone. Is that so? Good for you, Asta, said Sek. Anyway, where are you two going? Asked Sek. I am showing the shrimp around the base. Wanna join us? Said Magna. Nah, Luck showed me around already, said Sek. But was totally ignored by Magna, who wrapped his hand around him and took him along as well. While they were on their way, they met the other new recruit along with the two of them. A wild, no, a royal tsundere just appeared, thought Sek. Well, it will be my first time seeing a real-life tsundere, thought Sek. Asta, being Asta, just marched forward towards the silver-haired girl and moved his hand forward. Hello. I am Asta from Hage. Let's get along with each other. The girl narrowed her eyes as she looked at him and then moved her gaze towards his hand and smacked it away. Who gave you the permission to speak? With such low amount of mana, how dare you approach me, you lowly insect, said the silver-haired girl. Ah, it's the beginning phase that every tsundere goes through. Abuse the idiot in beginning, then fall for him at the next or at the end of the episode, thought Sek as he gave a sagely nod, ignoring what his two fellow rookies were talking about. He then snapped out of his thoughts and saw Asta no-toeing in front of the girl. He looked at Magna, who had a slight frown on his face, and asked, what happened? Hey Sek, did you that she is from the Clover Kingdom's royal family, said Asta as he continued to no-toe. And? Asked Sek. Asta and the other stopped and looked at him, and immediately Asta realized something and stood up. Hey! How the hell did you call me an insect? Humph! I am a royal and to me you are just an insect, said the silver-haired girl called Noelle. Asta and Magna continued to argue with her about how rank didn't matter and all, and her being insistent on that rank does matter. Sek, who had lost interest in the argument, simply turned around and walked away. Now where the hell am I? Thought Sek as he got lost in the Black Bull's base. Luck didn't show me this area. What are these strings for? Thought Sek as he easily evaded the strings. Wait a minute, these strings must be made of Vanessa's magic. She might be able to help me find my new room, thought Sek. Vanessa-san, called Sek in a loud voice, and after a while a door further away opened and revealed the pink-haired beauty's face. Oh, the taller new recruit? What is it? Do you need something from me? Asked Vanessa with a smile on her face as she stepped out of her room wearing her signature underwear-only outfit along with the Black Bull robe. Sek whi saw her like that, felt slightly awkward and just focused on her face. I am a bit lost here. Luck didn't show me around this area, so I don't know where to go from here. Seeing these strings, I thought that it must be made out of your magic and thought that you can help me, said Sek. He passed through the hallway without activating any traps, thought Vanessa as she noticed her still intact threads, and said, all right, where are you heading to? The empty room on second floor, said Sek. Vanessa nodded and then led him to the room. All right, we are here. But why this room? It's just like you said, it's totally empty, asked Vanessa with curiosity. I asked Yumi-san to give me this room and he agreed, said Sek as he took out the cleaning tools from another room. My, getting such a big room for yourself, aren't you a lucky one, said Vanessa as she looked at Sek. Sek encased the mop with his bronze and said, well yet. I am lucky, and then started cleaning the room. Vanessa just stood there and watched Sek controlling 4 mops at the same time with his magic and was impressed by his control. You said you were a commoner, right? Asked Vanessa. Sek turned around and asked, you were still here? Sorry, I didn't notice. Here, take a seat, said Sek and made a black from his magic for Vanessa to sit upon. Vanessa sat down and was slightly angry when she heard that she was totally ignored by him. I mean, a pretty girl in nothing but just her underwear is here, be aware of it a bit if you are normal, thought Vanessa. Yeah, I am a commoner as far as I know, said Sek, answering her question. Really? Your control and mana doesn't reflect that, said Vanessa. Well, you can say I am simply blessed. Plus hard-working. Both of them coupled with my handsomeness and coolness. I am a perfect package, said Sek with his chest puffed up. But then he noticed something and looked down. Oh, Secret, you are awake, said Sek as Secret peeked out of his pocket, still feeling a bit sleepy. Wow, what that? Asked Vanessa with slight surprise. Well, she is an anti-bird as you can see, but she also have the privilege not being my familiar. You can say she is blessed as well, said Sek as he caressed the bird, making her eyes close once again. Sleep a bit more, you look tired, said Sek as he took her out of his pocket and made another block for her and placed her on top of it before covering her with a handkerchief. Vanessa chuckled seeing Sek acting so carefully with the bird and asked a few more questions from the newcomer. Once Sek was done cleaning the room, he stretched his hands in and placed the cleaning items back at their places. Now I need to get some basic stuff in here, said Sek. There is some extra furniture there in the girls' wing, you can take it, offered Vanessa, which Sek accepted without any troubles. Once he was done setting up his room, in which Vanessa helped him to decorate it as well, both of them along with Secret went to find Charmy to eat something. You were given an offer by Golden Dawn and you still chose the Black Bulls, asked Vanessa with a surprised tone. Sek just gave a dry laugh and told her that he had some personal issues with that squad and left it at that and went downstairs along with her. In the evening he had his promised spar with Luck, where once again Luck lost because this time Sek had some knowledge on how he fought, though it was the same for Luck, which made the things even more challenging for both of them, though they had to admit that the spar was fun. Later in the evening, after finishing the spar, Sek and the other males of the Black Bulls were in the bath. Impossible, said Magna. How? Said Asta. A snake, said Yami. Sek, who was now in the bath, was being sued by the other members of the Black Bulls. That size, it's in the same, no even Yami-san, said Magna as he looked at Sek. How the hell did you wear your pants with that? Asked Yami as he looked at the one Sek's little brother. Normally, said Sek as he covered his crotch with a towel. Damn, I won't lose to you, Sek, yelled Asta. That's the spirit, Asta, don't give up. Size is not the only thing that matters, said Magna. Haha, look, Magna have a peanut in between his legs, said Luck, laughing out loud. Luck, yelled Magna as he started throwing fireballs at Luck, who dodged them with a smile on his face. So you brats, how was your first day at Black Bulls? Regretting joining this squad yet? Asked Yami as he sat comfortably in the bath. Nope, said both Asta and Sek simultaneously as they copied Yami. It's my first step to become Wizard King and I am really loving it, said Asta. It's fun here, and I don't regret choosing this squad, said Sek. Zzz. Don't sleep if you are asking us something, yelled Sek as he saw Yami size off. Don't yell, you assholes, yelled Yami as he suddenly woke up and smashed the nearby wall with his mana-covered fist, blasting bit away, showing the outside scenery. Chapter 27, Talk with the Royal Tsundere. The next morning, Sek, who was sleeping in his new room, suddenly got woken up by Secret pecking his head. Ow ow ow, I am up. I am up, said Sek as he protected his head from the bird. Secret, who had done her job, went back to her bed and stared at Sek. Sek just patted the bird and said, "Good job," and then left the room. Gotta do the deed before Yami goes on his dumping quest, thought Sek as he rushed to the toilet. Once Sek was refreshed and finished with his morning routine, he went back to his room, took his sword and Secret, and went out of the HQ for his morning training. On his way back, Sek felt some noises near him and decided to check. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge water ball crashed into him, making both him and Secure wet. What the hell was that? You okay, Secret? Asked Sek as he took Secret in his hands and checked her for any injuries. Secret shook the water of her body and then gave a thumbs up, feathers up to Sek, indicating that she was fine. Sek sighed and then looked at Secret and said, "Well, I am glad that you are fine. Go and dry up," and let Secret go and dry herself up under the sun. Sek, on the other hand, went towards the source of noise as he guessed what probably the source of the noise was. Just as he expected, after walking for a bit, he came across a silver-haired tsundere practicing her magic. Sek, being the fearless Dark Lord he was, didn't hide and just stepped forward. Good morning, said Sek as he greeted the silver-haired girl. The girl yelped in surprise as she heard Sek's voice and turned around to see who it was. You, what are you doing here? Asked Noelle. Well, that's now how you greet someone who wished you good morning, but it's not like everyone can have good manners like me. Anyways, I was just on my way back from training, when all of a sudden I got hit by a huge water ball and decided to check, said Sek as he showed off his wet clothes. Noelle got nervous seeing that her misfired magic hit the boy in front of him and said, humph, it's not all of a sudden. I was aiming for you to begin with. You didn't even know I was here until I called you, said Sek as he stared at the silver-haired noble. Noelle blushed as Sek pointed out her mistake and just averted her eyes. Anyway, what are you doing here? Looking at the tree and the target, I think that you are practicing new magic, though seeing how dry the tree is from being hit by water magic. Said Sek as he left at that and saw that the girl was trembling a bit. Let's not like her more, thought Sek as he said, anyway, show me your magic. I am interested in seeing how powerful it is. Noelle looked up at Sek, who was looking back at her, and said, why would I show my magic to an insect like you? Language, lady. If you call yourself a royal, then carry yourself like one too, said Sek with a stern tone, making the girl flinch. How dare you, said Noelle, but Sek released his magic power and glared at her, making her stop. The noble turned around and pointed her hands towards the tree and gathered her magic, making a huge water ball appear in front of her hands. That's some magic power she gathered in a single spell, but the control is just shitty, thought Sek as he saw the ball totally missing the target. Seeing that her attack missed once again, she prepared herself to be mocked again and looked down. If you are having trouble controlling that much magic, then lower the output to the point which you can control, said Sek as he walked towards her. Surprised by what Sek said, Noelle looked up and saw him coming towards her and said, what do you mean by I mean, how dare you come closer to me like this? I am a royal, you know. And I am the Dark Lord, the one who is at the very top, said Sek as he snorted and said, now do as I told you. Why should I? Asked Noelle. Because I said so, and I am currently your superior here, said Sek. When did you become my superior? Asked Noelle. From the moment you showed me you cannot control your magic, while I can, said Sek. Noelle opened her mouth once again to say something, but Sek gave an annoyed sigh and said, listen here, if I am going out of my way to help you improve a bit, then just keep that mouth shut and accept it. Not everyone has the privilege of getting help from the Dark Lord. Humph, I didn't ask for your help. And what is this Dark Lord thing anyway? Said Noelle as she crossed her arms. You don't need to know that right now. I will tell you when you get to my level. Anyway, see this, said Sek as he raised his hand. Noelle was about to say something, but then she noticed some mana gathering in Sek's hand. Ha, what are you even going to accomplish with that meager amount of mana, said Noelle as she pointed at the small amount of mana glowing on Sek's hand. Smack you, said Sek as the mana bullet flew towards Noelle and flicked her forehead. Ow! How dare you hit a royal? Like this, said Sek as he fired another magic bullet at her. Ow! Why you? Said Noelle as she growled from anger. Now try to do the same with your mana. Slowly, said Sek. Noelle glared at Sek and raised her hand to attack him. Sek, who saw the water ball forming in front of Noelle's hand, sighed and thought, it's getting unstable. Sek's sacred gear appeared on his hand as the whip shot forward from the black gauntlet and wrapped around Noelle's hand. Wah, said Noelle as she saw her hand getting caught by something. Sek started absorbing the excess mana from her spell and saged, try to control this much. Aim at the target. Noelle looked at the smaller water ball in her hand and then at Sek, who was just staring at her. What does he want to do anyway? Thought Noelle as she pointed her hand towards the tree and fired once again. And as Sek expected, it still misfired. Yup, just like I thought, a totally shitty control, thought Sek, and then looked at Noelle, who was looking down. Since you are doing this without even using your grimoire, it would be pretty difficult to lower the power output, said Sek as he started thinking. Why are you doing this anyway? Asked Noelle. No reason, I have nothing better to do anyway, the other are still sleeping and I am already done with my training. Although if you want a proper reason, you can say that you are a bit similar to my dad, said Sek. Dad? Not mom, thought Noelle as she felt a bit pissed hearing that she is similar to man. He too puts too much and ruins most of the things and never accepts that and try that again, a total pain in the butt, if I have to say so, said Sek with a deadpan look on his face, making Noelle even more pissed at the insult. I am accustomed to taking care of that old man of mine, and seeing that you, who is somewhat acting stubbornly like him, makes me work on my own. In a way you can say I am just preventing you from annoying me, said Sek, making Noelle look up at him with a confused look on her face. That doesn't make any sense, said Noelle. Doesn't matter, it made sense to me, said Sek, making Noelle stare at him. Anyway, I am feeling a bit cold in these wet clothes. I better go and change, said Sek as he pulled the line back from Noelle's hand and deactivated his sacred gear. You on the other hand try using that mana bullet I used to flick you earlier. I will come back after changing my clothes and will babysit you until breakfast is ready, said Sek as he rushed back to the base. I don't need someone to babysit me. And don't come back, yelled Noelle with a blushing face. Chapter 28, Helping Noelle. Sek, who was rushing back towards the base, saw Asta come out while yawning, but decided to let him be. I need to check if Secret is dry or not. Can't have her catching cold, thought Sek as he hurried back to his room. Soon he got in there and saw Secret sitting near the window trying to dry up. He sighed and said, like hell you are going to dry up in the room. Go out and you bird brain, said Sek as he picked out some dry clothes and a towel. Secret looked at him and then flew towards him and landed on his lap. Sek took the towel and wiped her carefully so as to not injure the bird. Once Secret was all dried up, she flew around the room flapping her wings like crazy to get rid of the still stuck moisture. Do that outside, Secret. I need to change, said Sek as he opened the door for Secret to go out. Secret didn't took much time and got out of the room and let Sek change his clothes in peace. What the hell is that Sundara doing, thought Sek as he suddenly felt a large amount of mana gathering near the base. Well, she is a part of the protagonist's team, she would be fine, and continued changing his clothes. Once he was done, he went out towards the source of the mana disturbance and was soon joined by Secret, who landed in his shoulder. Secret, is it very dangerous out there? Secret shook her head in denial, seeing which Sek nodded and then peeked out of the window. Holy shit! If not for her shitty control, then she could have easily destroyed the base, no quarter of the base with her magic, said Sek as he opens then window and jumped down. Soon he arrived near the other black bulls who were gathered there and said, Good morning. Ah, good morning, said Vanessa. Haha, it's really a good morning. Let's fight, Sek, said Luck. It's really is a pleasant morning. I would really like to spend this day with my friends, mumbled Gordon, which no one was able to hear. Marie. Looks like she lost her control. What are you going to do, Yumi-san, asked Sek. Don't know, if we use attack magic there is a high chance that she will die. If only we had someone who can negate magic, said Yami casually as he took a smoke. Suddenly, as if his wish came true, Asta came flying towards him. Yami just moved his hand forward and caught Asta. Good timing, brat, I was just thinking about you, said Yami. About me? Asked Asta while pointing at himself. Yeah, you see that, said Yami as he pointed towards Noelle and they. Something made of water. Yes. Good, go and deal with it, said Yami. Alright, wait, how will I deal with that? I don't even know how to fly. Shut your trap, idiot, yelled Yami as he started releasing his magic. He then gripped Asta tightly and said, just do something and break you limits, and threw him towards the royal. You do know that he will die if he couldn't do anything and get stuck in there as well, said Sek. No problem, we have a graveyard nearby, said Yami as he took a smoke. He then looked at Sek and asked, can you deal with that? Well, it's not that difficult, replied Sek. Then why didn't you say that earlier, asked Yami. No one asked me, said Sek. Sounds fair, said Yami as he closed his eyes. Should I save them from the fall? Nah, Finral, said Yami. Yes, yes I know, said Finral as he used his magic to make a portal below Asta and Noel. Soon the other end of the portal appeared in front of them and Sek took a step to the side. Asta and Noel soon came out of there as Asta landed at the place where Sek was standing earlier. You all right, Asta? Asked Sek. I am fine, said Asta in his unusually loud tone and then went towards Noel. And now he used the protagonist magic on her and make the tsundere fall for him, and thus his future of getting physically and verbally abused for no logical reason at all is set. The end, thought Sek as he nodded his head. Once everyone from the Black Bulls were done saying their piece of how she is one of them now and how she can believe in them, Sek stepped forward and manipulated her once again, telling her to practice how he asked her to do, causing a slight argument amongst them. After all that was over, he asked Charmy to cook him something to eat, which she immediately agreed to with a huge smile on her face. In the evening, Sek along with the other two rookies was there in the hall. So what are your plans for now? The others are busy doing their thing, asked Sek. Noel and Asta stared at him and then thought for a while. I have nothing in mind, said Asta. I know that your head is empty, no need to tell that, said Sek. Ah, okay, wait, you just insulted me, yelled Asta as he stood up and pointed his finger at him. I have no idea as well, I still don't have much mana after what happened today, said Noel. About that, how did it suddenly get that out of control? Asked Sek. Hearing his question, Noel looked down as she remembered the thoughts that she had at that time. Seeing her like that, Sek patted her shoulder and said, no need to tell if you don't want to, the thing that is important, is that we need to make her learn how to control, otherwise it will create problems during missions. And how will we do that? Asked Asta. We will use that thick, long, and black thing of yours to help her, said Asta as he looked at Asta. Noel blushed as she heard what Sek said and was about to yell at him. Oh! Don't worry, I will use that to help her. You can count on me, said Asta as he smacked his chest lightly. Asta then patted Noel's shoulder and said, let's do our best, Noel, me and my sword will take care of you. Noel got red from head to toe as she heard what Asta said. Sek just looked away and covered his mouth to not laugh out loud. Why you? Bakasta, yelled Noel as she smacked Asta's head. Chapter 29, First Mission. A few days passed by since Seek joined the Black Bulls and was living his life without any troubles. Good food prepared by Charmy, a big room all for himself, good sparring partners and no one nagging him for what he does. A life he could call a total bliss for himself. But this cannot go on, thought Sek as he stood up from his bed and said, to gain recognition the Dark Lord needs to spread his name, and the way to do it, is undertaking missions. He then took his robe from the chair and then rushed outside the room, followed by Sekre. Yami-san. Don't yell, said Yami as he looked at Sek. Sek looked around and saw that only him and Yami were there. Yami-san, do you have a mission I can go on? Hey, mission, oi, Gauche. Soon Gauche with a picture in his hand appeared and said, what happened, is today the day I can go and see my angel Marie? No, I need you to go on a mission, take the brat along with you, said Yami as he pointed at Sek. Hey? A mission? What kind of? Just the usual, bandit crushing, though you will be joined by some other squad, said Yami. Troublesome. I would rather adore my Marie's photo, said Gauche as he looked at the photo. I wasn't asking, said Yami as he gripped Gauche's head. All right, I accept it, oi, you don't drag me down, the sooner we finish the sooner I can look at Marie's photo, said Gauche as he looked at Sek. Well, a troublesome one to deal with, but still it's fine, thought Sek as he gave him a thumbs up and said, all right, do guide me though. After that Yami gave them the mission details and both him and Gauche went to prepare to set out. After half an hour both of them came out and met Luck and Magna outside the base. Hey, Sekman, let's fight, said Luck with a smile on his face. Sorry Luck, I just got a mission, said Sek. Magna smirked at that and said, your first mission, eh? Do well and don't drag our name down, said Magna while cleaning his specialized broom. Seeing that broom, Sek smirked and used his magic. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider. A bike soon formed in front of Sek, seeing which Magna had its eyes widen from shock. He admired the design of the bike and gave Sek a thumbs up and said, "It's awesome." "Oi! What are doing?" said Ghosh as he looked at Sek talking with the two of them. "Ghosh-san, come with me, it will be faster than using a broom," said Sek, which was enough for Ghosh to accept Sek's offer. If it saves time, it would be added to his merry time. Sek sat in front, followed by Ghosh, who sat in the side cart made by Sek, and finally it was Sikray who sat in his pocket. "Take care of the photo, Ghosh-san, it might get blown away if you held it lightly," said Sek, making Ghosh frown as he kept the photo in his pocket. Sek then passed his magic to the bike, which immediately shoot forward at an amazing speed. "How is it, Ghosh-san? You are fine, right?" asked Sek. "Slow down, you bastard," yelled Ghosh as eyes and mouth were opened from the wind crashing into his face. Sek laughed at that as he slowed down and thought, "I really like scaring the first-timers like that, I will try this on Yumi-san." After that he rode at comparatively normal solace, enough for Ghosh to handle himself. "Ghosh-san, you are losing too much blood from your nose, you know," said Sek as he looked at him. "It's fine, look in the front," said Ghosh as he continued staring at the photo. Feeling awkward, Sek thought of conversing with Sikray, but found her sleeping peacefully in his pocket. "So what kind of girl is you, sister, Ghosh-san?" asked Sek. "I will kill you if you are having thoughts about my sister," said Ghosh as he released a hive amount of bloodlust at Sek. "Don't worry, I am not interested in young girls. Just thought of asking how your sister is since you keep talking about her all the time," said Sek without even flinching. Ghosh stared at him for a while and then told him about how wonderful his sister was. After listening to the praises that Ghosh sung for his sister, Sek nodded and said, "Seems like a good girl to me. However, Ghosh-san, just an advice from me. It's fine if you dote on her right now, since she is still young, do give her some personal space and control your emotions a bit if you don't want to be hated by her." Ghosh widened his eyes in shock as he imagined himself getting hated by Marie and immediately turned pale and started mumbling something. "There is no way an angel like Marie can hate someone," said Ghosh. Sek shook his head and said, "Trust me, I am saying from experience, little siblings are like that." It was hell dealing with my Nii-san and convince him to show some moderation, thought Sek as he remembered how hard it was for him to calm down his Nii-san who would talk to him on his birthday every year. "Ugh," said Ghosh as he made a pained expression. "By the way, up to what level can we damage the bandits?" asked Sek. "Just kill them, it's fast and efficient," said Ghosh. "And what is usually requested of us to do?" "Kill only when necessary, otherwise just hand them over to the prison," said Ghosh. "What about bounty?" asked Sek. "Depends, if they have it on their head, but you will need to show some proof of that," said Ghosh as he stared at his sister's photo. "If there is going to be one with bounty, I will take care of it," said Sek. "As long as you finish it quick, I don't have any problems," said Ghosh with blood dripping from his nose. Soon they reached the town where the mission was supposed to take place and waited for the people from other squad to join them. "Where the hell are they?" yelled Ghosh in anger. The other magic knights had still not arrived, which was making Ghosh very angry at them. Well, it cannot be helped since Sek was much faster than those brooms, but he just kept that fact up to himself. "It's alright, Ghosh-san, just think of it as you getting extra time to stare at the photo," said Sek, making Ghosh look at the photo of his sister. Soon both of them saw two people on brooms heading in their direction, and once they recognized them as magic knights, both of them sighed. The other magic knights landed near them and then started walking towards them. "So we will be working along with the Crimson Lions," thought Sek. Soon the two of them came near then, and the man with brown hair said, "Looks like you two arrived pretty early, anyways I am Reuben Chagar." "Ghosh Adlai," said Ghosh without even looking at them, making Reuben frown at him. "Sorry about him, he is just a bit upset since we had to wait for a long time, anyways I am Sek Bronzaza," said Sek with a smile and moved his hand forward. Reuben nodded and was about to shake his hand, but the person beside him held Sek's hand first, surprising both of them. Sek looked at the black-haired girl who was beside Reuben and thought, what was that? Anna Flare. Let's get along, said the girl in an emotionless tone and shook Sek's hand. Chapter 30, Cliché Quest. Getting out of his trance, Sek pulled his hand back from the girl and nodded his head. What happened? Don't tell me she fell for my handsome looks, thought Sek as he looked at the girl. Don't mind her, she is just a rookie and is kinda unique, said Reuben. It's all right. So shall we start the mission? Asked Sek. Reuben nodded, hearing that, and thought, it's the first time that I met someone from the bulls who is not weird and easy to talk with. Ghosh-san, stop bleeding, we are going to start, said Sek, making Ghosh look up from the picture. A pity that he is in that weird squad, thought Reuben. All right, from what we have been told by the captains, we can say that there must be a group of bandits in the forest close to the town. What we don't know is where and how many of them will be present, said Reuben. Before we start, is anyone here a support type or all of us are attackers? Asked Sek. Hearing that, the two Crimson Lions Knights just stared at him, which was enough to answer his question. All right then, that means that we don't need to worry that much about someone on the team. Now what matters is how we approach the forest, said Sek. Let's split up in twos, and Reuben was saying something, but suddenly the girl beside him raised her hand and said, I would like to go with Sek-kun. Both Reuben and Sek stared at her with and thought at the same time, she is acting so obvious. Sek gave a wry smile and said, as much as I would like to team up with you, I don't think it would be a good idea since we don't know how we fight, so it might cause problems. I am just a rookie like you, so I don't have much experience working with him. Our magic attributes clash with each other anyways, said Anna as she pointed at Reuben, making him twitch his lips. She is acting more like a member of Black Bulls than him, thought Reuben. He then looked at Sek and asked, as much as I would like to deny her claim, it is true that my sandstone magic and her fire magic are not the most compatible when fighting together, that too in a forest. So, you are asking two rookies to pair up, and that too on my first mission? Asked Sek with a dumbfounded expression on his face. It's my first time as well, said the girl in her monotone voice. Don't phrase it like that, thought Sek, but was suddenly grabbed by Ghosh, who glared at him and said, just team up with her and start this mission. You are wasting my precious time. Hey! Support your fellow squad member, you damn siskin, mentally yelled Sek as Ghosh rushed through the whole planning phase. In the end, Sek got paired up with the Anna girl, and both of them first decided to check the town for any clues while also asking around about the bandits from the people. They look like they have not eaten or slept for days, thought Sek as looked at the people of the town and said, we need to take care of those bandits soon. The girl who was beside him nodded her head and said, yes, I agree with that, it is looking very bad for them. Sek looked at her and thought, she certainly is strange. First she was acting like that and now all of a sudden she turned serious. Taking a look at her, she is better looking than Noelle, who is a royal, and those are big too. The girl noticed Sek look at her and said, don't worry, I will protect you. Did she just say that she will protect me? Thought Sek. Listen her Anna, your duty is to protect them, not me, and always keep in mind that the Dark Lord Sek doesn't need protection, unless the situation is totally foo *ked up, said Sek as he pointed his finger at her. Alright, I will protect Sek-kun if the situation becomes too difficult be handled, said the girl in her monotone voice. I will make sure that such a situation doesn't arise, and I will probably save you if that were to happen, said Sek and looked forward. I don't want other to think that someone got injured because they were saving the great me. It will really tarnish my reputation as a Dark Lord, thought Sek. Meanwhile, the girl who heard Sek would save her if she gets in trouble didn't has any expression on her face, but her heart was pounding very fast after she heard that. While walking and asking around, Sek suddenly felt someone pull his clothes and turned around to see two children, a boy and a girl, looking at him. Hello, is there something you need? Asked Sek. Big brother, if we can tell you where the bandits are hiding, will you bring our mom back? Asked the boy. A cliché quest just got triggered, thought Sek as he crouched down and asked, Do you really know where they are hiding? The children nodded their heads and started telling him about the way they should go, but considering they were children the directions that they gave were too high level for Sek to understand. You know what, you two are coming with me, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping. Bronze creation magic bronze rider and sidecar. His bike along with the sidecar appeared in front of them as the children looked at it with awe, making Sek puff his chest in pride. "Ha! Bask in the Dark Lord's majesty," said Sek as he picked up the kids and placed them in the side cart. He then took his seat and turned around to call Anna, who was standing beside him. "Get on the back," said Sek as the black-haired girl nodded and sat behind Sek. "What the? I never knew that riding a bike with a girl comes with this softness," thought Sek as felt two big and soft sensations on his back. He slowly turned around and with a smile on his face said, "You should hold on tightly so that you don't fall and get injured." The girl didn't needed to be asked a second time as she wrapped her arms around him and held him a bit tighter than before. "Is this fine?" asked Anna, to which Sek just gave a thumbs up and said, "Perfect," and then channeled his mana through the bike. "I will make sure to go over every bump that will come on the way," thought Sek as he told the children to tell him the way. Chapter 31, Starting the Fint. "The road sure is very uneven for the bandits to travel across it," said Anna as they yet again passed over a bump. "Yes," said Sek as he looked forward to look for the bumps. Secret, who was sleeping inside the pocket, woke up because of the disturbance and peeked out of the pocket. "Oh, Secret, you woke up, hey," said Sek as he felt some movements in his shirt. Secret looked at Sek, who was riding the bike and the hands wrapped around his chest. "Is he with someone?" thought Secret as she jumped out of the pocket and saw the kids in the side cart who were looking at her with curiosity. She looked at the kids for a while before she hopped onto Sek's shoulder and saw the expressionless Anna, who was clinging to Sek's back. She then looked down towards the huge mountains pressing against Sek's back and turned her head towards Sek and noticed a small smile on his face. Feeling slightly upset at him, Secret prepared herself to peck his head. "Secret, if you are thinking about pecking, do that later. I am not driving alone this time, you know. They might be injured if I lost control," said Sek as he felt Secret's intent to peck him. This was the instinct that he developed by living with her for so long. Secret stopped herself as she heard what Sek said and thought, "He is right," and then jumped down on the bike and took her spot. "What is that anti-bird?" asked Anna, since she noticed that Secret responded to what Sek asked of her. "She is my familiar, her name's Secret. She is very smart and takes care of me too," said Sek as he glanced at Secret, who was sitting in front of him. Secret turned her head to look at Sek and raised her wing in response to what Sek said. "Big brother, we are getting close," said the boy, hearing which Sek stopped the bike and said, "We will be going on foot from here on." Anna and the children got off the bike, after which Sek deactivated his magic. "Secret, go ahead and check out for the enemies, we will be hiding here," said Sek. Secret nodded and flew away to check whether the oxygen was fine or not. "Anna, take off your squad robe, it is standing out here in the forest," said Sek. Anna did as Sek asked him to as he led the kids and the girl towards the bush to hide. "All right, listen here, you kids will have to be near us all the time, since there is no way of sending you back right now. Don't worry, I am super strong, so I promise you too that you will not be harmed," said Sek as he patted the kids' heads. The kids nodded in response, though they were still quite scared of the idea of going near the bandits. Sek nodded and then looked at Anna and asked, "How strong is your magic, Anna, and what type and range you are comfortable to fight against?" "I cannot explain how strong my magic is since I don't know about the bandits' strength. About range and type, except for close combat opponents, I will be able to fight at any position," said Anna. "All right. You will be the rear guard, I will be in the front, make sure to not include me in your attacks," said Sek. Anna nodded and then both of them waited for Secret to return. After a while Sek saw Secret coming back and just kept hiding. Being an anti-bird, Secret was very conscious box mana and could easily tell where Sek was and headed towards the bushes. Once she got in, Sek asked what all she could answer in the gestures and said, "Well, they are indeed here, but there are too many of them, you will be fine, right?" Anna, who heard Sek question, nodded her head, seeing which Cells nodded and took out a small piece of paper and wrote something on it. "Here Sikre, find Gosh-san, and give it to him," said Sikme as he rolled the paper and tied it to Sikre's leg. Sikre took off in the air and thought, "Really, whatever would you do without me?" and then started looking out for Gosh. Once Sikre was gone, Sek and Anna along with the children came out of the bushes and Sek said, "Let's get going, but before that, hamster balls." 2 round transparent blue shells appeared around the kids, seeing which the kids looked at it with surprise. "You will be a bit safer in there, now follow what we ask of you, okay?" "Okay big brother," said the kids with determination, seeing which Sek smiled. Anna, who saw that, looked at Sek and thought, "He hasn't changed," and her lips curved up a bit. Sek then picked up the big hamster balls in his hands like they were nothing and looked at Anna. "Let's go," and started running, seeing which Anna started following him as well. Sek, who was in the front, made sure to not run too fast for the girl to be left behind, and soon he noticed a few structures built further ahead. He raised his hand to stop Anna and then gestured her to look towards the structures, seeing which she turned serious. "All right, seems like we came at their base," said Sek. "How should we approach them?" "Reveal that we are magic knights and ask them to surrender and then proceed to fight," said Anna. "It has bad idea written all over it," said Sek. "Then what attack from the get-go?" asked Anna, but in return Sek just gave a smirk, seeing which Anna nodded her head as well. Sek put the hamster balls down as both him and Anna stood side by side. Their grimoires started floating and flipping pages, and Sek said, "Looks like the bandits are in for a bad time." Sek looked back at the kids and said, "Follow us, but stop once we stop as well and stray beside Anna." The kids nodded, seeing which both Sek and Anna looked in front and started running, seeing which the kids ran behind them as well. Bronze creation magic, weapon make Gaster Blaster. Sek used his magic even before they jumped out of the bushes, not willing to give the bandits the chance to know what happened all of a sudden. Chapter 32, First mission completed. An animal skull made out of bronze just appeared out of nowhere, shocking the bandits. But before they could do anything, the skull's mouth opened and a beam was fired at them, sending most of them flying away, crashing into rocks and trees. It's a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. On days like these, bandits like you should be. Fire magic, incinerate orb. A huge orb made of fire shot forward towards the bandits and exploded, engulfing the bandits that were unfortunate to get caught in the blast to be burnt to crisp. "Burning in hell," completed Sek and then thought, "She took me quite literally. What just happened? We are under attack. Magic Knights. Run. Wait. There are only 2 of them. Hey, just 2, it's alright guys. We can deal with them. Hey, there's a hit chick amongst them too. And a good-looking boy, boss will love that ass." Sek, who heard what the bandits said, took out his other grimoire as well and thought, "Alright, they are done for." "Anna, no mercy," said Sek as both his grimoires started flipping pages. "Don't worry, I am not in the mood for that anyway," said Anna in a slightly angry tone. Bronze creation magic, 100 swords. Lighting debuff magic, paralysis touch. Dark debuff magic, dark touch. Ice debuff magic, frost touch. Fire debuff magic, blaze touch. Sek used various magic in succession as hindered swords made of his bronze magic appeared in the air. Once they appeared, all the swords started changing colors as 25 swords turned to different elements that Cells used. "Now I will show you what messing with the Dark Lord results to," said Sek as he raised his hand, making all the swords that were behind him point towards the bandits. "Anna, how many do you think their numbers must be?" "Around 50 or so," said Anna. "2 swords for each of them then," said Sek. Seeing the swords aimed at them, the bandits gulped their saliva and looked at Sek with fear. "Any last words?" asked Sek. One of the bandits rose his hand and said, "Can I go to the bathroom?" "I don't know." "Can you?" said Sek as 2 swords shot forward towards the man and impaled into his stomach. "Ah! Hey? Hey, it doesn't hurt," said the bandit, but while speaking his body suddenly got covered in a thin layer of ice and he stopped moving. Since none of you have any more last words, let's get this over with, said Sek as all the swords shot forward towards the bandits. The bandits, who now realized that they were in danger, started running and dodging the attacks, but despite that most of them were not able to prevent the sword from hitting them, which either paralyzed or frosted them in an instant. Ugh! Attack together, said some of the bandits, and started using their magic as various wind blades, roots, water, and fireballs were fired towards Sek. I won't let you touch him, said Anna. Fire magic, raging flare. A large amount of mana gathered in front of Anna as a wave of fire generated from that spot and moved forward, intercepting the incoming attacks. She is good, but the Dark Lord is better, thought Sek as he unsheathed X-Dace from his waist and jumped back and took Anna in his grasp as well. Use that spell again when I give the signal, said Sek as he dodged an incoming earth spike which was slashed in half by Sek. Anna nodded as she heard what Sek said and stated, preparing her spell. Sek dropped her on the ground and then immediately rushed forward with X-Dace in his hand and some of his debuff swords flying behind him. Seeing Sek and the swords coming towards them, the bandits started firing their spells at Sek, who just used his bronze swords to intercept the attacks. X-Dace-chan, be a little less sharp, I don't want to cause a scene in front of the kids, thought Sek as the X-Dace's edge became a bit duller compared to before, though it was still able to slash through the bandits with relative ease. Now who was the one who said that he will foo *Kami, there he is, he don't deserve his dick, thought Sek as he rushed towards the said man and without taking any time slashed him twice, once at his chest and once at his back. Blood gushed out of the said man as he fell down on the floor. Circle sword, said Sek as all his swords returned back and started revolving around him. Surrounded by so many swords, the bandits looked troubled as they could hardly dodge the swords. Anna now, said Sek as he made sure that the remaining ones were in a straight line. Anna nodded as she used her magic once again. Fire magic, raging flare. The waves of flame once again shot forward as Sek's swords dispersed and gathered every bandit in the wave's attack range and just jumped off to the side. He then watched the bandits burn and scream in flames and then said, "Stop it, Anna, if their face gets unrecognizable we won't get the bounty." Anna nodded as the fire instantly disappeared. Her control is good too, who the heck is she, thought Sek as he captured the injured bandits in a huge hamster ball. Well, that was easy, said Sek as he looked at the bandits. They were really weak, said Anna as she came towards Sek. Well, it can't be helped, they were up against BTHE Dark Lord. But it was boring, said Sek as he looked at the kids and said, "Get the kids, I will look out for the money and people that must be taken away by them," said Sek as he walked around the area in search for money and people. After some time, Ghosh and Reuben arrived as well, and Reuben was surprised to see that Sek and Anna already took care of the bandits, though they still scolded them since their method was very crude, which was just ignored by the two rookies. They gathered all the people and money that was there at the bandit base and led them back to their town. Sek decided to let the seniors do the boring job of taking the bandits to the prison while he and Anna were left back to keep a lookout if any more bandits are left and are looking to cause any more trouble. During their stay a lot of people came by to thank the two of them, which coupled with how the kids were explaining the fight to the people made for a very happy mood around the town. Sek along with Sekre were sitting on a block made of bronze while Anna was standing beside them leaning against the wall. Where the hell are they? Thought Sek as he waited for Ghosh to come back. You sure, Anna, you don't want to take a seat? Yes, I am fine like this, said Anna. Where are you from, Sek-kun? Kaitan. You. Rook. Rook, hey. What happened? Well, I have been to that town before, when I was a kid. I slayed a mana beast nearby, so I needed to sell that. A mana beast at that age? Well, a Dark Lord is born strong, you know, said Sek as he laughed. And? Asked Anna. And what? Asked Sek back. What else did you do that in the town? Asked Anna as she stared intently at him. Well, I got a lot of mana beast meat from the people who bought it. Met a couple of royals there, and yeah, that's it, said Sek. Anna stared at Sek for a while before she averted her eyes from him. Sek noticed that Bit just shrugged his shoulders and took out X-Days to clean it, since there was still no signs of Ghosh. I helped a couple of kids there as well, now that I think about it, said Sek as he glanced at his sword which had the magic stone embedded in it. Hearing that, Anna perked up and looked at him. Really? People don't help others in that town. Don't compare the great me to others, though I just did that on a whim too anyways, said Sek. What kind of help was it? There was a kid who was following me in that town. I called the kid, asked the problem AD, found that he was looking for food for other small kids. So I decided to share some of the excess mana beast meat with them. Though it wasn't for free, I took one thing that the kid had in its possession, said Sek, and then thought, and that is my most profitable exchange yet. Anna, who heard what Sek said, was looking at him with her eyes widened and a small smile on her lips. She was about to say something but Sek interrupted her. Well, if the kid took my advice, he must have become a fine man by now. Maybe I should go and look for him? Not like he will remember me, said Sek as he chuckled. Anna stopped herself from speaking and thought, he thought I was a boy, back then. Sek on the other hand just laughed and cleaned his sword and waited for Ghosh to arrive so that he can go back. Chapter 33, Gathering in the Room. A few days passed by since Sek completed his first mission, which resulted in him getting annoyed by the no magic twerp for 3 whole days since he went on a mission without telling him and got a lead. In response for annoying the Dark Lord, Sek took a few more missions without telling them and in total had completed 5 whole missions, out of which 3 were solo ones, well, not technically, but Finarl just acted as his transport. And currently, after a few weeks passed like that, Sek was watching Asta feeding the Yami's pet mana beasts. Is it really safe? Asked Noel, who was standing beside him. Does it look like that to you? Asked Sek. Nope. Shouldn't you help him? Let him break his limits, or bones, said Sek as he looked at Asta getting chewed by the beast. How is your training getting along, Noel? Asked Sek as he looked at the royal. I am doing good, and it was great that no one was there to nag me every time, said Noel sarcastically. Want me to stop helping you altogether? Asked Sek as he looked intently at Noel. Humph, you cannot. I am royalty, so you need to follow my. You really wanna try me, Noel? Asked Sek with a smile. Noel blushed from embarrassment as she tried to say something, but suddenly Sek pulled him towards himself. Wah! Asta! Take something longer to feed them, you idiot, yelled Sek as he saw Asta, who was thrown away by the beast. You alright, Noel? Humph! Whisper thanks, said Noel as she looked from Sek and looked at Asta. You are welcome, said Sek, whose senses were better because of his hunting practices in the past. Noel snorted and then went to look after Asta. Secret, who was in his pocket, came out and sat on his shoulder. I am so glad that you are not a tsundere, Secret, said Sek as he scratched the bird's belly. Secret just tilted her head as she didn't understand what the word that Sek used meant and just shrugged it off. Sek was about to go out of the room but stopped as his eyes widened in surprise. He moved his hand in front of Secret's eyes and said, Don't look, Secret, and forget whatever you saw. Kaie! Screamed Noel as she turned around with a blush on her cheeks. Captain Yami! Magna Senpai! Why are you two like that? Yelled Asta as he saw Magna and Yami standing in front of him without any clothes. I am going to give you your first Magic Night mission, you brats, said Yami without caring about what Asta said. Hell yeah! I finally get to do some Magic Night stuff, yelled Asta. So, in short, you two lost badly. No, that word don't do justice to your app arse. Anyway, you two lost in gambling against a mayor of a village and promised him to do a task for him to pay off your debt, said Sek. Ha ha ha, aren't you a smart one? Absolutely right, said Yami as he stood proudly without any clothes. Noel, whatever happens, don't open your eyes, whispered Sek as he covered her eyes as well. I don't need you tell me that, said Noel. Oh, Asta is stripping down too. Yelled Noel as her eyes shot open, only to see Asta still in his clothes. I don't need you to tell me that, hey, said Sek as he imitated the silver-haired tsundere who just blushed in response and looked away. Anyway, Magna, explain the mission to them. I need to break some limits, said Yami. The number of times you go, I think that the thing breaking first would be the toilet, said Sek as he looked at Yami, who just yawned in response. Haha, we got our first mission as well. Just you wait, I will catch up to you in no time, said Asta. Dream on, Asta, unlike me the mission you are doing is a non-paying one, said Sek as he smirked at the twerp. Can you tell me again why all of us are here, asked Noel. Well, you guys are going to have your first mission tomorrow, so I thought that you both could get some stress off before that, and so here we are, playing snakes and ladders, said Sek as he threw the die. Humph, I am royalty. I won't get stress from something like this, said Noel. It's fine, just think of me wanting to help my friends, also pass some time. Ah, Asta got bit by a snake, said Sek. Arg. I won't give up. I will climb all the ladders that come in my path and become the winner. Also thanks, Sek, said Asta. No need, Asta, no need, said Sek as he gave the die to Noel. Sek, want to eat some nummies with me, said Charmy as she barged into the room. Hey, let's go fight, said Luck, who came in as well. Oi! Have you seen Asta and Noel Ju? Asked Magna. Wanna spend some time like friends usually do, muttered Gordon. Oi! Tell me more things that will make me looks good in front of my Angel Marie. Hey, what are you three doing? Asked a drunk Vanessa. Hey? This wasn't the toilet, said Yami as he came in while scratching his head. Sek looked at the members of the Black Bull who just barged into his room. Well, having a big room was going to result into this at some point anyway, thought Sek. Wanna join us? Asked Sek. The other members of the Black Bulls came closer to the three of them and saw a board-like thing made of Sek's magic, which a small figurines of the three of them on top of the board. What is it? Some kind of spell? Asked Magna. Nah, it's a board game called Snakes and Ladders. Wanna try it? Asked Sek. Hey? A new game? Alright, let's bet and the winner takes all, declared Yami with a smirk on his face. You just lost everything today, yelled the three rookies as they were just ignored by their captain, who already started placing bets. Well, whatever, you will drown in despair and debt after losing against the Dark Lord anyways, said Sek as he placed a coin as his bet. That day all the Black Bulls stayed up quite late playing the new game that Sek introduced, and needless to say Magna and Yami were buck naked once again. Even Vanessa is wearing more clothes than the two of them, thought Sek as he collected his earnings earned from the bets. Chapter 34, Training with Yami. The next morning in front of the Black Bulls base, the rookies along with Magna were talking to each other. How come you both don't know how to fly on a broom? That's the basic of the basics, exclaimed Magna. I don't have any magic, said Asta. Humph, did you forget? I am not able to control my mana, said Noel in a proud tone. Don't be proud about that, yelled Magna as he looked at the two irregulars. Fine then, let's do this, said Magna as he went towards the storehouse and took out his self-customized broom. Hee, we will go on my crazy cyclone, said Magna as he looked smug about his broom. Sek's bike was cooler than this, said Asta as he looked at the broom. Sek fist pumped at that as he looked at Magna with a mocking expression on his face. TCH, I can't even deny that, muttered Magna as he clicked his tongue. Anyway, you really aren't coming with us, Sek? Asked Asta as he looked at his fellow rookie. Sorry, Asta, I have gone on quite a number of missions recently, so I want some time to relax and focus a bit on myself. Anyways, best of luck on your first mission to both of you, said Sek as he looked at Asta and Noel. Ha! Alright then, this mission will be over in no time and soon I will become the Wizard King. Humph, I am royalty, you know? I don't need your encouragement to complete my first mission. Do try to be useful though, and don't mess up, especially you, Noel, said Sek as he looked at his fellow rookies with a grin. Both Noel and Asta snapped at him as Sek just carefully put his hands at the back of his head. Alright you two, stop wasting time, said Magna as he sat on his broom. Go with them and come back to inform me if they are in trouble, said Sek as he glanced at Secret. Secret, who understood what Sek meant, jumped off his shoulder and flew towards Asta's head. Hey? Secret! Looks like she wants to go on the mission as well. She won't trouble you, so be nice to her, said Sek as he looked at the three of them. No problems, if Secret likes to go on the mission as well, then let's go, exclaimed Asta as Magna took off. Once they got out of sight, Sek stretched his hands and said, well, Secret is gone, looks like it's just you and me now. Xdace-chan, said Sek as he looked at the sword on his waist. I haven't used it that much for a while, let's go and do dha. Yanhui, it's already morning. Sek turned around as he heard the voice behind him. Good morning, Yumi-san. Ah, so you were up as well, hui, brat. Yes, just sent of Asta and the others on their mission. Oh, they are already gone, hui. Yes, well, see you later, Captain. I going to have some fun with my Xdace-chan, said Sek as he moved towards the base to get some stuff from his room. Who the hell is that? Asked Yami. My sword, replied Sek without turning back. Your sword? Hey, oi brat, come with me for a bit, said Yami as he turned around and started walking towards the forest. Sek looked at his captain for a while before he started following him as well. Where are we going, Yami-san? Don't know, somewhere open, I guess. Said Yami without caring much. You should go to a covered area though, if you want to take a dump, said Sek. Hey? Who said that I want to take a dump? Said Yami. Now that's some breaking news, said Sek. Alright, it should be fine here, said Yami as he stopped walking. Sek stopped as well and looked around only to find himself standing in an area of broken trees and charred ground and wood. Looks like Magna and Luck had a fight here, said Sek. Hey brat, take out that sword of yours, said Yami as he took out his katana as well. Hey, Yami-san, if you are thinking about having a sword fight, I will ask you to stop here. Xdace-chan will cut your sword in half in no time. Hat, like hell you will have a sword that sha, said Yami as Sek just took out his sword and let it drop vertically downward, making the sword pierce through the ground with no effort at all. Oi, brat! What the hell is that sword? Exclaimed Yami as he saw the sword effortlessly get inside the ground. He then looked at his sword and did the same as Sek. Clang clang! Yami looked at his sword which was lying down on the ground. Oi, katana! Break your limits, said Yami as he took the sword once again and repeated the process once again. Clang clang! Yumi-san, don't bully the poor katana, said Sek as he took Xdace out of the ground. Whatever, it will break its limits soon anyway. Now, then brat, if that sword is too sharp, make one out of your magic, said Yami. Sek nodded and made a bronze sword. Good, now come at me, said Yami as he looked at Sek with an uninterested look. Without questioning, Sek gripped his sword tightly and took his stance. The ground below Sek cracked as he rushed towards Yami. Sek was looking at Yami without any hesitation and slashed towards the black-haired man. Yami easily parried the attack and took his stance to attack the rookie. Above, thought Sek as he looked at Yami and positioned his sword to block the incoming attack. Sek immediately frowned as he saw the katana coming towards him from high right and moved his hand to block the strike. Clink! The two swords clashed for just an instant before Sek's posture was broken by Yami. Sek immediately took distance from the captain, who just stood at his spot and scratched his head. Come again, said Yami as still looked at Sek with an uninterested expression on his face. Sek narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yami, who was looking back at him. Sek immediately rushed towards Yami and started attacking him rapidly. Yami parried and blocked every blow coming towards him, though Sek didn't stop and continued his assault in his captain, who slowly getting pushed back by Sek. His strength and agility is good, thought Yami as he dodged the incoming slash and said, You rely too much on your instincts, said Yami as he slashed towards the blonde boy. Sek, who was once again not able to predict the slash, was only able to block it at the final moment and had to retreat once again. Why the hell is that happening? Thought Sek, a bit frustrated seeing how Yami was not even breathing roughly from all that. He himself was also not breathing heavily, but he was still annoyed at the man. Kid, you rely too much on your instincts, you are just swinging that sword without any stance, right? Yes, said Sek. If that is the case, you will not be able to damage me. I know someone who is even better than you when it comes to fighting with just instincts, said Yami as he rested his katana on his shoulder. Can't be helped, you know. It's the only type of swordsmanship that I know of, said Sek as he thought of his days of hunting in the forest with X-Dace in his hand and his whole body covered in wounds and scratches. Hey, who said it can't be helped? Break you limits. Come at me until you are able to land a slash on me. Home your instincts even better and match the stance if you need to, do whatever you want, but keep in mind that you need to break your limits, said Yami as he light up a cigarette and took a smoke. Come on then, break time over, said Yami as he provokingly gestured Sek to come towards him. Chapter 35, Ointment. The next day after Sek had a training spar with Yami and got his ass kicked by the captain, was in a very bad mood, bad enough for not even Luck was asking him to fight him. Hey, do you think he is alright? Asked Vanessa. I don't know law, shall I give him something delicious to eat, said Charmy as she ate some cake. My friend is in a really bad mood and it really pains me to see that I cannot do anything to help him, muttered Gordon. Should I as a senpai take him and hook him up on a date with some girls? Asked Finral. Maybe looking at my angel Marie's photo will cheer him up, but I won't give it to him, said Gauche. Oi Finral. There is no toilet paper in here, said Yami during the process of breaking his limits. Just drown in that shit then, yelled Sek as he looked at the toilet door with an annoyed look on his face. He then stood up from his spot and said, I will be going out for a while, and walked out of the base. Phew, that took long, said Yami as he came out of the toilet. We are back, yelled Asta as he entered the base along with Noelle and Magna. Clang clang. In the forest close to the Black Bull's base, Sek was practicing the few movements that Yami showed him yesterday. He made a thick pillar of bronze using his magic and was repeatedly striking it in the way Yami showed him yesterday. Fuck it. To hell with break your limits, said Sek as his speed increased, making the movements of his sword faster than a normal person's eye could see. Clink. After striking continuously for a few hours, the sword made out Sek's magic shattered from taking too much damage, making Sek stop and fall down back on the ground while taking deep breaths and his whole body being covered in sweat. Seriously, I really don't like how pitiful I looked yesterday, said Sek as he took deep breaths. Suddenly out of nowhere a towel fell on his face, making Sek move it away from his face and look at the one who brought it for him. Secret? You already came back? Asked Sek as he saw his familiar. Sek sat up and wiped his face, seeing which Secret flew and landed in front of him. She looked at Sek, or more like his hands, which were bleeding a bit, and jumped towards Sek's pouch. She then took out a small box out of it and hopped back to be in front of Sek. The ointment, said Sek as he looked at his hand, which had a small amount of blood on them. Don't worry Secret, this is nothing for the Dark Lord, said Sek with a grin on his face. Secret just looked at him with her usual expression as she pushed the ointment forward, telling him to use it. Both of them stared at each other for a while before Secret took the ointment in her mouth and hopped onto his shoulder and shoved the ointment in front of Sek's face. All right, no need to act that stubborn, said Sek as he took the ointment from her and used it on her wounds. Seeing that, Secret opened her wings and patted Sek's head as if telling him that he did a good job. Oh Secret, you will make me blush. Anyways, how was the mission? Asked Sek. Secret just gave him a wings up, seeing which Sek smiled and said, well, let's go and meet Asta and Noelle then. Secret just jumped back into his pocket since it was the most comfortable spot for her and she really missed it for the whole day she spent away from Sek. Aren't you acting spoilt? Well, it's fine with me though, said Sek as he patted the bird's head. I am back, said Sek as he came inside the base and saw Asta, Magna, and Noelle laughing out loud. Yo, brat, said Yami as he raised his hand and gestured him to come closer. What is it, Yam? It was you right who told me to drown in shit, said Yami as he grabbed Sek's head and started crushing it. Ow 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 ow, yelled Sek as he tried to move the hand away from him. I will kill you, said Yami as he used reinforcement magic to increase his strength. Sek used his magic and turned to bronze so as to strengthen his strength and defense to move the hand away from top of his head. Seeing their captain going on like that, the rest of the members also got wild as a fight broke out between Magna and Luck, which soon pulled Asta in it as well. "Oi! Stop breaking everything," yelled Yami as he let go of Sek and smashed the nearby wall. All of them immediately stopped and apologized to Yami, and just after that Yami realized something. "Oi, brat," said Yami as he looked at Asta. "Yes. Looks like the Wizard King appreciated your work on your first mission and it seems that we won a star," said Yami as he took out a golden star and showed it to everyone. Asta, being Asta, immediately got excited over it, only to question what the star was. Once the explanation was over, Asta said, "How much stars do we have, Captain? We cannot lose to that Golden Dawn." Yami smirked and said, "With this star, we finally get at a total of -30. Exactly 100 away from the Golden Dawn. It will take forever to defeat Yunk like that," yelled Asta. Yami totally ignored him and then glanced at Sek. "And about you, brat, it seems like you did quite good on your missions. The Wizard King have awarded you a total of 7 stars," said Yami as he took out another 7 stars and showed it to Sek. Sek widened his eyes in surprise and said, 7 stars from just 5 missions. Sometimes my talent and excellence even scares me." Sek smirked as he looked at Asta and said, "Congratulations on getting a star from 1 mission. Sek, you bastard! Just you wait, I will beat you in no time," yelled Asta as he realized that Sek was mocking him. Sek just laughed in amusement after hearing that, seeing which Asta just got more pissed at him. After that Yami gave them their salaries, which made even Sek's jaw drop for a moment, seeing how large the sum was. "Alright, you all can take a day off tomorrow, so do whatever you want," said Yami as he was immediately pestered by Luck and Ghosh. Chapter 36, The Date Spot. The next morning Sex woke up rather late thanks all the frustration and practice he went through the previous day. Secret too decided to not wake him up and let him rest a bit since she knew that it was a day off for him. Once he woke up and was refreshed, Sek went downstairs towards the living room and noticed that the hall was totally empty. "Looks like they went to town on their own. Well, since Charmy is not here, I am not getting any breakfast as well. Secret, let's go, we are going to the town as well," said Sek as Secret woke up and came down in the hall as well. Sek went out and took X-Dace out of its sheath and made it big enough for him to stand on and coated it with bronze. Secret sat on Sek's shoulder as Sek jumped on top of his sword, and soon he left for the town as well. After reaching the castle town, Sek just walked around with Secret on his shoulder and heard some people talking about the fact that a lot of Black Bull members were there in the town and to be careful against them. "Looks like it was good that I didn't take my robe with me before coming here. And why the foo *k would they even wear their robe on a day off?" said Sek as Secret, who was on his shoulder, nodded her head. "So Secret, anything special you want to eat?" asked Sek as Secret started looking around and pointed her wing in the direction she wanted Sek to go. After visiting several stalls, Sek's hands were full of various types of food, seeing which Secret stopped leading him to different stores. Understanding that it was enough for the two of them, Sek started looking around for an empty spot where they can sit down and eat their food in peace, and thought, "Let's go to the Colosseum, there should not be that many people there right now. Secret, see if there is an empty spot nearby. If not, let's go the Colosseum," said Secret as nodded her head and took off. While waiting for Secret to return back, Sek felt someone looking towards him and became slightly cautious of his surroundings. He then slowly turned around so as to not look suspicious to the person looking at him and saw someone familiar who was looking at him. "Anna?" asked Sek as he waved his hand towards the black-haired girl. The black-haired girl looked at Sek for a while before she rushed off to somewhere, making Sek a bit surprised by her actions. "Looks like she doesn't want to meet me," thought Sek as he shrugged his shoulders. "Good morning, Sek-kun. What a coincidence meeting you here," said Anna, who all of a sudden appeared beside him. Sek took a step back from her after seeing her appear out of nowhere and just widened his eyes in surprise. What the heck was that? Did she just teleport here? Thought Sek as he looked at the expressionless black-haired girl. "Good morning, it's been a while since we met. How have you been?" asked Sek. "I am fine, how about you?" "I am awesome as ever," heck, I even earned 7 stars for the squad, replied Sek with a smirk. You really are awesome. I only earned 3, said Anna with a slight admiration in her voice. Really? Then as I expected, you are a powerful as well. Well, not as great as me, but looks like I must keep an eye on you as well, said Sek as he felt a bit surprised seeing that the girl in front of him earned more stars than Asta and Yuno, the protagonists of the series. Good, looks like Sek-kun is impressed, thought Anna as he lips curled up a bit. What are you doing here? Asked Sek. Oh, I ditch cough, I am on my day off, said Anna without any change in her expression. She just said ditch. Right, thought Sek, but just let her be. What about you, Sek-kun? Our squad's official day off, said Sek as he looked around. Are you looking for someone, Sek-kun? Asked Anna. Yeah, my girl just flew off to somewhere and I am currently waiting for her to be back, said Sek, hearing which Anna's eyes immediately widened in shock. Gee, girl. Don't tell me. Oh, here she is, said Sek as he saw Secret coming back and landing onto his shoulder. Seeing the one that Sek referred to as the girl was the bird on Sek's shoulder, Anna sighed in relief and looked at the bird. You found a spot, Secret? Asked Sek as he turned his head towards the bird and saw her nodding her head. Sek smiled and said, good, then show the way. Secret nodded and then started giving him directions with her wings, making Sek nod and follow the directions. I never thought that I would feel jealous of a bird, thought Anna as he saw Sek paying the bird more attention than her. Anna, who was looking at Sek's back, suddenly saw him turning around. Want to join us, Anna? Asked Sek as Anna looked at him with a small smile and nodded her head. The 3 of them just followed Secret's directions as they soon found an empty spot with slightly less crowd in the area. This is a date spot, thought Sek as he looked around and saw a lot of couples sitting around, and then looked towards Secret, who looked back at him. Sorry, Anna, I didn't know it will be a place like this. It's all right, I am fine. But Thi. It's all right, I am fine, said Anna as she looked intently at Sek. Oi, you are making yourself obvious once again, thought Sek as he saw Anna taking a seat and patting the area beside him, gesturing him to suit as well. Alone with Sek-kun, on a place like this will make it a date, thought Anna as she totally ignored the bird on Sek's shoulder but still mentally thanked her for bringing them to this place. Sek, who saw that Anna was already sitting, looked at Secret and said, of all places you had to choose a date spot, well, whatever, not like it bothers the Dark Lord, said Sek as he walked towards the seat. Secret, on the other hand, who just heard what Sek said, widened her eyes a bit and looked around. It didn't look like a date spot from above, thought Secret as she flew off Sek's shoulder and landed beside Anna so as to make some gap between the girl and Sek. Anna looked at Secret for a while and tried to move he away, which only resulted in her hand getting ruthlessly pecked by the bird. This bird, just be half that you are Sek-kun's familiar or I would have roasted you by now, though Anna as she saw Secret looking intently at her. No seducing him, his mom asked me to take care of him, thought Secret as she looked at Anna and then glanced at Sek and thought, does he like this girl? But soon shook her head and saw Sek eating his meal and decided to eat as well. Chapter 37, The Black Market. After the 3 of them were done eating, Sek sat back in a comfortable position and looked at Secret. Looks like you had fun. Secret looked at Sek as raised her wing in response. Sek smiled and caressed her head, making Anna, who was seeing him, feel a bit jealous of the bird. I never thought that a bird will make me this envious, thought Anna, but suddenly her eyes widened a bit as she looked directly at Sek. Sek-kun, there is something on your face, and without even giving him time to reply, she took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Sek, who had him mouth forkfully being wiped by the girl beside him, looked at her and thought, let's just think that she is just touchy. Anna soon stopped wiping his mouth and nodded her head with satisfaction. But all of a sudden she felt a hand on her shoulder. Turning around, all 3 of them saw another woman with crimson lion robe looking at Anna with a worried look on her face. Anna, hurry up, you will be scolded by Captain if he found out you were skipping the patrol, and grabbed her hand and started pulling her away. Wei, said Anna, but was totally ignored by the other girl, who dragged her back. Well, there she goes, let's continue exploring, said Sek as Secret jumped onto his shoulder, feeling a bit happy after a good meal and having her alone time back with Sek. Walking around for a while, Sek enjoyed his free time without any problems. He also met some of the members of his squad along the way but decided to let them have their fun too and continued his walk. Oi! Sek! You are her too, said Asta, who came towards him along with Vanessa and Noel. Some kind of friend, you are leaving me all alone at the base, said Sek as he looked at Asta. Hey! I tried to wake you up but that bird of yours stopped me from doing so, said Asta as he pointed his finger at Sekre, who looked at Asta and started pecking the hell out of him. Yo, Sek! What have you been doing here? Asked Vanessa. Well, met one of my acquaintances, had some street food, bought some medicines and other stuff and just looked around, said Sek as he stopped Sekre from attacking Asta. What about you all? Fufu, wanna join us and let me guide you? Asked Vanessa, to which Sek just nodded his head and followed them. You guys sure are popular around the town, said Sek as he looked at Noel and Vanessa. Well, being magic knights do have its perks. Where is your robe, by the way? Asked Vanessa. Today's my day off. No need to wear it, said Sek, making the three of them look at him with their eyes widened a bit. Now that you said it, muttered Noel as she held her robe. How can you, Sek? We worked so hard to earn it, said Asta as he hugged his robe. You do take it out to wash it, right? Asked Sek, making Asta grunt and take a step back. And now it's your choice if you want to wear it or not, said Vanessa as she led them to the black market. Hey, where are we going? It's just a dead end here, said Asta as he looked around. Vanessa chuckled at that and said, follow me, and continued walking towards the wall and passed through it. Asta and Noel widened their eyes in surprise while Sek just stood forward and said, alright, platform 9 superscript 3/here I come, and ran straight through the wall as well. My, aren't you excited, said Vanessa as she looked at Sek, who immediately came in after her. Well, you get to experience that daily, you know, said Sek as he stepped aside for Asta and Noel to come as well. Soon the other two rookies joined them and they started looking around the black market. Finding some of the items that interested Sek, he separated from the girls who were looking out for an item to help in controlling Noel's magic. Hey Asta! Wanna try this? What is this? A book? It's the latest edition of Under the Witch's Robe magazine. My dad had some of these, one of the best research material in my opinion, said Sek as he looked intently at the magazine that was present on the shelf in front of him, protected by the shopkeeper. Research? Sounds troublesome to me. What kind of research? Asked Asta. Sek looked around and noticed that no girl or secure was near him and brought his mouth close to Asta's ear and whispered something to him. Asta's eyes immediately widened in surprise and said, but isn't that shameful behavior for as magic knight? A magazine which have pictures that are playing as a video with all kind of stuff, think about it, Asta. Those bouncy tits jiggling in front of you. That bubbly ass, oi Asta, Asta, yelled Sek as he looked at Asta, who was fallen on the ground with some blood coming out from his nose. That made him nosebleed. Looks like he will have trouble having sex with his partner in future, said Sek as he just let him be and bought the magazine from the shopkeeper while also secretly hiding it in between his grimoires. Thief! Thief! Yelled an elderly voice, making Asta wake up in an instant. Where? Asked Asta as he started looking around. There, pointed Sek as he saw a man running out of the black market. Come on Sek, we need to help, said Asta and rushed towards the man. Already on it, said Sek as he pointed his finger towards the thief and made a magic bullet. Paralysis bullet, said Sek as the magic bullet fired towards the man, hitting on his neck and shocking him with electricity and paralyzing him as well. Asta, who ran towards the man unknown to the fact that the thief was paralyzed, took out his huge sword and slammed it in the man, knocking him out in an instant. I hope that the guy is left alive after that, thought Sek as he saw Asta saying something to the man while Noel and Vanessa along with an old lady approached him. Sek too walked towards them and got thanked by the old lady and received a coin from her as a reward. If I remember it correctly, then this granny must be the Wizard King, thought Sek, not really sure about it. Later that day, back at the Black Bull's base, everyone returned back rather late and started telling about their experiences out loud. Oh right. Yummy-san, said Sek. What is it? Asked Yami. I got a gift for you, said Sek with a smile and gave him a box. Hey? A gift for me? It's the first time that someone gave me a gift, said Yami as he looked at the box from every side. What now? Should I open it? Asked Yami as he and everyone else in the room looked at Sek. Sek just gestured them to go on, seeing which all of them looked at the box. Hey, ain't it shiny? What the hell is it? Asked Yami as he opened the box, which revealed some kind of metallic tool inside it. It is a magic toilet paper maker. You just need to pass magic energy to it and it will make toilet paper for you. Just install it in your toilet, said Sek with a smile. Who the hell made this uselessly useful thing? Said Yami as he looked at the thing in his hand with some surprise. Wait, are you saying that I go to take dump tush? Said Yami as he looked at Sek and narrowed his eyes. Sek just averted his eyes and said, Charmy, what is in today's menu? La? Oh yeah, for today. Oi, dumbass, you dare ignore me, said Yami as he walked up to Sek and grabbed his head. Sek just groaned in pain as his head got clenched by Yami, who let him go after a while when he went to break his limits. Chapter 38, Dungeon Exploration. A few days passed by since the Black Bulls had their day off. The things went rather normally for them, with the squad getting no missions for the time being. Seeing this as a break from all his work, Sek decided to make up for all the days he was busy with his missions and focused on training, which now included a few stances he copied from Asta and Yami. He also helped Noelle along with Asta, who still had shitty control over her magic, but still she was improving slowly. Currently in the HQ's living room, Seek was having a chat with Asta and Noelle when suddenly all of them noticed Finral's magic portal opening in front of them. Oh, Yami-san is back, said Sek as he looked towards the portal. Welcome back, Yami-san, said Sek as he saw the captain come out of the portal. Yami on the other hand remained silent and smoked as he looked at Sek and the other two. Alright everyone, I have an announcement to make, said Yami as he gathered everyone's attention. Apparently a new dungeon has appeared in the Clover King. A new dungeon? I need to carry all the gold that I can gather there. New spells would be a welcome addition to the Dark Lord's power as well, and having Secret with me, it won't be a problem to locate the treasure room or something which will have a matching mana like me, thought Sek as he ignored what Yami was saying. You two, looks like the Wizard King himself selected you two to take this mission, said Yami as he looked at Asta and Sek. Everyone in the room got surprised after hearing that as they looked at the two boys with shock. How the hell were these bastards got selected by the Wizard King? Did the two of you bump into him? Said Magna as he looked at the two of them. I understand about Sek, but how is even Asta selected? Said Noelle as she looked at Asta with a doubtful look on her face. Oi! What the hell did you mean by that? Said Asta as he looked at Noelle, who just snorted and looked away from him. Anyways, Noelle, you will be going along with them, said Yami. Hey? Me? Asked Noelle with a slight surprise in his tone. Everything will let you gain some experience, said Yami as he took a smoke. Luck, accompany them. You will lose your touch if you stay cooped up too much. Really? Yay, said Luck with a smile on his face. Will it be right? Asked Noelle with uncertainty as she looked towards Luck. Looks like that is the place, said Sek as he saw the opening of the dungeon. Yay! We are here, said Luck as he walked towards the dungeon. Sek and the other two followed him as well, and soon the four of them were in the dark cave. Asta, who had a torch with him, lit it up and walked beside Luck. Hey, can you not stick to me while walking? Said Asta as he glanced at Noelle, who was hiding Asta's shirt. Looks like a royal is scared of the dark, said Sek as he glanced at Noelle. Who said that I am scared of dark? Said Noelle. I never said that it was you who is scared, said Sek as he chuckled, hearing which Noelle growled and soon tripped her feet, making Asta fall down along with her. Welp, there goes our source of light. Oi Luck, did you find it yet? Not yet, said Luck as Sek and Luck walked side by side and were followed by Asta and Noelle. Oh, here it is, said Luck, who found some light coming out some gaps in the wall and removed one of the bricks, which revealed the inside of the dungeon. This place really is full of mana, said Noelle in amazement. It sure is, said Sek as he looked around the dungeon with distorted space. I want to feel mana as well, said Asta as he fell down on his knees and started complaining about his lack of mana. Sek and Noel looked at him for a while before Sek looked away from him and shook his head. He has tried to give Asta some of his mana using his sacred gear, but that too didn't work on the mana-less boy. Stop that, Luck, said Sek as he saw Luck was about to step on another trap. Haha, that was fun, said Luck as he looked at the three rookies. How the hell was that fun, said Asta and Noel in unison, hearing which Luck laughed once again. Now then, muttered Luck as he started checking the area, and soon his eyes turned dangerous. Want me to help you? Asked Sek. No, I want to enjoy myself as well, you know, said Luck, knowing that Sek must have felt the mana from the enemies as well. I leave the dungeon exploration to you guys, said Luck as he dashed towards the enemies that he sensed earlier. Wait. Where are you going? Have fun. See you soon, said Sek as he looked at Luck. Now then, looks like we are on our own, said Sek as he looked at the other two rookies. The two of them just sighed and looked at Sek, who have a fake cough, and said, by logical thinking I am promoting myself as the leader. Hey, how does that work? Asked Noel. Taking into consideration that you don't have any CO trip over your magic and the fact that Asta is an idiot, I think that it is logical for me to be the leader. Not to mention that amongst the three of us I have done the most missions, said Sek. Hey, what do you mean by I am an idiot? You bastard, said Asta as he looked at Sek with an annoyed look on his face. Anyway, let's continue the dungeon crawling, said Sek. Ash, lead the group. I will show you that I am not an idiot, declared Asta as he rushed forward with his anti-magic sword in his hand. Noel, what do you see? Asked Sek. An idiot, said Noel with a deadpan look on her face as started triggering trap after traps. If you want I can give you two some space to spend some alone time, said Sek. Noel immediately blushed as she looked at Sek with a furious look on her face. What are you talking about? Why would I want to spend some alone time with Bakista? Yelled Noel. Sek looked at the noble with a teasing smirk and said, I never mentioned that the alone time has to be spent with Asta though. Noel's blush deepened at that as she looked towards Asta, which made her heart start pounding. Sek, who looked at the royal Tsundere, flicked her forehead and said, don't get too overboard, okay? He then looked towards Asta and said, Asta, I will check some other route and will return back in 10 minutes. Make sure to keep our fellow rookie safe. All right. Leave it to me. Noel, come with me, said Asta as he gestured Noel to come towards him. Sek smirked and gave Noel a slug push and went with Secret to look at a different route. I am such a good guy. Aren't I, Secret? Asked Sek, to which the bird just sighed. I just left you guys for 10 minutes and you are already doing tentacle play, man, you guys are fast, said Sek as he looked at his two teammates held up in the air by some tentacles. Chapter 39, Sorry. Hey there everyone, sorry to inform you about this, but the updates will be not regular for a while. I am currently busy packing up my stuff to move to college. And it's pretty troublesome not knowing what will be beneficial or not, so I am just packing up anything that comes to my mind, and then checking my luggage again about whether I put it or not whenever I remember about that object again, so yeah, see you all whenever I update. Chapter 40, Meeting with the Golden Dawn. Seeing his fellow rookies held up by hentai vines which were clearly outlining Noel's intimate areas, Sek pointed his hand towards the trap and fired a big magic bullet at it, causing an explosion and engulfing the main body of the beast. The vines that were holding the two Black Bull rookies loosened up and Asta and Noel started falling down. Wah, said both Noel and Asta in unison as they started falling down. Sek, on the other hand, turned serious as he felt some presences near him and was about to attack when all of a sudden he noticed a small twister appearing below Asta and Noel. Wah! What is this? Asked Noel with a surprised look on her face as she saw the pillar of wind. Wow, Noel, you wear something quite mature for your age, said Sek as he looked at the silver-haired royal whose dress was flipped up by the wind, giving a clear view of what the girl was wearing underneath. Noel, who heard Sek's comment, was confused for a while when she suddenly noticed that her skirt was flipped. Wah! Where the hell are you looking at? Yelled Noelle as she pushed her skirt down and glared at Sek. Sek on the other hand just gave her a thumbs up and then turned around to look at the newcomers. How long are you guys to keep hiding there? Asked Sek as he looked towards a certain path where he felt the presences from. Soon 3 people wearing golden dawn robes came out, looked towards Sek and his comrades. Yuno. Asta. So you are here as well, said Yuno in a calm tone. Yet. We have a mission to explore this dungeon and conquer it, said Asta with a huge smile on his face as he stood up and came forward. Noelle too followed him but stopped beside Sek and slapped his shoulder, which was successfully evaded by the Dark Lord. Humph, why the hell did you help those troublemakers? Said the man with glasses and light blue hair. He then pushed back his glasses and said, our only mission is to reach the treasure chamber as soon as possible. We don't need to deal with fools like these. Well, ain't he a friendly person, muttered Sek in a sarcastic tone. Humph, how dare he call a royal like me a fool? And what's with that tone? He is very rude, said Noelle as she heard Sek's comment. Sek looked at her and said, you talked like that to us for the first time we met too, you know. Hearing that, Noelle got embarrassed as started giving her reasoning to do so, like her being a royal and all. Sek just ignored her and shoved her head away, which she had brought a bit too close to yell at him. Asta started bickering with the glasses person as Yuno looked at the two of them with slight amusement, which was hardly visible on his expressionless face. Hello Noelle-san. Good to see you here, said the girl from Golden Dawn as she came towards Noelle. Sek just looked at Noelle, who was looking away from the said girl, and thought, seems like our royal is troubled. We haven't seen each other since the last year's royal banquet. How have you been? Asked the girl. Someone you know? Asked Asta as he looked at Noelle. Sek just let the 3 of them talk as he walked towards Yuno. Thanks for helping them get a safe landing, said Sek. It's fine, I was just repaying my debt to Asta. It would have been better if you haven't helped them as well, said Yuno. Well, your friend is a huge troublemaker, so I need to make sure he doesn't escalate it too much and drags me in the trouble as well, said Sek. I apologize for his troublemaking tendency. Thank you for taking care of him, said Yuno as he bowed his head. Recently our team was rewarded a star by the Wizard King for completing a mission, said Mimosa with a smile on her face. Hearing that, the light blue-haired guy snorted and looked the black bulls. Hearing that, both Asta and Noelle placed their hands on their waists and puffed up their chests. Wow, ain't that cute, said Sek as he smiled as well and looked at the Golden Dawn members, who looked at Sek with a confused look on their faces. We too earned a star by completing a mission, you know. More so, Sek was rewarded 7 stars by the Wizard King, said Asta with a boasting tone. Not even taking a second, Long Kaluz came forward and pointed his finger at Asta and said, liars. Hey, reacted Asta. There is no way that the newbies from Black Bulls would be awarded stars so easily, said Klaus as he shrugged his shoulders. Asta was about to argue, but Sek stepped in and said, then according to that, the missions that were given to Black Bulls must be harder than the one given to you. After all, you said that Black Bulls would not be given stars easily. Hearing that, all of them looked at Sek, who was looking at Klaus with a smile. Wow, you got a star by completing an easier mission than ours. Ain't you great, said Sek. Hearing that, Klaus's brows started twitching as he glared at the Dark Lord. Who the hell do you think you are to mock me, who is not only a member of the strongest squad but also a noble? The name's Sek Bronzaza, the great Dark Lord. Nice to meet you, said Sek as he gave a casual salute. Klaus glared at him for a while and then snorted. I have no time to deal with fools like you. Even appointing people like you on a mission like this is a mistake, said Klaus. How dare you? The Wizard King himself gave us this mission, yelled Asta as he came closer to Klaus. Such a blatant lie, said Klaus. I am not lying, replied Asta, making the noble snort. That person from your squad really is a pain in the butt, said Sek, hearing which Yuno just remained silent while Mimosa just gave a wry smile. She then glanced at Sek and asked, did you just say that your name was Sek Bronzaza? Sek, who heard her, looked at the ginger-headed royal and said, yes, and I believe that you must be Mimosa-san. It's been a while since we met, wait, you might not remember me since it's been quite a while. Phew, don't worry, I remember Sek-san very well. It's really been a while, how have you been, said Mimosa with a smile. As you can see, I am great as ever. How about you? I am doing great as well. As you can see, I am now a magic knight too, replied Mimosa. Wait, you two know each other? Asked Noelle as she looked at Sek and Mimosa. Well, you can say that we do know each other, said Sek. Yes, Sek-san is someone I met when I was a kid, said Mimosa. Though we haven't seen each other for years now. It's really a surprise that the both of us remember each other, considering the fact that we have only a couple of times and that too a few years ago, said Sek. Phew, well, Sek-san's farewells left quite an impression on both me and my brother after all, said Mimosa with a smile. Well, in my defense, I would just like to say that at both the times when I was leaving, your father was near you too, and I didn't know how to approach you at that time, said Sek as he remembered the time he just left them without even saying goodbye to them. Whatever you say, that was quite rude, you know, complained Mimosa. Sek just nodded without thinking much about it and then looked at Asta and Klaus, who were still bickering, and thought. Wasn't that guy saying something about completing the mission soon or something just a few minutes ago? And looked at Klaus with a deadpan look on his face. Chapter 41, On Your. Asta and Klaus continued to bicker for a while, and after some time both of them got breathless, making them stop for a bit. As far as I know, there should be one more person with you. Where is your senior? Asked Klaus. Hearing that, both Asta and Noelle stiffened up. There is no way we can say that luck just ditched us here, though, both of them. We separated ways because our senior, who is also a great censor, felt something odd in the dungeon and decided to look into it. Though he didn't want us to ditch the mission and asked us to continue without him, for a while, said Sek as he looked at Klaus, making the glasses wearing mage serious as well. Something odd? What could it be? Thought Klaus, but just kept it at the back of his mind. He didn't want to ponder much on something that is being done by the Black Bulls, and just snorted. Whatever, just don't get in our way, said Klaus, and said some more insulting things about the Black Bulls, making Asta bicker with him once again. I really don't know how there isn't a rebellion yet against the nobles, muttered Sek as he looked at Asta and Klaus. He then looked at his pocket and saw Secret, who looked back at him and shrugged her wings. Sek sighed and talked with Mimosa for a bit before Klaus interrupted them and called out Mimosa. Mimosa replied to him with a smile and used her magic, making a plant appear near her and a projection of the dungeon appearing over it. Sek glanced at the map and noticed that it only showed the paths of the dungeon and not the traps or layout of the structures. It's just a rough sketch, but still it's good in times like this, thought Sek, and then looked at his familiar and asked, but why use the map when you have G.P.S, right, Secret? Secret, who didn't understand what Sek meant by that word, just nodded her head and jumped on top of his shoulder. Humph. You know, said Klaus as wind started gathering below the members of the Golden Dawn, and the three of them rode small tornadoes to get back to exploring the dungeon. Seeing them leave into the cave, Sek smirked and took out his shades. All right, let's get going as well, we need to win, right, said Sek as his grimoire started flipping pages. Bronze creation magic, bronze rider and sidecar. And immediately Sek's bike with a sidecar appeared in front of him. Seeing the bike, Secret took out her shades from Sek's pocket as well and put them on and sat on the bike. Seeing his familiar sitting on the bike, Sek shook his head with a wry smile on his face and sat on the bike and gestured his friends to get in as well. The two of them nodded their heads, though they felt a bit scared as they knew how fast Sek usually drives, but despite that they still decided to sit on the bike since they wanted to defeat the Golden Dawn members. Once all of them were seated, with Noelle occupying the sidecar and Asta sitting behind him, Sek channeled his magic power to the bike and immediately went forward. "Way," said both Noelle and Asta as they tightly held the sides of the bike so as to not fall down. "Yeah. Make some noise," said Sek as he heard Asta and Noelle's excited shouts. Secret, as if encouraging him, raised her wings while sitting in his pocket with her shades on. Soon Sek notices the Golden Dawn members, who looked back at them with shocked look on their faces. "All right guys, look to the right and smile, said Sek, hearing which both Noel and Asta shut their mouth and looked towards their left with a smirk on their faces. The closer Sek got to the Golden Dawn members, his speed slowed down and finally he came close to the Golden Dawn members. He looked at Klaus and smirked, making the glasses-wearing noble frown a bit, and said, "On your left," and immediately increased his speed, leaving behind the Golden Squad. That bastard," said Klaus as he clutched his fists in anger as he looked at Sek's bike going forward at full speed. Yuno and Mimosa looked at their senior for a while before they turned to look at Sek's figure, which was getting smaller and smaller. "Oi! Sek," said Asta. Where are we heading to? Do you know where the treasure chamber is?" "I don't, but Secret can lead us," said Sek. "But this direction," said Noel. "Yeah, we are going to get luck too, you must have felt them by now as well, right?" asked Sek while looking at Noel. Noel nodded her head and gulped her saliva. She could tell by the mana around her that a fight was going on near them and luck was there as well. Stopping his motorcycle a bit further away, Sek and the others got off it and Sek dispelled his magic. "Hey, why aren't we going on that? We can reach him faster, right?" asked Asta. "Yes, but it will also notify the enemy about us coming towards them and we won't be able to ambush the enemy if we need to," said Sek, making Asta complain for a bit, saying that magic knights don't ambush others, which earned him a lecture from the Royal Tsundere. Finally getting what they wanted into Asta's head, the Black Bulls rookies started moving towards the location where they felt Luck's mana from. Chapter 42, Lotus. Sek and the Black Bull rookies soon reached the room where they could feel the fluctuations of mana, except for Asta. All three of them really peeked inside the room and saw Luck trying to attack a middle-aged man with back hair and being surrounded by smoke. Sek looked at Luck, who was not even able to land a single hit on the Diamond Kingdom mage, and then said, "Luck is at a disadvantage, and it seems like that man has a debuff type magic as well, since Luck is moving so slow." "So that's why Luck was moving so slow in a fight? I thought Miss Vanessa made him drink some booze which is making him wobble like that," said Asta. "How the can you call that slow?" said Noelle as she looked at the fight where she cannot follow Luck's movements at all. "Now then, let's think of a way to hell," said Sek, but before he was able to, Asta jumped down and took out his sword. "And there goes the idiot," said Sek as he looked at the monoless boy. "That idiot Bakista," said Noelle with an annoyed tone. "What should we do now?" asked Noelle as she looked at Sek. "Well, seeing that the idiot had gone straight ahead, let's do the same as well, no need to sneak attack now," said Sek as he grabbed Noelle like a sack and jumped down as well. "Hey! What the hell are you doing?" said Noelle in an angry and embarrassed tone. "Shut up or I will drop you," said Sek as his grimoire started flipping pages. Bronze creation magic, helping hands. Soon a large amount of mana gathered near Sek, getting the attention of both Luck and the Diamond Kingdom mage as they looked at Sek. "Good grief, more black bulls and youthful ones and that," said the Diamond Kingdom mage. "Oraye!" yelled Asta, who appeared above the Diamond Kingdom mage with his sword ready to smash the guy. My, that's a huge sword you have there," said the Diamond Kingdom mage as he jumped back and avoided the sword. Boom! Just as the sword crashed on the ground, a huge crater formed there, making the Diamond Kingdom mage looked at Asta with a deadpan expression on his face. "He was about to hit me with that." Sek, who was now standing on top of a huge hand's palm with Noelle beside him, looked at black-haired man and said, "Mosquito killer." Just as Sek yelled the name, another huge hand made of his bronze magic appeared above the Diamond Kingdom mage and smashed towards the ground. "Seriously, what's with smashing elderly to the ground, sigh youth these days," said the black-haired man as his grimoire flipped and a thick cloud of smoke appeared around him, slowed the huge hand, giving him enough time to dodge the attack. "Would you do me a favor and let this old man catch his brie?" "Giant's flick," said Sek as both him and Noelle descended to the ground while still being on top of the palm. The other hand, which was near the old man, immediately flicked its finger, sending the old man flying. "You all right, Luck?" asked Sek as he came to the ground and deactivated his magic, making the giant hands disappear. Luck, who was yelling at Asta for interrupting his fight and was attacked by his protagonist's talk magic, had a change in his heart and looked at Sek with a smile on his face. "Yeah, I am fine. I was just about to defeat him but you interrupted me, said Luck. Sek just shrugged his shoulders and said, you were taking too much time. It's only been 30 minutes though since I left, said Luck. Yar, you really don't show mercy to this old man. I have 3 daughters to take care of at home, you know, said the diamond mage as he stood up with some blood coming out of his mouth. Then you should take care of them and stay back at home, old man. These days people are not that good, who knows what can happen to them in your absence, said Sek as he looked at the black-haired man. By the way, what's your name? Asked Sek. Thanks for your advice, and you should introduce yourself first before asking others about their name. My name is Lotus, from the Diamond Kingdom, a kind and peace-loving old man, said Lotus as he looked at Sek. You can call me the Dark Lord, said Sek as he walked beside Asta and smacked his head. Ow! Who the hell told you to jump just like that? Said Sek as he looked at the monoless idiot. Said Asta. Humph! Can't you just use your brains for once and not just run into a fight, said Noel as he looked at Asta. Said Asta, totally shocked hearing what his friends said. Haha, well it was fine though. It's good to jump into fights, said Luck. Luck! Said Asta with a grateful look on his face as he glanced at Luck. Don't encourage the idiot, said Sek as he looked at the old man who suddenly slammed his hand on the ground. Smoke creation magic, prison of the fallen king. Smoke suddenly started to surround the black bulls, seeing which Sek narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man. Well, you made the old man get serious, you know, said Lotus. And you made a huge mistake by making the Dark Lord a bit serious. Bronze creation magic, swords strike. Multiple swords appeared behind Sek and shot forward towards Lotus, who immediately made some smoke clouds and hid inside it to dodge the attack. Arg! Yelled the old man from behind the smoke. Looks like he got hit by one of them, said Sek as he and his teammates got surrounded by the smoke. Asta and the others tried to push away the smoke but soon realized that it was not just normal smile and that it was solid. Even Asta's anti-magic was not working since the smoke immediately shifted to cover up for the lost smoke. Well then, farewell youths of the Black Bulls. It was nice meeting you all. Especially you, Dark Lord Kun, said Lotus from behind the tower of smoke. Sek, who heard the sound, turned his head to look towards the direction from where the sound came from and said, Where are you going? Asked Sek. Well, I need to finish my mission soon and go back to my daughters, after all I cannot leave them back at him alone for a long time, right? Sek, who was now sure from where the sound came from, smirked and said, Yeah, right, and took out his sword. Extend, said Sek, making the sword's blade lengthen, and then looked at the others. Run at full speed once the path get clear. The 3 of them nodded, seeing which Sek rapidly moved his hands, cutting through a huge chunk of the smoke wall, dispersing the smoke and making a path for them. Retract. No time to waste, said Sek as him, Asta and Luck shot forward at full speed, leaving behind the royal lime dust. Hey! Yelled Noelle as she was left behind, and immediately Sek's scared gear tentacles wrapped around her and pulled her out. Don't leave like that, old man, you will make me sad, said Sek as he looked at the old man who just facepalmed and said, Sigh, you are forcing me to use my trump card, you know. Sek, Asta, and Luck immediately got ready to take on the attack which was about to come towards them as they saw the aura around the old man turn serious in an instant. I only use this technique when I know nothing else is going to work on my enemy, so brace yourselves, said the old man in a serious tone, hearing which Luck got excited while Noelle gulped her saliva. Sek prepared himself to immediately form a shield in case he need to block the attack and thought, what type of attack is it going to be? A concentrated attack, an AoE attack, or some kind of debuff or something? Lotus smirked as a lot of smoke gathered around him, alerting Sek and the others. Nijarundeo, said the old man as a vehicle made of smoke shot forward from the huge cloud of smoke and rushed towards the exit. You dare pull a Joestar on me, yelled Sek as his grimoire started flipping pages. Yar, said the old man as he increased his speed as he felt a large amount of mana gathering behind him. Lotus also gathered his fallen subordinates from the ground and then looked behind to see what was happening. Bronze creation magic and lightning debuff magic, Gaster Paralyzing Blaster. A huge animal head made of bronze appeared in front of Sek as mana started gathering inside it. That doesn't look good. Though Lotus as he looked at the huge animal head. Lotus immediately used his magic to make a huge smile screen blinding all of them. Haha, we can still sense yo, said Luck with a smile, but all of a sudden it vanished as he muttered, his mana just split all of a sudden. Sek frowned at that, but then he realized something and smirked. A good technique indeed. But it's useless in front of the Dark Lord, said Sek as he fired the blast at the smoke screen. Ah! Multiple screams came out of the mouth of the diamond mages as they were hit by the blast. Next time hide the mana of your subordinates as well, said Sek as he saw the mana disappearing and soon saw a group of heavily injured diamond mages inside a barely standing smoke vehicle. All of a sudden Lotus came out of the group of mages with a lot of wounds on his body and said, I will keep that in mind, Dark Lord Kun. I hope you will, said Sek as he saw the man collapsing on the ground along with the smoke-made vehicle. Chapter 43, Talk with Lotus. There was a time when my cute daughters would swarm around me asking me to carry them in my arms with a cute expression on their faces. But now, forget the hugs, they don't even want to have my clothes washed off together with theirs, said Lotus with a nostalgic and sad look on his face. Not gonna lie dude, I can't that I know how that feels. But that gotta be sad seeing someone you care about give you a cold shoulder like that. But all children go through this phase nowadays, so it is not that uncommon, said Sek as he looked at Lotus. Lotus just gave a tired sigh and looked down. He nodded his head and then kept quiet for a while. Currently, after the Black Bulls defeated the Diamond Kingdom mages, Sek used his sacred gear to absorb all the remaining magic out of the mages and then restrained their hands with his magic and also connected all of their cuffs with a chain, so that none of them tries to run away. Hey, Sek? Is it really fine to bring them like that? Asked Noelle as she looked at the Diamond Kingdom mages with a look of uncertainty. It's fine, our mission is just to get the treasure chamber before the Diamond Kingdom does. Not killing them, plus we don't have any personal grudge against them, right? They too were ordered to do this for their kingdom's sake, so I will just let the Clover Kingdom deal with them. And it's not like they can defeat us and get away from here, said Sek as he tried to ease the Noelle's worry. Sek-kun, you are pretty unusual, you know? Even though you are smart enough to know that we are enemies from a rival kingdom, you still take that decision, said Lotus as he looked at the blonde-haired boy. Sek looked at the black-haired diamond mage and said, well, dealing with you all here and now is an option. But just like you told me, you have a family to support. So killing you will leave a bad taste for me, if your daughters get treated badly because of your death. Sek gave a kind smile, seeing which Lotus gave a sigh and thought, he is a good kid. Plus if we hand you all over to the authorities, they will get a chance to interrogate some soldiers from the Diamond Kingdom, and we will get merit because of that, which will help me get a promotion, said Sek with as he gave a thumbs up to the Diamond Kingdom mages, making them look at him with a deadpan look on their faces. And who knows, that your kingdom try to negotiate to get you all back, since you all are slight high-ranked soldiers, well except for the old man who is a top dog. And if the negotiations were to be successful, you all get to go back to your families, said Sek as he patted Lotus's back and said, so cheer up. All the people around him except for Asta and Luck looked at him with an unsure expression on their faces. They were not sure whether to think that he was kind person or not, but they just let him be like that. Well, whatever, there is no use thinking about it anyway. Let's just hope that everything remains fine for the both of us, said Lotus as he looked at Sek. If not for the Clover and Diamond Kingdoms to be enemies, I would have asked you whether you want to marry one of my daughter or not. You seem to be a fine guy to be around, said Lotus. Sorry, not interested, old man, I am still too young for that. Your daughters would hate you more if you bring that topic to them, you know, said Sek. Haha, I already know that, said Lotus as he gave a dry laugh and looked down with a saddened look on his face. He has already done that, thought Noelle and Sek along with the rest of the diamond mages as they looked at Lotus. Well, it's not like you are going to win anyway. So it's alright if you don't want to accept my daughter, said Lotus as he looked at Sek and the other black bulls with a mysterious smile on his face. Don't raise the flag, old man, said Sek with a smirk as well and looked at Secret. Are we still far? Asked Sek, to which Secret shook her head. Hearing that, Sek stopped fooling around and walked forward while telling Luck to look after the diamond mages who we still recovering their mana. A word of advice, Dark Lord Kun. Never be arrogant in your abilities, it will surely drag you down in future, said Lotus. A solid fact for you, old man. It's not arrogance, it's pride, and I have the prowess to back that pride up, said Sek without even looking at him. Lotus just shook his head after hearing what Sek said and just walked silently. He had faith in the trump card that he brought with him, and if the kind boy from Clover was not willing to follow his advice, then there was nothing that he could do. Sek on the other hand just walked forwards while being attentive of the surroundings, though he didn't worry much as he had the best tracker/guide sitting on his shoulder leading him towards the treasure room. I don't know about daughters, but I am very happy to have you, Secret, said Sek as he caressed the bird on his shoulder with a smile on his face. Secret didn't show a change in her expression but still nuzzled her head against his finger for a moment. My daughters are a lot prettier than that bird of yours, you know, said Lotus as he looked at the bird that Sells praised. Sek just ignored the old man and said, Humph, Secret is the best geezer. You cannot compare her to anyone. Sek praised his familiar with a confident tone as he replied to Lotus. Secret, who heard that, looked at him and thought, you are a great person too, and then patted his head with her wing, trying to calm him down and prevent him from bickering with the diamond mage. But as they were doing that, Luck, Secret, and Sek immediately felt a huge disturbance in mana as a crazed smile appeared on Luck's face. It is strong, said Luck. Mess so. Nothing for the Dark Lord, said Sek. Hey? What happened? Asked Asta as he looked curiously at Sek and Luck. Both their grimoires started floating up and the pages started flipping. Lighting creation magic, Thunder God's boots. Bronze creation magic, Bronze rider. Immediately lightning enveloped Luck's feet while Sek's bike appeared in front of him. Stay here for a bit, okay, said Sek as his other grimoire started floating as well. Dark debuff magic, Dark touch. Sek's hand got enveloped in a dark aura as he moved forward to touch the Diamond Kingdom mages. Wah, what are you doing? Hey, I can't see, yelled one of the Diamond Kingdom goons. Sek didn't speak anything and just touched all of them, robbing them of their sights, and then grabbed Asta and Noel before he put both of them in the side cart and then rushed towards the source of the mana outburst. Chapter 44, Magic Knights v/S Mars. Sek and the others were currently being led by Luck, who was running with a huge grin on his face. Luck! Don't jump off on your own, said Sek, who was following Luck along with the other two rookies on his bike. Ha ha ha, the one who reaches that person first, gets to fight him, said Luck as he looked back at Sek. Secret, can you lead us at this speed? Asked Sek as he looked at the bird. Secret just shook her head in denial, clearly stating that their speed was too much for her to keep up with. Sek sighed and just Luck do what he wanted, he will just jump in if Luck or the others gets their asses kicked badly. Though he didn't think there was a need for it, as both Luck and Asta are strong and Noelle had her new defensive magic to protect herself and others. Sek just focused on driving through the dungeon paths, which Luck changed at a random basis, and soon felt the mana signature to be closer and stronger. Looks like your friend is going on a rampage, said Sek as he looked at Asta. You know. Mutter Asta as he turned serious and narrowed his eyes. We are there, said Luck as he jumped off the opening that appeared in front of them. Hold on tight, said Sek as he didn't slow down his speed, seeing which Noelle gripped the sidecar tightly while Asta stood up as his grimoire started floating beside him. Leroy Jenkins, yelled Sek as he appeared out of the tunnel on top of his bike, grabbing the attention of everyone present there. Sek smirked as he held Noelle by her collar and jumped off the bike, which along with Asta went staring towards the huge sword made of crystals. Way! Screamed Noelle as she suddenly found herself being grabbed by her collar. Brace yourself, said Sek as his grimoire started floating beside him. Bronze magic, Bronze body. Sek clenched his teeth as he landed on the ground with his bronze-enhanced body making a huge crater on the ground. That went well, said Sek as he looked at himself and smirked seeing that there was no injury. Like hell that went well. You idiot, yelled Noelle as she slapped Sek's head only to wince in pain because of hitting the metallic coating on Sek's body. Oh, you alright, Noelle? Asked Sek as he didn't feel anything from her attack. Ugh, groaned Noelle as she glared at Sek. It seems that you are fine, now go and protect the others. We will deal with Thao. Look, Asta has already destroyed that huge ass sword. Well, it's only natural since dealing with magic is his speciality, said Sek as he looked at the other who were looking at Asta with disbelief except for Yuno and Luck who had a smile on their faces. Well, can't have him outshine us. Let's go, Noelle, said Sek as he moved towards the other magic knights. Oh, okay, said Noelle as she followed him as well. You alright, Mimosa? Asked Sek as he saw the ginger-head noble lying in a bed of flowers with a wound on her body. Sek-san, yes, I am fine. I will heal in no time, said Mimosa with a slightly pained tone. Sek gave a nod and then gestured Noelle to look after her. Noelle snorted in her normal tsundere way and then moved towards Mimosa. Sek looked at Yuno and Klaus who were badly injured and just said, so you two got your asses kicked, hey. Hearing that, Yuno just looked at him and said, I was just about to get serious there. Klaus on the other hand just ignored him as he was still shocked after seeing Asta effortlessly dealing with the mage they were losing against. Hey, Sek called out Luck with an excited tone. Sek looked at Luck who pointed at the various crystal golems and said, let's see who destroys more of them. Hearing that, Cell's smirked seeing which Luck's grin widened. Both of their grimoires started flipping pages as both of them looked at the golems coming towards them. Lighting creation magic, thunder god's gloves. Bronze creation magic, giant fists. Luck who now had his lightning gloves dashed forward and started fighting the golems. Sek on the other hand just stood at his spot as he took his stance who was copied by the huge bronze fists floating above him as the fists moved towards the golems and started smashing the golems like mosquitoes. Oi, you have been whining for a while now. Stop being a bother already, said Noelle as she destroyed a golem heading towards Klaus with her magic which somehow was able to hit it. How can this be? How is that peasant able to do things like that? Asked Klaus, hearing which Noelle sighed and told him about Asta. How can that kind of power be in the hands of a peasant? Asked Klaus with disbelief. Well, only he could possibly have that power in this world, you know, said Sek as he smashed another golem. That was my 17th, yelled Sek as he looked at Luck. Being someone without magic at all is the requirement to get that power. Do you think that you would have survived being someone without any magic till you get your hands on a grimoire? Asked Sek as he looked at Klaus who just remained silent. Sek just shrugged his shoulders and said, whatever, it's not like you will understand that, and then looked towards the Asta who was clashing against the crystal guy. Sek then pointed his hand towards Klaus and fired magic bullet of the size of his fist which passed beside Klaus and destroyed a golem that was behind him. So just snap out and do your job as a magic knight. Or you want the great me to save your ass, said Sek as he looked at Klaus. Klaus adjusted his glasses and said, shut up, that is not the way you talk to a noble, and immediately various spikes made out of his magic emerged from the ground and started piercing through the golems as well. But Sek just ignored him and looked at Noelle and said, nice one, Noelle, your magic finally but its target. Sniff, I am so proud, and wiped off a single tear that came out of his eye. Hearing that, Noelle blushed from embarrassment and started telling at Sek, seeing which Sek just laughed. But soon Sek stopped laughing as they heard rumbling coming from the direction of Asta and the crystal guy, and turned around only to see the crystal guy clad in a crystal armor swatting Asta away like a bug. Well, Asta got swatted. Time for the Dark Lord to jump in, said Sek with a smirk on his face as he raised his hand up and moved forward. Hey, no fair. I want to take on that guy, solid Luck as he looked at Sek. But you got your head start on the earlier enemy, right? It's my chance now, said Sek as he looked at Luck. Wait a minute, yelled Asta, who suddenly emerged from the rubble with most of his upper body in full display to the others. It is my fight. I have to show that I can beat the guy who even couldn't beat, said Asta as he came towards Sek and Luck and joined the argument. Who said that I couldn't beat him? I was just about to counterattack that guy with a very strong spell which would have defeated him easily. Move back, I can deal with him on my own, said as he joined the other three as well. Hey, what the hell are you all even talking about? It's clearly my turn now. You all got your chances before, said Sek as he looked at the other three. But didn't you beat that guy from before, so it's my turn, said Luck. I am still not down. My turn isn't over yet, said Asta in his usual loud tone. If we are going by that, then I am not down either. So it should be my turn, said as he looked at Asta, making him glare at Arg. You were clearly being beaten by him, so your turn was over, said Asta as he pointed his finger at And so was you, so it's my turn, you idiot, said Sek as he pointed his finger at Asta. Who the hell are you calling an idiot, you bastard, replied Asta. Hey, you, of course. You idiot, said Ha ha ha, this is getting exciting. Hey, let's all fight each other, said Luck with an excited tone. Seeing the four magic knight arguing amongst themselves, Klaus, Mimosa, and Noel were left totally speechless and were not sure what to say about it. Are they really quarreling about who is going to fight that monster? Asked Klaus with a frown on his face. Those idiots, said Noel as she face-palmed and glared at her teammates. Aren't they a lively bunch, said Mimosa with a wry smile on her face. Mars, the diamond who the magic knights were battling right now, looked at the group of magic knights who were talking amongst themselves and entered a flashback. Once he was done remembering the beautiful days he spent with his friend, he snapped out of daze and glared at Asta and the others. Don't stand in my way, you pebbles, said Mars in a cold tone as he in his giant crystal armor moved forward and moved his hands to smash all of them to the ground. Meanwhile, Sek and the others who were having an intense battle of rock paper scissors totally ignored the crystal giant. Stop copying me, you plot-armored idiot, yelled Sek as he smacked Asta, who has been using the same action as him for the past few turns, ending the game in a draw. Suddenly Sek noticed the giants coming towards them and glared at it as well. Can't you see that we are in middle of something? Yelled Sek as he used his magic, making the giant fists that were made by him earlier to combine into one massive fist before it moved forward toward the crystal giant, sending it crashing against the wall and destroying all the crystals in an instant. Boom! The whole dungeon shook for a few seconds because of the impact, making every one of them to look towards the place where the crystal giant was sent flying. Soon they noticed an unconscious and wounded Mars falling down towards the ground, which made them realize what Sek just hit. Ha 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 ha, as expected of me, said Sek with a stiff smile on his face as he stood proudly and looked towards the fallen Diamond Kingdom mage. You bastard, yelled Asta as he immediately started shaking Sek's body, earning himself a smack from Sek which pummeled him into the ground. Chapter 45, The Treasure Room. Stay aar. Stay aar. Will you two stop that already? Said Sek as he looked at Asta and who were staring intently at him. I will defeat you, said Asta as he pointed his finger at Sek. You are way stronger than I expected, but I will surpass you, said as he looked at him with a confident expression on his face. Seeing the two of them like that, the other magic knights felt awestruck at their declaration, since after watching how easily Sek dealt with the diamond guy that was currently being sealed by Klaus's magic, but still felt a bit confident themselves and thought that they will become stronger as well. Well, there is no harm in trying, so good luck, said Sek with a deadpan look on his face. Why, you bastard! You are totally making fun of me, yelled Asta. Sek widened his eyes in surprise and said, You are smart enough to tell that. Various tick marks appeared on Asta's face as he could guess that Cells was saying that he was stupid. Pfft! All of them suddenly heard a snicker as they immediately turned towards who was looking away while covering his mouth. He laughed. He clearly laughed. Can laugh. How dare you laugh at me? Turned around and stood straight with an expressionless face and said, What are you all talking about? Whatever, let's stop talking about this, said Sek as he stretched his body, when suddenly his eyes caught something, seeing which a mischievous smirk appeared on his face. He slowly moved towards Noel and whispered, "Oh my!" Someone is intently looking at Asta's exposed body. Noel immediately flinched in response and turned around to look at Sek with a huge blush on her face. Who said that I was looking at his bobod, that? I never said that it was you. Ah, whatever, enjoy your youth, Noel said Sek as he patted Noel's shoulder, making her even more embarrassed as she was about to yell at him once again. Ah, and congratulations on being able to hit your spell correctly in the previous battle. You have improved a lot, said Sek as he gave a pat on the back of the silver-haired royal. He praised me, yes. I totally hit that spell earlier, mentally cheered Noel as she felt slightly embarrassed on being praised. She snorted and said, "Humph, of course I have improved. I am a royal, you know." Yeah, you are great, said Sek with a deadpan time, making Noel annoyed, but soon a smile appeared on their lips as they both felt happy for this improvement. Thank you, muttered Noel in a low tone, but Sek, who was just beside her, was able to hear it and said, "You are welcome, Noel," making the tsundere even more embarrassed. Oi, what are the two of you doing? Asked Asta as he looked towards Noel and Sek. And nothing, replied Noel as she hurriedly beloved away from Sek, only to lose her balance after a few steps, which resulted in her getting saved by Asta, who caught her from falling. Oh my, Noel is so bold, said Sek with a playful tone as he looked at Noel. Mimosa, who saw that, covered her eyes with her hands but still peeked through in between her fingers and said, "How bold of you, Noel-san." "Are you fine, Noel?" asked Asta, who was holding Noel's body. WH. What do you think you are doing? And besides, aren't you embarrassed? Exclaimed Noel as she smacked Asta's head and then started complaining. Asta, who heard that, looked at his clothes and widened his eyes in shock. My robe's all tattered up. Magna-senpai will kill me. Don't worry, Vanessa will fix that up in no time, said Luck as he showed a thumbs up. Cough. Anyway, getting to the important point, since we are the ones who reached here first, then that means that we are the winners, said Klaus as Yuno and Mimosa stood beside him. Hey, said Asta as he looked at the glasses wearing noble. Hey now, wasn't the best about reaching the treasure room first? How come you are the winners? Said Sek as he looked at the Golden Dawn members. Hey, what are you talking about? This is the treasure room. Right in front of you, said Klaus with a confused look on his face, thinking whether Sek was blind or not. Yeah, how did you know that this is the treasure room for sure? Did you perhaps already looked inside? Asked Sek, making all of them look at him with surprised look on their faces. For all I know, this room could be here to dash of people, and there are a lot of traps set inside there, said Sek as he shrugged his shoulders. Hearing his thoughts, the other magic knights started thinking about what Sek said, except for Asta, who was chewing onto some leaf. Sek, who done distracting the others, smirked as his glance fell onto Secret, who just landed on his shoulder. You weren't injured, right? Asked Sek, to which the bird just shook her head. Sek smiled hearing that as he caressed the bird's head. Anyways, since we were the ones who reached here first, we will be the ones who will check it and find out if this room is the treasure room or not, said Klaus as he shifted his glasses. Hearing which, Sek just smiled and said, be my guest, and then gave a bow while pointing his hands towards the door. Oi, Sek, they will win, complained Asta. Idiot, focus on your injuries first. What kind of wizard king are you gonna be if you get this injured after every fight, said Sek. Just you wait and see. I will be a great wizard king and will then marry my beautiful sister Lily, declared Asta with his eyes twinkling a bit at the mention of this sister Lily. Cough cough asterisk. Noel, on the other hand, started coughing after hearing the declaration. That's some damage, said Sek as he patted Noel's back, trying to ease her out a bit. You do know that door is made up of magic, right? And it will take a lot of time to open that normally, said Luck. Yeah, it will give us enough time to grab a bite. I am hungry, said Sek as he took out a small bag that was hanging on his waist and took out a lunch box from it. I asked Charmy to make us something. Want to eat it? Asked Sek as he opened the box, which revealed a lot of different types of sandwiches in it. Yes please, said Asta as he was about to take out some from the box. Wash you hands you idiot, said Sek as he pulled back the box and pointed at the pond where Mars was sent flying earlier. After the black bulls were done cleaning up, all of them found some rock to sit upon and had their snack, while also curiously asking the Golden Dawn about their situation, which made Klaus pissed at them as he watched the black bulls enjoying the meal. Here, called Sek as he walked towards the Golden Dawn members and called them out. All of them turned around to look at him and saw him offering them a box. We had way too much stuffed in there, so might as well share some with you all, said Sek as he handed the box to Mimosa. Thank you, said Mimosa. Humph, there is no need for that, said Klaus in a slightly pissed off tone. Now, Klaus-san, no need to be that salty. You guys need a break too besides, said Sek as he looked at Asta and gestured something to him. You guys are taking way too long, said Sek as Asta appeared in front of them and cut off a huge chunk of the door, making an opening for them to go in. Sek's eyes widened from shock after seeing all the gold in there, to the point that he even forgot to breathe for a second. He then stepped inside the room and said, "All right, the Black Bulls reached the treasure room first. We win." "Yeah," cheered Asta as he raised his sword up in the air. But immediately after that he started bickering with Klaus about how it was technically Golden Dawn's win. This is amazing, but how are we going to take all this back?" asked Noelle. Sek turned around and looked at her, but soon noticed Mimosa nibbling onto a sandwich and stared at her for a while. Seeing that, Noelle followed his gaze and also saw Mimosa nibbling onto the sandwich and stared at her as well. You know who had a sandwich in his own hand looked at the two of them and looked away so as to not get stared at by those two. Mimosa, who felt the gazes on her, looked back at Sek and Noelle and tilted her head in confusion. And immediately both Noelle and Sek felt a jolt to pass through their bodies. That was cute, thought both of them at the same time, and then looked at each other only to avert their eyes as they understood that the other person had the same thoughts as well. About that, we will have someone carry the news about the dungeon back to the Magic Knight's headquarters and then we will said Klaus. Read the mood at least, said both Sek and Noelle in unison as they looked at Klaus, making the spectacled man took a few steps back because of shock. Sek and Noelle snorted as both of them turned back to their normal selves and started looking around the room, which was soon followed by the others as each of them started roaming around. Secret, who also felt something, nudged Sek and the flew off. Probably the new anti-magic sword. Anyways, let's start searching for something useful as well, thought Sek as he was finally alone. Now then, from my understanding of Dungeoning 101 in anime and manga, a protagonist will get everything that is in the storage room if it's the first dungeon. And for that the protagonist must have some kind of storage magic, or thought Sek as he started going deeper and deeper into the treasure room. A storage ring nearby, a coffin or a skeleton, thought Sek as he soon came across an opening which led to somewhere and soon passed through the dark path and saw a majestic coffin kept on a raised platform. What can I say, I am just smart, said Sek as he flicked his hair. Chapter 46, The Hidden Room. Sek stared at the majestic coffin for a while and then looked around the huge room he was in and whistled, see how majestic and beautiful the room actually looked. He then walked forward and was about to enter the hall, but just as he took the first step he got stopped by an invisible wall. A barrier, muttered Sek as he placed his hand on the invisible wall and then knocked it a few times. Taking a step back, Sek looked at the hall and took out his sword. Well, Xdace-chan, do what you are best at, said Sek as he passed his mana through his sword. Swinging his sword towards the barrier, Xdace easily sliced through the layer of the barrier, opening a way for Sek to enter inside the hidden room. It was a pretty high-level barrier to not show any excess damage after taking on my Xdace's attack. I hope the things in there are valuable as well, muttered Sek as he entered the huge hall. Just as he entered the hall, Sek looked up and saw that the inside of the hall was totally different from how it looked before he looked through the barrier, and was even more awestruck by the scenery inside the huge dungeon hall. It's like a huge garden in here, a garden from a castle, said Sek as he looked around the garden. He then kneeled down and touched the soil and grass and found out that it was real and not something made out of magic. This place is messed up, thought Sek as he looked back at the entrance from where he came from and noticed that the hallway he came from was totally dark and had totally different feel from the room he was in. Well, no use fretting over it. This is a dungeon, and despite being the intelligent Dark Lord I don't know much about them, said Sek as he looked at his surroundings and said, I really want to show this place to Secret, Mom and Dad. The Black Bulls will make a mess of this place, so it's better to not take them here, said Sek with a smile on his face. He then turned serious and then looked at the coffin that was surrounded by flowers and then walked towards it, being careful to not crush the flowers under his feet. Without thinking twice, Sek placed his hand on top of the coffin, and after making sure that there was no trap on the coffin, he decided to remove the lid and check what was in there. Please don't be alive. Please don't be alive, thought Sek as he tried to lift the lid, which for some reason was not even moving a bit. What the hell is this coffin made of? Said Sek as he stopped lifting the lid. Immediately after that, his grimoire started floating beside him and pages started flipping. Like hell it can stop the Dark Lord, said Sek. Bronze magic, bronze body. Immediately after that, Sek's body changed to one made of bronze. Grabbing the lid once again, Sek used his full muscle strength along with his magic's enhancement and started lifting it up. Rumble. Hearing the rumbling sound, Sek smirked as he felt that the lid moved a bit. He clenched the lid even tighter, causing the shape of the place where he was holding to be deformed immediately, and soon after that the lid was thrown away by the motivated Sek. Boom! Hearing the huge noise, Sek looked towards the place where the lid got thrown and saw a huge dust cloud that rose up because of the weight of the lid. That was probably heavier than Rock Lee's training weighs, muttered Sek as he looked towards his hands which threw such a heavy thing away. All of a sudden, Sek suddenly felt something on his shoulder and turned around only to find a skull staring at him while placing its bony hand on Sek's shoulder. Sek looked at his shoulder and saw the bony hand and touched it with its finger. He then looked back at the skull, who stared back at him for a while when suddenly its mouth started moving. Clank clank asterisk. But instead of words, only the sound of bones smacking against each other was heard. Sek, being the fearless and great Dark Lord, he was slowly removed the bony hand from his shoulders and took a few steps away from the skeleton. He then took a deep breath and said, Holy F *CK. The skeleton stopped moving its mouth and jumped off its coffin and tried to his behind it as soon as Sek yelled out loud. How the hell are you able to move? I don't feel any mana coming from you at all, said Sek as he pointed his finger at the skeleton. And who the heck are you? The skeleton in response pointed its own finger at Sek and started moving its mouth once again. You do know that you are not actually speaking any words, right? Pointed out Sek, making the skeleton stop itself. Then, as if the skeleton noticed something, it looked at its bony hands in surprise as he looked down at its body. It started to touch its skull with its bony hands but soon stopped. Seeing that it finally stopped, Sek was about to ask something else, but all of a sudden the skeleton stood up and started running around while holding its skull and its mouth wide open. Hey! How the hell are you even shocked? And that too even more than me, said Sek as he looked at the panicked skeleton. But despite what Sek said, the skeleton didn't stop running and then ran away. What the hell even was that? Asked Sek, but soon shrugged his shoulders and focused back on the coffin and moved towards it. Looking inside, he found that the insides were totally clean and didn't even seem like it housed a skeleton inside it just a few moments ago. But ignoring that, Sek's gaze fell on a single page that was kept there. Lifting it, Sek went through what was written in it and snorted. I cannot read this. What the hell is written in here? It looks like a page from a grimoire, which would make sense as no one other than the owner of the grimoire could understand what is written in it. Or someone who has learnt the ancient language written inside of grimoires. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Where is that storage magic item that I need? Said Sek as he looked inside the coffin once again. But just as he said that, the page in his hand started glowing, and so did his bronze magic grimoire as it started flipping. Sek watched the scene with surprise as the page flew from his hand and landed on top of his grimoire and merged with it. The grimoire and the page stopped glowing and the grimoire closed itself and fell in Sek's hand. Hey! Sek looked at the grimoire in surprise as he immediately opened it and started flipping through the pages, and soon his eyes landed on the new page that had some new words written on it. What the eternal safe, don't tell it is the storage magic. You mean to tell me that the page that was in my hand was a Shenron in disguise, said Sek in disbelief as suddenly a large amount of thoughts passed through his mind and grabbed his head. "Nuuu!" yelled Sek as he started realizing what all could he have asked for. Meanwhile the skeleton who ran away earlier just came back and looked at Sek as if he was an idiot. Chapter 47, Safe. After guessing that the page that was present inside the coffin could have been a one-time Shenron, Sek sat down beside the coffin while embracing his legs, feeling dejected. The skeleton was also sitting beside Sek and was patting the Dark Lord's back, seeing that the human for some reason was feeling down and tried cheer him up a bit. "If only I knew it beforehand," muttered Sek in a slightly sad voice. He then felt the bony hand on his back and turned to look at his side only to find the skeleton patting him and looking at him without any expression on its face. Skull. Well, he is a skeleton after all, thought Sek as he sighed. "Can you understand me?" asked Sek, to which the skeleton just gave a nod. "Did you know what the page present along with you in the coffin was?" The skeleton tilted its skull a bit, looking confused, or that's what Sek felt since the skull had no expressions on its face. "Whatever, it's not like I can reverse time and do it over again anyway," said Sek with a slightly annoyed tone. "So what's your name? Alright, you cannot speak. Alright, I will call you Ins from now on," said Sek without even giving the skeleton, now named Ins, a chance to respond. The skeleton stared at Sek for a while before giving a nod to Sek. Sek smirked and then pointed at himself and said, "Good, now let me introduce myself. I am Sek Bronzaza, also known as the Great Dark Lord." The skeleton stared at the smug Sek for a while before giving a nod once again. "So let me ask you a question that Professor Oak always asks. Are you a boy or a girl?" asked Sek and looked at the skeleton. "Boy," asked Sek, to which Ins once again nodded. "All right, Ins kun, do you know what place is this and if there is any treasure in this area?" Ins just shook its head in denial, making Sek give out a sigh of disappointment. "You were of no use, Ins." "Sajiga in sama my ass," said Sek with a disappointment look towards the skeleton, who slumped its shoulder and looked down on being called useless. "Well, what are you doing here anyway? Forget it, you cannot speak right now." "Hey, do you get any urge to kill humans or anything like that?" asked Sek. Ins immediately jolted its body and looked towards Sek and shook its head furiously. Sek smirked and said, "Is that so? Then you are a good person, skeleton, I guess." Hearing his answer, Ins stopped shaking its head and looked at Sek for a while before giving a nod once again. Sek nodded as well and then decided to check his grimoire. His bronze magic grimoire started flipping pages, and soon the page that Sek knew was not present before appeared. "Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity." So that page changed my wish to a magic that will go along with my affinity. Let's test this out. Sek stood up and looked around before his gaze fell on the coffin behind him. "Mind if I use this, Ins?" asked Sek as he looked towards Ins. Ins shook his head, giving his approval. "Go ahead." Sek nodded and then pointed his hand towards the coffin. "Bronze creation magic, safe of eternity." Soon magic flowed out of Sek's body as he widened his eyes a bit at the amount that it took. Still, it's not an unreasonable amount, thought Sek as he focused back on the spell. Soon a huge safe appeared in front of Sek, surprising both him and Ins. But before they could admire the design, the front of the safe opened and revealed its inside. Sek's eyes started shining as he saw the inside of the safe, since it looked really nice and futuristic from inside. Not even saying anything, Sek got near the safe and stepped inside. "Greetings, my lord." Suddenly Sek heard a voice in his mind and got a bit surprised and started looking around. "Hey Ins, did you hear anything?" But Ins just shook its head in denial. Was it the voice of the safe, and is it like that only I can hear it, thought Sek. "It is precisely like that, my lord." "Cool," thought Sek as he heard the voice once again. Sek then started looking around and soon his gaze fell on a display. "It is touch screen," thought Sek as he looked at the screen and gave a tap on it. Immediately after that the screen glowed and various options appeared on the screen. Sek started fiddling around with the screen, and seeing that he was busy, Ins got in the safe as well and started looking around. After fiddling with the screen for a while, Sek understood the basic things that it can do. First of all, the storage space in the safe was unlimited, and was capable to suspend the time inside the safe if needed. It was also able to store in both living and non-living things. It can also store everything on its own if the target is already decided by the spellcaster. It can also make various spaces inside it, making it possible for Sek to have his own room inside a safe if he wanted to, as well as manage the size of the room if required. All the functions of the safe are manageable by the screen that he was interacting with, and only he could interact with it. Though various functions like making different and personal spaces, automatic storing etc. required Sek to use his mana, so he decided to not test all of them at the moment. All of a sudden Sek felt a huge amount of mana coming from the treasure room Asta and the others were. He immediately jumped out of the safe and, without noticing Ins, who was about to come out as well, closed the door of the safe and deactivated his spell. Chapter 48, Justice. Sek, who just came out of the hall, was now back into the dungeon area as the surroundings turned back to normal. "I need to hurry up," said Sek as his grimoire started floating. Bronze creation magic, Bronze Rider. Sek immediately jumped and got on top of the bike that appeared in front of him and passed his mana through it. Vroom! Giving out a roar, the bronze motorbike rushed forward, leaving a trail of dust behind it. The treasure chamber. Back into the treasure chamber, Mars, who just woke up and was covered in a robe of flames and a huge armor made out of crystals, started walking towards the treasure room. "I will destroy them," thought Mars as he advanced towards the treasure room and noticed the two girls standing in front of him. Narrowing his eyes, Mars focused his magic to find his grimoire and immediately felt a reaction from the room in front of him. "What is happening?" asked Klaus as he saw that the grimoire freed itself from his hand and started releasing mana. "Kalu-san," said Mimosa as she looked worriedly towards him. Immediately after that, a large amount of crystals started coming out of the ground and captured Klaus, and Luck, making them immovable. "Wah! Mimosa!" yelled Noelle as she came in front of Mimosa and shielded her from the incoming barrage of crystal projectiles. Mars, who just came in the room, looked around with an expressionless face, but soon a small smirk appeared as he noticed the mana-less Asta standing with a shocked look on his face. "Noelle!" yelled Asta as he started to run towards Mars with an angry expression on his face. "Where is the other person?" asked Mars as various swords made out of crystals appeared in front of him and started rotating. "How dare you!" But without even listening to his question, Asta took out his huge anti-magic sword, willing to beat the hell out of Mars. "It's useless, I already know you abilities now," said Mars with a composed tone, and fired the fast rotating swords towards Asta and started advancing towards him. Asta parried off the rotating blades with slight difficulty, but soon started getting troubled by them as the speed of the projectiles increased. Various wounds started appearing on his body, making him a bit tensed. "I will show you what happens to those who are weak," said Mars, who was now standing in front of Asta, and punched him with his huge crystal armor. Asta got sent flying straight through the wall, seeing which Secret, who was in his path, moved away and saw Asta crash and destroy the wall and moving past it into a secret room. "Well, he did got in there, but I need to find Sek. Where is he?" thought Secret as she started looking around. "Humph, as I thought. Only the strong will survive," said Mars as he looked at the destroyed wall and then started advancing towards Asta. "I need to let him know about the sword, otherwise, considering his usual behavior, he might even ignore it. Sek's search needs to wait," thought Secret, and then rushed towards Asta. "Noelle-san! Noelle-san!" repeated Mimosa in worry as she tried to heal the injured royal. "Don't worry, I will heal you," said Mimosa as a dress with wings made of plants appeared on her body and a green glow started coming out of her hands. Mars, who heard some noise nearby, glanced towards Mimosa, who was healing the dying Noelle, and narrowed his eyes. He then turned around and started moving towards the girls. "The strong will survive and the weak will die," said Mars with slight anger as he saw that the girl was trying to save the weak girl who was about to die. Various swords appeared around Mars once again and started rotating. "Mimosa! Noelle!" yelled both Luck and Klaus as they saw the armored Mars preparing the attack. Mimosa, who heard their shout, got a bit terrified and turned around to see what was happening and noticed a giant in front of him. Justice Crash, who was sent flying after Sek, rammed him with his motorbike. Sorry for the delay, said Sek as he landed in front of Mimosa, who was looking at him with her eyes widened. Sek took out his sword and destroyed the incoming projectiles and then looked back towards Noelle. Oi Noelle, you still alive? Asked Sek. Noelle. I can see you exposed boobs. You creep, said Noelle with a pained tone as she moved her hand to cover her chest only to find that it was covered. So you were alive, good job holding back till now, said Sek as he walked towards the injured royal and looked at her face. He then glanced at Mimosa and said, can you heal and save her? Mimosa, who was being called out by Sek, immediately snapped out of trance and blushed. Why yeah sure. Leave it to me, said Mimosa loudly and then focused back on healing Noelle. Don't you dare die on me, alright. I still need to train that shitty control of yours, said Sek as he glanced at Noelle. Humph, snorted Noelle as she looked away from Sek. Why you? Sek suddenly heard a noise and looked up only to find Mars looking at him with an enraged expression on his face. Oh, you are still up. Oh wait, you have that recovery magic thingy going on, right? Well, let's get ready for round 2 then, said Sek as he walked forward in front of Noelle and Mimosa and made a wall of bronze in front of them for their protection. Stay there, said Sek as he looked at Noelle and Mimosa and then glanced back at Mars. Oh, by the way, where the hell is Asta? And as if being called, Asta came out of the hidden room with various wounds and bruises on his body and a new sword in his hand. Yet. I am here, declared Asta as he looked at Mars. Shut up, you are too loose, said Sek as he glanced at Asta and saw the wound on his half-naked body. You. Said Sek in a cold tone. Anf glanced at Mars. What the? Whoa. How? Thought the people who could perceive magic in the hall and looked at Sek with a shocked look on their faces. Sek, who was releasing a huge amount of mana, started walking towards Mars with his grimoire floating beside him. How dare you do that to Asta? Sek, there is no problem, I will be fine once I go back and get treated. These wounds will most probably take a week at most, said Asta with an embarrassed look on his face, seeing that Sek got worried about him. Who the hell do you think is going to do the chores if Asta got injured, asshole? Yelled Sek as a huge fist made of bronze alley in front of Mars and sent him flying up towards the ceiling. Said Asta with a shocked look on his face as all the thoughts about Sek caring about him vanished from his mind. Chapter 49, That's my win. Sek looked at the fallen crystal giant and then turned towards Asta. Go and free the others. I will handle him. Oi, Sek, complained Asta, but stopped as Sek continued to stare at him with an expressionless face. Gee, got it, said Asta as he took a step back and gulped his saliva. Secret, who was coming towards him, stopped after seeing the look on Sek's face and sat down on top of Asta's head. I will kill you, said Mars with a muffled voice as he tried to stand up on his feet. Glancing towards the crystal giant, Sek sighed and muttered, guess there's no sparing him. All of a sudden a violet light came out of Sek's hands and legs and his various sacred gears appeared on his body. Mars, who was now standing, glared at Sek with bloodshot eyes and gave a war cry as he started running towards him in pure rage. Looks like he lost it, said Sek as he looked at the giant crystal armor-wearing boy with pity and pointed his hand towards him. Absorption line. A glowing rope shot out of the gauntlet present on his hand and moved towards Mars at an incredible speed. Seeing the small rope coming towards him, Mars snorted as his grimoire started flipping and various rotating swords appeared in front of him and moved towards the line to cut it. Don't mock the Dark Lord by using a spell of that level, said Sek with slight anger as he saw Mars using the same spell on him that he was using against others. I will crush a peb. Yeah, got it. Just shut the *ck up, said Sek as he interrupted Mars and then moved his hand to use the absorption line as a whip and destroyed the incoming projectiles in an instant. He then shot forward the line from his mother gauntlet as well and then moved the lines to encircle the rushing crystal giant. Hey! Mars's scream got louder as he closed in the distance between him and Sek. Seeing that, Sek smirked and wrapped the lines around the giant's body. Arg! Groaned Mars as he started struggling to get out of the bind. Rejoice, I am going to show you what kind of strength the Dark Lord possess. Bronze magic, bronze body. Sek clenched his fists as he looked at Mars with a crazed smile on his face and spread his arms wide. Immediately after that a loud cracking noise was heard as the other magic knights looked at the scene with their mouths wide open. Mars too had his eyes wide open in shock as he saw how effortlessly Sek destroyed his huge armor in an instant. No 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 no, thought Mars as his grimoire started flipping once again. Sek smirked seeing that Mars was still trying to put a fight and felt the large amount of mana that was being gathered by the Diamond Kingdom mage. This is not good. That much mana is way too much, said Klaus with a scared look on his face as he sensed the mana that Mars was gathering. Hey! You! Black Bull, get out of there, yelled Klaus as he tried to warn Sek. Don't worry, whatever he is trying do is totally useless against the me, replied Sek with a confident look on his face as he retracted the line from his sacred gear. I will crush you, Pebbles, declared Mars as a huge sword one way bigger than the one he made during his fight against Yuno and Asta appeared. Now that's something big. Sek! Get out of there, yelled Asta as he rushed towards Sek wanting to use his anti-magic to cut the sword. Sek took a deep breath and then with a confident expression on his face looked towards Mars and said, there is a saying of a very smart person that I am recalling right now, let me enlighten you as well. Sek smirked as his shadow turned darker and started spreading out. What a drag, said Sek as he looked at the sword which was coming towards him with a bored look on his face, but all of a sudden it stopped moving. What? Said Mars as he saw some kind of darkness extending out of Sek's shadow which stopped the sword from coming towards him. Never forget that, say I. Or Sek, who got interrupted by the sudden yell, turned around to see Asta running towards him with his new sword in his hand. Oi! Stop, you idiot, said Sek as he looked at his idiot teammate. But Asta totally ignored him, thinking that Sek was trying to save him from danger. Gripping the sword tightly, Asta took aim at the huge sword which was suspended in mid-air and threw his new sword with full force. Fuck! Cursed Sek as he immediately shot forward his absorption line to stop the anti-magic sword. But in the end the anti-magic sword reached the huge sword earlier, but first made contact with the shadowy aura which was stopping the giant sword. You idiot! Yelled Sek, who was immediately attacked by Mars, who skillfully dodged the anti-magic sword and used the giant crystal sword to attack Sek and sent him flying. Asta, I will beat the crap out of you once we go back, you asshole, yelled Sek as was still in the air. Sek, yelled Asta. Sek-san, said Mimosa. You idiot! I warned you earlier, said Klaus. I will kill you all, said Mars, who used his huge sword and sent it to attack the rest of the magic knights. Not on my watch, said Sek as he caught the anti-magic sword which was thrown earlier by Asta and used it to destroy the giant crystal sword. Shit! This one's gonna hurt a bit, said Sek as he noticed the wall behind him that was coming closer and closer. Using his enhanced strength from his bronze body spell, Sek braced himself for the impact. Boom! Crashing into the dungeon's wall, Sek's eyes widened and some saliva spilled out of his mouth. He then started falling down with rubble from the broken dungeon wall coming down with him as well. I am gonna lock Asta in Yumi-san's toilet for a whole day, said Sek with a frown on his face as he once again braced himself for the incoming impact from the fall and the huge rubble that was about to fall on top of him. Meanwhile, Asta and the others, who were now back to focusing on Mars, were getting the crap beaten out of them as the mad and enraged Mars was spamming spells after spells on them without caring for mana consumption. You know who got desperate and wanted to save everyone got his shounen moment as he noticed that the time got stopped and the small horny fairy appeared in front of him and blew a mouthful of air from he. But as if not being bothered by the time stop, Sek blew away the rubble and appeared with his sword in his hand. Let's do this. You really gonna get a one-way ticket to hell? Yelled Sek as he raised his sword. Yuno and the small fairy looked at Sek with a surprised look on their faces as Sek felt an unknown but strong magic source in the surrounding and immediately glanced towards the wind spirit. He stared at the wind spirit for a while, but soon a small mocking grin appeared on his face. Yelled Sek as a huge amount of mana burst out through the blade of his sword and the time flow started getting normal. Caliba, said Sek as he swung his sword down as wave of magic energy got fired towards the giant crystal sword in Mars. As if realizing something, the wind spirit's face scrunched up as she too blew out her breath filled with magic and sent it towards the giant's sword. She then looked at Sek with a look which said, "I won't lose." But Sek total ignored her and shot his absorption lines forward and grabbed Asta, Noel, and Mimosa with them, surprising Mimosa, who got scared of being wrapped around by a tentacle all of a sudden. Bohuhuam. Asterisk. A huge explosion engulfed Mars and his sword, which shook the whole dungeon, making the magic knights except for Sek widen their eyes from shock. "That was my win," declared Sek as he glanced at the wind spirit, who looked at Sek with an angry gaze. Sek, who was only able to feel the spirit's mana, was unable to see her expression but still had a triumphant smirk on his face. "She vanished," muttered Sek as he stopped feeling the magic power of the spirit from his surroundings. The dungeon is about to collapse," yelled Klaus as he saw the dungeon, which got way too damaged by Sek's and the spirit's combined attack. "Bloody hell!" muttered Sek as he saw at the damage caused by his and the fairy's attack earlier, as he saw that their attacks destroyed and passed through more than 10 whole rooms. Chapter 50, Believe in Me. Seeing the collapsing dungeon, Sikray immediately rushed towards Sek and sat on top of his shoulder, wanting to know his plan to escape. Seeing the bird looking at him curiously, Sek smiled and said, "Don't worry, it is going to be fine." He then looked at Asta and the girls who were wrapped in his sacred gear's tentacles and said, "Mimosa, can I trust on you to keep Noel alive?" Mimosa, who snapped out of trance after hearing Sek's question, nodded her head without thinking, but soon she turned serious and said, "I will not let anything happen to Noel-san." Sek nodded and then looked at Asta and said, "Just wait till we reach back the base. I will make sire that you experience what Hill really is." "Oi! What was that for?" asked Asta, but Sek ignored him and looked at the remaining magic knights who were coming towards him. "We need to get out of here. The dungeon is going to collapse," said Klaus with a panicked tone. He then glanced at Yuno, who nodded and used his magic to make a small twister appear below them and carried all of them up in the air. "Arg!" groaned Yuno as he felt a bit difficulty in carrying all of them and dealing with the falling rubble. Seeing that, Sek started firing the magic bullets to destroy the rubble which was being left out by Yuno's wind magic. "Sikray, go on top of Asta's head," said Sek. Sikray started at Sek for a while but soon widened her eyes and shook her head in denial. Sek sighed and said, "Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Has there ever been a time when I have been wrong?" Hearing which, Sikray gave a nod, making Sek stare at her without saying anything. "But I have never been in danger, right?" To which Sikray shook her head in denial, once again causing another state-off between the Dark Lord and his familiar. "Sikray," said Sek, but Sikray pecked his head once and then patted her chest with one of her wings and then moved it forward. Seeing, Sek grinned and then smacked his chest twice and then fist-bumped with Sikray. "Well then, together as always, partner," said Sek, to which even Sikray's apathetic expression cracked up and a smile appeared on her face. "Asta, Luck, Noel, make sure to get out of here alive," said Sek as he looked at his squad mates. "Ajha! Sek!" yelled Asta as he saw Sek giving them a casual salute as he jumped down from the wind platform made out of Yuno's magic. "Oi! Sek! What are you doing? Do you want to die?" "Sek-san!" Sek, who was falling down, used his magic. Bronze creation magic, Gaster Blaster. Bronze creation magic, Countless Swords. Sek also made his sword big enough to stand on top of it and covered it with bronze and floated on top of it. "Hey! Make sure to not make my hard work go to ruin. Reach the surface safely," said Sekal loudly as he started blasting off the rubble falling towards the other magic knights. All of them yelled at Sek, trying to say something but were not audible to him at all. Even Asta's voice was not reaching him. Sek waved his hand as he saw the other magic knight's figure getting smaller and smaller. "Well, I helped them in the hard course of the route, now let get on the job," said Sek as he looked towards Sikray. Sikray tilted her head in confusion, wanting to know what her partner was planning in a deadly situation like the one they were in. Sek smiled and said, "Let me show you a new spell that I learned." But suddenly both of them felt new magic signatures entering the area, making them turn to look in the direction of the source. "Oh, the Dark Lord is still here, huh?" said Lotus as he looked at Sek with a helpless smile. Sek looked at Lotus and his subordinates who entered the treasure room and concluded that his spell's effect wore off. "How about this Dark Lord Kunwan?" But before Lotus could finish, Sek's grimoire started flipping. Bronze magic, eternal safe. As Sek used his spell, the safe appeared behind the Diamond Kingdom mages. Sek applied more magic to it to make a new room for inside it, after which the safe opened and sucked the Diamond Kingdom magic knights inside along with some of the gold treasure. Secret, who saw the new spell, widened her eyes in surprise as then looked at Sek, who looked back at her with a grin on his face. "Amazing, right?" To which Secret gave a nod. Sek laughed out loud and said, "I will show you the insides once we get out of here, but before that." Making the safe move towards him, Sek used the screen at the front and made a new space inside the safe. The safe opened once again as it started sucking up all the gold and other treasures inside. "Haha, I am rich! I am rich!" declared Sek as he raised up his fists in the air and punched away a huge block of stone with his enhanced strength of his bronze body spell. Secret looked at her partner and face-palmed after seeing his antics. Soon she realized what kind of the situation they were in and started looking around and then smacked Sek's head with her wing to bring him back to reality. "Wah, Secret! That was rude of you," complained Sek, earning himself another smack from Secret, who gestured him to look around. "Oh, this hey, don't worry," said Sek as he looked back at the safe which was still sucking in the treasure. Secret looked a bit worried, but Sek patted her head and as he focused on destroying the rubble which was about to fall on them. Once Sek made sure that most of the treasure was sucked up, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's get going then." "Secret, you know what to do, right?" To which Secret gave a nod and started pointing her wings in the direction which lead to the exit. Sek immediately rushed forward as he flew on top of his sword. Avoiding and destroying the rubble falling into of him, Sek increased his speed as he felt the mana of the dungeon dissipating, which meant that the dungeon was about to disappear soon. "It's disappearing faster than I expected," muttered Sek, to which Secret, who felt the same, started worrying. But contrary to her, Sek smirked as his mana started radiating out of his body. Feeling the mana that was coming out of Sek, Secret looked at him with a confusion. Feeling her gaze, Sek looked at his familiar and said, "Don't worry, Secret, we will get out of here safe and sound and then ask Charmy to prepare a feast for us. Believe in me who believe in myself." Sek's grimoire started shining brightly and so did his sword on which he was flying. Bronze creation magic, weapon make. Sek's hand started glowing brightly as he raised it upwards. Giga drill break. Forming a huge drill on top of his hand, Sek's grin widened and he thrusted his hand forward as the drill started rotating. "X-Stace! Booster!" yelled Sek as X-Stace fired a beam from its hilt, pushing itself forward and increasing the speed at which they were flying. "Secret!" said Sek, making Secret snap out of trance as she started guiding him once again. Seeing that Secret was back in action, Sek smiled, seeing which Secret smiled as well, and both of them drilled through the rest of the way. Soon Secret dropped her wings down and then gave a thumbs up, wings up, seeing which Sek gave a thumbs up as well. Sek then took a deep breath and then looked up and saw the light in front of him. "I know, we made it," declared Sek as they drilled through the ground and made it outside. "Sek/San," said the magic knights as they saw Sek and Secret coming out of the dungeon.